down toward that engagement. Clairvoyant eats the focusing beam. You're not able to defense matrix that, so it's another reason this Echo should be very strong against Mizzou. Iggy gets caught in the architecture. Cats takes him down, and that's probably going to be an unresable position. So one of the DPS falling from Mizzou should be a green light for Irvine going into the rest of this combat.
And they've not been able to demech Cajun, who's been kept alive through tremendous healing from the supports. Mizzou are losing a lot of ground.
Yeah, Mizzou losing a lot of space here. Tommy Solani goes down, so now there's no DPS in line. They pop the Nano, desperate to make up for that missing damage. They're able to answer out with Cats, maybe catching a Mercy as well. But as Clairvoyant has the bomb, I'm expecting to see it on the DMech. Amp Matrix from Riz is a fascinating choice, but one that is clearly worthwhile. Iggy gets back to the fight just in time to be sent out of it. There's two support ults used from Irvine. The tank has to use their ult as well. Clairvoyant gets the remech. Transcendence is, or sorry, what is it called? Valkyrie, used by Cabby to get into this equation as well. And I cannot believe that Mizzou is clawing back from the jaws of defeat. Are they going to be able to pull it off as Rizzerup finds another pick onto Iggy?
This is going to be an inevitable loss, I think, for Mizzou, but Irvine Valley are not being as clean and clinical as they need to be.
I'm not sure.
They're going to have to spend a ton of resources here.
You do not want to be expending this many resources. Overclock entered a transformation, and Lion isn't able to find anything. It's the Dragons from Cats, another desperate ultimate. That is now 4 ultimates used from the side of Irvine Valley just to try and win this first point. It's been 2 full minutes, Lafon, as Cajun gets ready to lose their mech. There comes the 5th and final ultimate at the ready. Focusing Beam takes out Tommy Salami. Cajun gets the remech, and Mizzou have the numbers advantage for the 4th time this fight. And there it goes. Rizzerup falls offline. No more amplification matrix and no more immortality field. All damage permanent. Focusing Beam finds Iggy. Resurrection onto Riz, brings them back to the fight, and that should finally be Irvine Valley winning that engagement. A long one, but one clearly worthwhile.
That was tragically for Mizzou is that even though Irvine Valley is spending ultimates, they're getting a response from Mizzou in terms of resources used.
Yep.
But neither team could actually get a ton of ground with their ultimates. They didn't get a lot of eliminations with them. And so because Irvine Valley had a consistent number up that fight, eventually you're going to win out, even if it's not pretty in that setup.
Yeah, you're going to win out one way or another, and like you said, might not be the way you wanted, but you are going to finally be able to break through that barrier. Cats is going to have the Dragons online once again. The first one's not super effective in damage, but great in making space, and perhaps that is the goal they have at the end of the day, is creating as much space as possible. Mizzou going into the engagement here onto Irvine. Lion will fall to that railgun shot. We hear the resurrection happening already, and Kid Maniac just can't pull it off with the Mercy gone as well. It's a 5v2. Iggy really doing a great job on this Echo second point, finding the entire enemy team locked into a small chamber, and those Echo bombs go crazy.
Yeah, Echo is just so much stronger, I think, than Pharah in general.
Yes.
Especially when you're forced to duel head-to-head. Cajun gets a little bit of time spent, and will finally throw themselves off the map. That Dragon Strike that you heard, of course, was because Cats was switching.
A bit of a bait, perhaps, bringing out those Dragons, trying to get the team off guard. Irvine Valley have 4 ultimates going into this fight. I'm looking at an Ant Matrix, I'm looking at a transformation, and I think the same goes for Mizzou. I'm looking for that transformation, and I'm looking maybe at a Nano on it. We're going to see if they end up popping it. Iggy goes onto a Diva, Amplification Matrix comes out as an answer, and there's the Nano, but it comes as the bomb happens. Perhaps we get a bunch of mitigation, but in terms of game mechanics only, Lion will be the first one to go down. Bomb from Cajun answers quickly, gets Iggy out of that pseudo mech, and the transformation comes to a close. It does essentially find anything. Iggy, wow, I cannot believe they make it out of there. 32 HP.
Clairvoyant keeps them alive with that Matrix. Cajun does not get close enough to melee him, so just a bit of a setup. Even though you called the Nano onto the duplicate, I don't think that's actually the smartest usage of that resource. Iggy was able to build up a self-destruct fairly quickly and ended up wasting the majority of it. So I think we're going to likely see the same setup here. Lion with a self-destruct, or at least attempting to do so.
Trying to get a self-destruct online if able, and they're already able to find it. What is it, like 400% additional ult charge? Lion loses the mech not once but twice, and not able to get right back into that engagement. Loses transformation. It is an absolute bloodbath here for Mizzou on the mini. You never see a fight happen here, and I think we're learning why. For the side of Irvine, they fall into a close corridor once again, and each time they have, Mizzou has had the proper lineups to take them down a peg early. Lion onto the Ash. Cajun out of the mech, and Mizzou winning that fight once again. 60 seconds remain here, Lafon. Who are you looking at going into this next fight?
I mean, right now it's the overclock, right? And
sure.
The overclock is going to be game-winning here, especially because there's no Diva to mitigate most of that damage. They're going to have Blue Beam this entire time. They're going to have, actually, speaking of Nano Boost, that was a very swiftly built one. I would not be surprised if the Nano comes in here as well. Just shut down any
might as
attempt
well,
at
right?
progress. Yeah.
Go for that early value, trying to pick somebody offline, and Clairvoyant finds arguably the most impactful elimination. Get Maniac removed, that takes the damage boost away. Resurrection as well, now the Ash not far behind. One of the supports, now both of them have fallen on the side of Mizzou. Resurrection barely gets up, and Clairvoyant just can't make it back into that mech. Holding on to the overclock for a long, long time there. Perhaps it was kind of a spacing thing. Not comfortable they can find an elimination, but Mizzou will at least have it for this next engagement. Ooh, Cats has to recall out of there.
Yeah, big recall force is tremendous because now Cats can't get into the backline as aggressively as they'd like. You can see they're playing very passively on the high ground. And that means that everyone is going to be on the payload, right, for Tommy Salami to get in with this overclock.
Iggy's focusing beam takes Cajun out of the fight with the tank offline. It should be a field day for Mizzou. Immediate resurrection comes on to Tommy Salami, but it will not bring the ultimate back into play. Iggy finding a three-piece anyway, making up for that fallen overclock. This has to be the end. Basically an ace at this point. Looking for a full-blown team kill. Just the Tracer left standing, and the transform onto her, insult to injury. Mizzou able to stop that cart 98 meters here on Eichenwald. Their win condition has been set.
Yeah, this is a pretty achievable scoreline for Mizzou at this stage of the game. We see a couple of digs at Iggy's ultimate being sent by the tank of Mizzou Clairvoyant. Amusingly, I mean, the other thing to highlight here actually is that the resource generation for Mizzou on the defense was exceptional, right?
Sure.
I critiqued the nano boost usage earlier, but then you glance again and the nano boost is brought back.
Yeah.
And it almost doesn't matter if you use an ultimate poorly if you have it every fight, right? So yeah, I give a lot of credit to Mizzou for understanding that they have the ability to generate them that swiftly and not being afraid to use it. Something that teams can suffer from. So a big reason as to why Mizzou was able to get such a strong hold is because on those rotations where Irvine Valley thought they could get in for free, Mizzou replied with an ultimate that realistically you don't expect to be off cooldown, and it's just a fight one.
Yeah, that's something I referenced back at the beginning of this series as well. You know, that sunken cost fallacy, a very real thing where people stay on the same character for too long because they're thinking, my ult's going to be so important. But in reality, we've got kind of the flipped script of that circumstance where they're dumping out the ultimate because they know they're going to be able to farm another one in a composition that really does call for an absurd amount of healing. Irvine Valley trying to bring out the same comp with Kid Maniac on the Lucio this time. Lion hitting the ground with a Cassidy. Mizzou not changing a darn tootin' thing. It worked pretty well the first time. Let's see if we can make it work once more.
Yeah, Zarya's gonna have a ton of trouble here. Cajun selecting that hero. There's not a lot of mitigation you can do with Zarya against the Echo and Sojourn once those bubbles are expended, and both have already been brought out to play.
And something a lot of people forget is the Zarya bubbles have a threshold that you can break them and remove them from the fight. 200 damage, I believe, is the threshold onto a Zarya bubble. So with the pressure that Mizzou can create, I feel like Cajun should essentially never have those bubbles on cooldown. The unfortunate flick against Iggy is going to remove them from the fight, and Irvine Valley restabilizes just in that very same moment the Resurrection comes online. So a 5v5 enters the fray once again. Great accuracy from Lion, but not great enough to take that Sojourn off the table.
Keep an eye on Clairvoyant, who's about to get mana boosted.
And a boost coming out here. Great call from Ulefon there as Cajun will be going down in the blink of an eye. Focusing beam doesn't save anybody. Cats and Riz disappear just as fast, and Mizzou already able to take this first fight about 90 seconds faster than Irvine Valley was able to in their attack.
And a much cleaner one too, because now Irvine Valley has nothing for the setup on their defense, right? Whereas on the flip side, right, if we look at that previous round, at this point Mizzou had multiple ultimates for their defensive setup.
Yep.
I mean, a lot of that has to be credit to the Ana. Mizzou, just how swiftly they've generated it once more. Significantly ahead of basically everybody else.
Cats just gets a freebie onto Iggy there. The game sense not where it needed to be, and that Sojourn takes him offline. Pretty unresable as well. I think it'd be quite the risk to go for that Resurrection. Maybe easier now that Cats is being completely boxed out by Clairvoyant. The cart moves up. You got to get beneath the castle, and I think the composition for Irvine Valley loses a lot of weight with it if you can force them onto a bit of a lower high ground. Clairvoyant taking Cats out of the fight. 5v4 in favor of Mizzou. They've got a high ground to boot. And Matrix High Noon should be pretty devastating if you pull in time, but Bull comes out too late, and instead you give your own life for it. Mizzou, I believe it's a 5v3 right now in their own favor. Sorry, it's over.
And the cart is going to move pretty quickly through. They don't even allow Kid Maniac to escape with their life. For Irvine Valley, they will get one recontest at the very least. They do have tools to hit this payload, but I mean, you need the follow-up damage off this Graviton Surge, and you need to not be eaten by Clairvoyant.
Clairvoyant, who has eaten 2 pulse bombs today, by the way, so a very hungry D.Va, has that ultimate locked and loaded. The grab will come to fruition. It's Kid Maniac that drops the beat as an engagement tool rather than a survivability one. And I think it's a risky play, but it works out well. It stalls the cart long enough for your team to restabilize. And going into the next fight, Lafon, Tommy Salami has got a special ultimate online that beat may have been a little more valuable for.
Yeah, I mean, now it's this is the tragic setup, is that it's gonna be Cats versus Tommy Salami here in this final fight. Both Sojourns have their overclock ready. The problem is the Valkyrie is available for one team, and the other, and Clairvoyant also will eat a ton of those shots as they get spammed through from the ultimate. So it's not gonna be an easy phase here. There's still 320 left on the clock.
Iggy and Caddy both down, 320 left on the clock, only 2 meters of differential. Now, of course, the cart will continue moving backwards the further they get into the matchup, but we're gonna have to see if Mizzou can break that curse. Instead of trying to ult this fight, they go into it dry, they use no ultimates, and they don't get any out of Irvine either, though, so this next fight should be a pretty extravagant one.
Tommy Salami just wasted another 40 seconds or so. As gets staggered. Attempting for a back cap, but Irvine Valley have their heads on a swivel. Will not allow that one to go through. You can see that Mizzou are not really wanting to to wait to give their opponents a ton of resources. They want to generate theirs, right? We talked about it on Control when that 90% marker was available, right? With the payload close, you just want to dump a bunch of ults and run in. You can see Mizzou's at that stage.
Oh, Nano overclock comes online into the castle here. Tanks traded out immediately. Kid Maniac gets that spammage onto Tommy Salami. Cabby goes for res, gets taken out by Cats, and all of a sudden, Mizzou backs against the wall. Pop 2 ultimates, get almost nothing out of it here. A very uncomfortable trade onto Cats, but Irvine definitely has that fight down and out. 2 minutes remain, and a fight that felt incredibly easy for Mizzou flounders against them. There's got to be a little bit of panic breaking through.
They have a mobility composition to get to a high ground, and they choose to fight in a small corridor against the Zarya. Certainly a choice that was made. Cajun, I believe, is switching to a different tank, or at least was in spawn. Ah, there it is, going to a Zarya again. And this is sort of a reset now, right? Just kind of an evening of the scales, if you will. Mizzou taking a ton of space on the map, but Irvine Valley allowing them as they come in for that recontest.
Recontest comes into this, and it's going to be Irvine Valley finding an opportunity on the high ground once again. Mizzou gets Iggy swapping out of the Zarya, trying to take that D.Va offline with Clairvoyant, finds Lion instead, and this should be the beginning of the end for Irvine Valley. There's no resurrection. Iggy is, wow, okay, I don't know what happened, but they just get taken off, and that's probably going to be a Lucio boot from Kid Maniac to clean things up. You take that Echo offline, and DPS missing from both sides. Tommy Salami eats a railgun for breakfast, and Irvine Valley has the numbers advantage once again. That is another fight lost. They threw everything they had out with the kitchen sink there, Lafon, and going into this next fight, I think Irvine statistically has really high odds of winning it.
Yeah, this is going to be a case of Mizzou wasting their opportunity to turn the fight in their favor. And yeah, you have to give Kid Maniac the incredible credit there, even though he doesn't get kill credit, is the reason why Iggy went off the map, right? Iggy only dealt a little bit of self-damage to take away the damage credit.
Yeah. All right, Clairvoyant in a very uncomfortable position, has to keep that Ana alive. The high ground has been so valuable for Irvine so far, and the cart's not close enough. You can just fly up and hope you hit. You've really got to break through this aggression that the opponents are bringing to the table. They've got a Kitsune. I mean, I'm not even going to name them. They've got every ult online. For Mizzou, they've got just the one. Rizzarup gets traded out for Iggy, but the Kitsune being taken offline is critical for Mizzou if they can just win this fight. However, Cajun really dominating the tank 1v1. Opts a grab, dodges the bomb, and gets back out of the cart with only 5 seconds left. Mizzou desperate to touch, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to, as Cajun full charge, just ripping Clairvoyant out of that mech for probably the 4th time. Just not giving Clairvoyant any chance to play the game. Kitsune out helps the scene even more so, and Mizzou praying for a miracle at this point, but Clairvoyant off the map. Overclock now online. Pulse bomb not able to find anything. Iggy falls, and I believe Irvine will win map number 2. Eichenwald, they pretty much got this one in the bag.
That is their map selection brought back in their favor as Irvine Valley.
Done.
What a tremendous setup from them. Mizzou had every card in their back pocket and could not use them at the correct time. So Irvine Valley will equalize the series at 1 apiece as we head into the break. And I mean, Sep, one of the things to kind of attend to is the fact that realistically, that was Mizzou's map to lose. There's no reason that they should have allowed that one to escape. But Irvine Valley, a combination of a little bit of luck and great execution at the mistakes that Mizzou made, put them in a position to succeed, and they'll take their map selection and move on.
Yeah, taking their map selection, moving on, tying the series 1-1. And on the other side of this break, our next map type is going to be Escort. So we'll find out what map that is in just a couple of minutes. We'll see you then. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to A-Star League Overwatch. Once again, we've got Mizzou versus Irvine, and if you're just joining us, Irvine Valley is going to be able to find their first map win, tie the series up 1-1, and take us to Escort coming up next here. So, LaFon going in. We've already gotten a bit of confirmation on what our map's going to be. We know it's Circuit Royale. Talked about it a bit earlier, but just a little more time. Now, what comps do we think we're going to be seeing?
I mean, we've seen a lot of, it's one thing to kind of highlight, because I think Sigma is the expected composition, but these teams have surprised us all through the day, right? And if memory serves me correctly, I believe that when Mizzou last played Circuit Royale, they didn't play the double poke composition or the double sniper composition setup. So while we expect to see snipers, we expect to see the Widow, we expect to see Sigma, I would not be surprised if it deviates from that a little bit here, and we go to a more, while still a poke-based composition, to something a little bit less static than those previously described. So while to set sort of expectations, I don't really recall there being a hard sniper player on Mizzou's team, right? Even though Tommy Salami has played it a little bit, seems to prefer. We saw Sojourn, we saw Tracer mostly. This is going to be an interesting setup, I think, for these teams. Keep in mind, this is Mizzou's map pick.
Yeah, Mizzou bringing in Circuit Royale, so they very clearly have a plan in place. I'm excited to see what that's going to be. I know that when we look at kind of the upper echelon of collegiate, I'm thinking of teams, across the country, but the higher up teams tend to be playing a lot of Winston on this map recently. It's something that I didn't agree with when I heard about it, and then I saw it, and I was like, okay, maybe the rules are a little different here, because Winston really gets a lot of great value on the first point in general, kind of reclaiming the high ground over the opponent, and then the same story stands into that second point where there's a guaranteed high ground advantage for the defending team. Winston gets right up there, makes the space, and I think that enables Tracer as well, which feels like both teams have wanted to play Tracer, and that both teams keep steering away from it a little bit. So maybe this is the opportunity to finally bring that Tracer into the forefront.
Yeah, and with that being said, we don't have a ton of game tape on Irvine College either. In fact, just the 2 maps that we've seen from them so far. So with that being said, right, we have yet to clear the fact of if they have a sniper. Lion looked really good on the Cassidy on Eichenwald, a huge part as to why they were able to take that map away after a lackluster offense. They had a stellar defense though, and a lot of that came down to fights being won straight out because Lion got the most critical pick, right? With the against a Mercy, for example, or even more importantly, getting a pick and then denying the res by taking the Mercy out afterwards. So that was, sort of a highlight there, which leads me to believe that at least the core hit scan on this team has some semblance of expectation. And I think as we get into the later paces of Circuit Royale, I mean, especially that third point, right? First and third really are sniper playgrounds.
Yeah, without doubt. And as an in-house Junkrat player, I'm always excited to see Circuit third, because he really does get a heck of a lot of value there. But we'll cross that bridge if we get to it. We got to get through points 1 and 2 first. And Irvine already locking in Cats here on the Widow. Mizzou doing the same, and both teams going for a variation to the same composition here. Maybe Mizzou brings out something a little faster. I think I'd like to see that. Sigma versus Sigma, I generally give the advantage to the defending Sigma because they have less room to worry about. They just have to look at the opposing tank and fire at them. So if Mizzou wanted to come in, like I said, Winston could do great. Doomfist would be a little unconventional, but if your supports are good enough, you could do it. All things considered, though, I think Clairvoyant's going to struggle in a Sigma matchup here on the offense.
Speaking of the supports, though, Kid Maniac on the Ana is a surprise. We see a lot of Baptiste here because, a combination of the fact that Amplification Matrix players really well, but also Immortality Field is so critical in that head-to-head. Unlike the Biotic Grenade, it cannot be denied by the Kinetic Grasp or a shield.
Oh!
Nice little tap
there.
Not
a bad shot. Yeah. Not enough to take him down, but at least you scare him off to get back. You've shared the information. You've got a Widowmaker. I believe Mizzou does not currently know that Cats, okay, now they know Cats is just around the corner with that Widow online. They're going to go for the engagement. The shield up buys them about 2 seconds of time, but the shield deleted. Riz is going to be the first one to fall. No mercy on the side of Irvine. Really opens up the floodgates against them. Mizzou can take down this Widowmaker just like that. Their odds increase nearly double. Oh, how embarrassing. But you get it the second try, and Mizzou does get up. They've got the numbers. They've got the confidence. This is the exact level of momentum I think they need to take down the defending Sigma.
This is going to be now the point. Actually, almost certainly, if they can get this elimination onto Cajun here, almost certainly the point being capped.
Yeah. Gotta get it first, though, and Cajun really seems to be surviving, not just living, but thriving as the supports return to the fight. Both DPS go down on the side of Irvine, and I think at this point, even Cajun won't be able to stay up long enough. Right side, Kid Maniac has farmed an entire nano off of that Sigma before going down, so they will have it for the next fight, but first point cap, the cart never stops. 5:14 up on the clock here from Mizzou.
And the big problem with the cart never stopping and Rizarab being taken out that late is that they're going to get a heck of a lot of progress on the second phase as well. Even past the point on this map that gives the natural high ground cover to the defense, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to get around that first corner, and it makes it a lot harder to play this defense when you don't have a free high ground. You've got to play them on a level playing ground.
Slows the game down. There's Irvine Valley making the switches, as I alluded to earlier, off the snipers.
No snipers from Irvine, but a nano without a blade comes out. A fascinating choice from Irvine, but I think it's a bit of desperation here. Dragons answered out from Tommy Salami. Gravitic Flux online. Gonna pick up quite a few, but let's see if Immortality Field's online. Ah, there he is. Nobody goes down with it. A counter Flux from Clairvoyant into the back line. Takes out a support, but 2 have been removed from the back line of Mizzou. 2 now have fallen on the side of Irvine, and when it gets close never cuts it, LaFon. You've got to win this in fruition. Double melee kill comes through. Resurrection to boot, and Mizzou's essentially got the whole roster up and running once again.
And Irvine Valley, wow, that was so close for them. Don't have the shutdown on the Gravitic Flux at all, right? The time that was bought by the Immortality Field from Cabby gives enough space for Clairvoyant to get through and to generate a ton of damage. And with that late pickup onto Lion here, I mean, the point's over. You get second for free.
Yep. And
Irvine Valley has not won a fight yet. At best, they tied on a skirmish that gifted over the second point. So while Mizzou has nothing and will be slowed down here as a natural result, they have 5 minutes to work through to get to this third point.
5 minutes is just so many minutes in a game like Overwatch. They had 5-something capping first. They've got 5-something capping second. And while this is going to be the hardest of the 3 to cap, 5 whole minutes allows somewhere around 7 to 8 fights, assuming you lose them quickly. Mizzou, they have not lost a fight yet, and something tells me they're not trying to start that pattern now. Losing map number 2 clearly lit a fire beneath them as they are ready to try and dominate this matchup once again. Iggy on the Widowmaker, been a little bit shaky, but found some critical eliminations when they mattered. Can they do it again to send Irvine back to that spawn?
I mean, look how much of the third point they've given up. The cart only now barely getting stopped, and they're halfway through it.
Halfway through this point, not a comfortable spot. A blade pull from Lion, trying to get anybody. The Immortality Field online makes it so hard to get an elimination to grapple away, and the blade is silent. You hate to see it, but cannot be violent in that circumstance with the healing online. Zoo goes in for another engagement out the gate. A railgun online for Irvine Valley, not finding anything. This is a slow fight for sure, LaFon, but at no point have I thought Irvine was going to win it. Definitely not now.
I mean, now Lion has to at least get a trade here, and won't even do that. This is going to be, this is really bad for Irvine Valley. They need to get out alive. They cannot allow these stragglers to be eliminated, because that's going to force the cart into a final fight.
You do not want to be in a final fight scenario like this, but when you allow the cart to get so much space, you can't hold X forever. We talked about after map 1 giving up a fight for comfortability. You can't do it every fight where things like this happen. Cats gets a lot of great value there. Like clay pigeons, they go up, and like rocks, they come down. The entirety of Mizzou gonna get team wiped, except for that Mercy using Valk just to survive. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do.
Luckily for Irvine Valley is that as heavily as they invested in that fight, Mizzou attempted to respond. And so now this is gonna slow things down a little bit. That was a nice shot. That was a nice shot by Iggy. Perhaps rather, in the grand scheme of things, ineffective, as the respawn's already back.
Yeah, maybe not the strongest healer, but a flashy one. At that, the Sigma Shield goes down for Irvine. Ant Matrix online. Iggy does not read the danger of a disruptor field fast enough, and oh my goodness, what a weird res to go for. However, it works, so I can't call on it too much. Rally goes up, Tommy Salami goes down, and Mizzou loses that numbers advantage once again. An incredible eat on the Immortality Field from Clairvoyant. A small play, but an effective one that keeps the team up and running. Can they make it back to spawn without any more bloodshed? Nope.
It does cost both support ultimates for Irvine Valley, though, to do that. So at least somewhat expensive. Mizzou, with their track record of shutting down the Dragon Blade, you have to look at this next setup as a little bit more difficult for Irvine Valley. A lot more resources have to be invested in. They're going to be forced back pretty heavily. These pickups are different. These are actually big picks because it forces the entirety of Irvine Valley to reset. They have to fight out of a choke point now. And that means that the Dragon Blade has so much further to work to try and get value.
So much further to work. And Matrix comes out, a blade from Lion to counter it. Are they going to be able to find value this time? But Iggy already took the Brig out of the equation. It's a 1-1 trade, a Widowmaker for a Brig. Not exactly the deal you want, but you do find Cabby on the way out of the equation. Baptiste falling, the Ant Matrix null and void, and Irvine starving off Mizzou. Once again, we're down to only 100 seconds left here. Mizzou, I'd like to see him just get out of here and try again in a full 5. I think stalling or looking for ult charge is just going to get you killed.
Oh, instead it's
like...
They do. This can be resurrected. So that trade actually ends up working very well for Mizzou.
Gravitic Flux goes up. Everybody comes down. Still standing. Ant Matrix, or sorry, Immortality Field takes him offline. Ant Matrix at the ready for Kid Maniac. Only a Valkyrie to their name. Dragon's just around the corner, and an opposing Gravitic Flux here to help. There's the window. Here comes an accretion trying to catch it. And Valkyrie trying to keep the team up and running. The Flux takes him up. Kid Maniac goes down. Clairvoyant and Iggy can't stay up long enough. And with the numbers being traded so evenly, this is definitely a disadvantage for Mizzou. Cabby walks right into a railgun, and only a minute left here. Mizzou, they've got one more real try here, LaFon.
That was a really good window from Kid Maniac.
Seriously.
What it does is provides pressure to bring the immortality field out early, right? That was Cabby having to try and play support, but that just opens up Cajun for the Gravitic Flux with no support utility against it, and so a good combo there from the support and the tank player. Now, as you highlighted, Mizzou in final fight, they need to rush down the front line here.
Dragons come out. They're trying to find anybody they get out immortality field, but the rally is now online. They're having to keep the team up and running. Bob answers out an overclock, makes it a little harder for the Sojourn to engage out the gate, but she runs deep into the back line. Can't find any eliminations. Cats goes down to a headshot arrow. Hanzo moment, if I've ever seen one, but the overclock gone. The rally comes to an end, and Mizzou, for the first time in nearly 5 minutes, taking a dominance in the matchup once again. Are they going to be able to make it worthwhile with a Genji blade just around the corner and a recontest guaranteed for Irvine just one more time?
But it's going to just be Lion who has the punching power to cut through this and nothing else.
Riz gets caught and Matrix answered by a blade, but everybody else is dead. We need a guaranteed 5K, and unfortunately, I just don't think Lion has it in the tank. It takes 5-something minutes, LaFon, but Mizzou does cap that third point finally. They've set their own win condition, and that's just to make sure Irvine doesn't make it this far.
I mean, that describes how difficult that third point is to take, though.
Seriously.
You can look at that as a 5-minute defense that was tremendous by Irvine Valley. But now look at the flip side. Irvine has to complete the map, and with how difficult that third phase is, they need a very dominant first and second on top of it, right? So this is Mizzou sort of setting their win condition as a mediocre defense on first, an acceptable defense on second, and then any defense on third, and they win the map. So even though, you look at it as a fundamentally phenomenal defense from Irvine Valley on the third phase, in the grand scheme of the map, it only barely equalizes the scale. So the work is still very much cut out here for Irvine Valley to attempt to try and bring this map back in their favor.
It's going to be a tough one, but the win condition has been set. Like you said, they've got to make all 3 points, not just 1 or 2. They've got to go all the way, and that's just to force extra rounds where they then have to go again to make it further than Mizzou. It's not going to be an easy one, but they're going to try their absolute hardest with, I believe, no changes in the team comp. I think that third point really instilled a new confidence in them. They believe they're going to be able to take this first engagement and hopefully cap first point as fast as their opponents did against them.
It's interesting to see the Brig. I don't think the Brig does give a little bit more instant pressure to Lion, if they get caught out.
Gotta get close enough first,
Yeah. Still, no Zenyatta across the board is very interesting.
I agree. Zen, one of the strongest supports in the game right now. I think entirely off that Discord orb alone. Discord makes it not fun to play literally any tank, so it can really be valuable taking down a slower tank or a more defensive tank like a Sigma. You continue to force them back, and as we learned earlier, Irvine does not mind holding the S key. I think you should try to enable that if you're Mizzou. Take one down, maybe get a Discord on somebody, or just hold W now that you've taken Kid Maniac offline, because you know that immortality field's gone. All this damage can be permanent.
On top of that, he's dead. But on top of that, of course, is that the healing throughput of the Brig is just not as strong, right?
Right.
Still, this has been Irvine Valley seeing that as their go button. Rather than backing up off the lack of support they have, you just take that as a small window of opportunity that if they don't win immediately, they lose the fight outright. So Mizzou unexpecting that, or realistically not seeing that damage coming, sort of just kind of flounder and find themselves giving up likely this first point.
If we're going to be seeing a recontest, I'd be slightly surprised, as he would really just be kind of an old bank. But Tommy Salami goes in, is going to be able to buy a whopping 3 more seconds. The tank, Clairvoyant follows up as well. They find Rizzer up. There is a possibility of success, but if the Genji dives deep into the backline once again, it becomes that much harder for the supports to focus on keeping their tank up and running. Immo is going to be taken down by Iggy, makes it a little easier for Mizzou, but now nobody has Immortality Field. Cajun disappears, and it was a risky touch, but it might have been worth it. Recontest comes in again from Iggy. Wow, amazing play from Cat. The overclock finds a 3-piece, and Hanzo just can't touch fast enough. Ult piece. Okay, you took down Cats. That was neat and all, but not able to win the fight. 4:45, so 30 seconds slower than Mizzou, but certainly a very strong time back.
I think the using the amplification matrix there was an ambitious attempt. Without that, the trade would actually have been very much for Mizzou in their favor. That pickup onto line is tremendous. Now, we do not see any high ground defense set up by Irvine Valley on their half of the map. Instead, we're going to allow Mizzou, this pickup's going to allow Mizzou to walk in and give their hit scan a lot more pressure from the high ground. Natural high pressure that they don't even have to use their ultimates to gain.
Yeah, a natural high ground here. This is something that Irvine did not get the chance to use because of the dominance Mizzou really used against them. This is where we see a lot of cards come to a stop here on Circuit Royale. Every single ultimate under the sun. There's a Bob, a Blade, a Rally, and two Fluxes back-to-back. The Venn diagram valuable for Clairvoyant as they found Lion, but nearly give their life for it. Unfortunately, that one elim, not enough. Cajun stands strong and keeps the team standing. Clairvoyant falls, and it's a lot of ults, but Irvine does find themselves on top once again.
I believe there will be a recontest here for Mizzou on this phase. The question is really, can this amplification matrix get value? I think that you send the Dragon Strike through it. This is a really passive setup from Mizzou. They're not going to touch.
Yeah, fascinating. It looks like they are going to be going in kind of a panicked moment. Immortality Field falls offline. Amp Matrix makes it almost impossible to push into that point. But as your Immortality Field falls, Tommy Salami can't get back fast enough to avoid those. Oh my goodness, those rocks from Sigma. Cajun 2K, Kid Maniac takes down their opposing Baptiste, and that is going to be a fight win for Irvine. Currently steamrolling through Circuit Royale right now. Can Mizzou answer back in the same way Irvine did just minutes ago?
Oh, I'll have to start here. And all of a sudden, right, this is where Mizzou, their statement of the first 2 points becomes somewhat meaningless.
Yes.
Because it is now all dependent on one phase. And we were looking for an acceptable defense on second. We didn't get it. And so now Irvine Valley has a chance to, make a statement here. Getting any percentage, or any time rather, on this time bank would give them the necessary earlier defense than Mizzou if they were to capture all 3 points.
And even the pick on Lion at this point does not instill any sense of hope in me, because it's the third fight in a row that Lion's gone down first, but it's about to be the third fight in a row that Mizzou has lost, so the Lion pick has not been as valuable as they were hoping. Overclock comes out, forces Mizzou up and around that last corner of the map, and as the shield eats every single Overclock shot, it is going to be the negate of that ultimate that gives Mizzou a bit of confidence. Double support ultimate commit, and they're trying to get a little aggressive with it. Farming the rest of those ultimates is the current win condition for Mizzou, but with 3.5 minutes, you cannot all press Q at once, or it will cost you this map.
Oh, nice stun there.
Oh! Clairvoyant gets the stun, but gives their life for it. Overclock from Tommy Salami is going to find the Immortality Field and essentially nothing else. This is a critical shot onto Cats. The cart continues to move, and Mizzou losing their win condition very fast here. You've got to do pretty much anything. Clairvoyant has the Flux. You've just got to stall long enough for him to use it. Lion pulls the Blade, gets the remaining members off point. There's a Flux. There goes Cabby and Iggy. Tommy Salami gets resurrected. The Flux, though, not doing a darn tootin' thing. This team cannot stay alive long enough, and with just shy of 3 minutes, a triple railgun kill from Cats. Irvine gonna win that map. We talked about statistic expectations going into this. Mizzou supposed to 3-0, but right now, Irvine giving this team an absolute run for their money.
And now as we head to the second half, or the extra innings of this map, if you will, all of a sudden, it's flipped on a head. Irvine Valley, they're gonna have 3 minutes and 56 seconds. Mizzou, a paltry 1 minute to their name. In this case, Mizzou really gets one fight, right? That's all they get. And
they get one fight or an intentional loss and then another fight. But at this point, it's like you've got one real try and then you lose. This might not make it around the first corner, LaFon. There's a very real chance the cart fully gets stopped in spawn.
I mean, a lot of that is, this is a flaw both teams have showcased in their setup. The only difference is that Irvine Valley were able to prevent it from happening on third, is that they do not reset from fights. They kind of just back away from them and end up costing themselves more time and space than anything else, right? A lot of Overwatch is dependent on map control. If you don't have your tank in a position where they can control the pace of the game, they're not doing their job. And by slowly backing away, you just cede that space to your opponent entirely uncontested. So while both teams are guilty of it, Irvine Valley, they just run through that final point on third with just a damage surplus.
Yeah, it's definitely been uncomfortable to see how these fights have come to a close, because like you said, at no point have I thought a fight did come to a close. It's just this constant keep holding S, but if you don't turn around and literally run away, you do move slower. I feel like the players do not know that, but if you walk backwards, your character does move slower than if they walk forwards. And right now, Irvine Valley coming in with a lot of aggression. They try to get an early elimination. They can't find it, so instead, they have to backpedal, playing a bit of a slower defense. With only a minute to their name, Mizzou knows this first fight has to be a fast one. And Iggy desperate to make sure that's the story they get to tell. Kid Maniac taken offline. This is exactly what happened to them last time, and Mizzou did cap first point in less than a minute on their initial attack. Let's see if they can do it again.
Well, they're off to a good start. Most of the healing gone from Irvine Valley once more. Another skirmish here. Mizzou just trying to take space again on the map.
Cats has the railgun. One lucky headshot flips this fight on its head. Disruptor field goes out, no longer slows, but still does a heck of a lot of damage. Biffs the railgun, goes down to half HP as well, and if the shield comes up, Mizzou puts themselves in a comfortable position to continue this dominance, but not long enough. Iggy catches that railgun once again, and that makes it very difficult for Mizzou to try and win this. Clairvoyant gone. Irvine Valley should have the stall here, pushes the team off card, and even the touches of desperation aren't enough. Cats has truly woken up here on Circuit Royale. Absolutely most eliminations in lobby, and for Cabby delaying the inevitable, just shy of that first point cap. Irvine has 4 minutes to hit that goal-a-thon.
Part of me thinks that this is almost inevitable for Irvine Valley. The other knows that nothing is done until it's done, and this is certainly a position that gets held with regularity on Circuit Royale, right? The payload being stopped there. Keep in mind that you start off with 4 minutes on the clock on your first attack. And with that being said, this makes it doable for Mizzou, right? It's difficult, certainly, but Irvine Valley cannot feel that they have it in the bag at this stage of the game, right? This is
absolutely
very much a case, and I mean, if we look back in Eichenwald, there's an element here that if a team gets overconfident with their approach, thinking that it is a one situation, they can gift it away to their opponent. So really for Irvine Valley, one pick that they can snowball into a second and a third is of critical importance to them. But they need to get that first pick off uncontested. They cannot be having, their tank get pushed out and punished. They can't have the support being taken off from range. They need to play this slow and without overstepping their bounds.
Yeah, without a doubt. You've got to play it low and slow. You've got to be careful, because I feel like right now, in the terms of Cajun versus Clairvoyant or Cats versus Iggy, both members from Irvine are winning those 1v1s. And I think a lot of it has to do with Mizzou's exuberance to go in there and try to find an elimination as fast as possible. When in reality, sometimes you need to play it low and slow. We see them playing up again. They go for an early accretion and spawn. They can't get the lineup, so now it's the hold S game. Once again, currently Clairvoyant very much out of position, and luckily enough, going to be able to make it back to those supports. Wow, what a shot. That's a Hanzo moment. Takes him offline early and makes it difficult for Irvine to take this initial fight. Luckily, the critical spawn advantage works in their favor.
This is that start, though, for Mizzou. And, I highlight the fact that you can't get those uncontested pickoffs if you are Irvine Valley. They cannot give them up. Looks like we might actually see a second one coming through. Rizzer out so very low.
Ooh. Low again. Caught underneath. That's the downside of playing Brig in an open map like this, is many times you will find yourself stuck in a circumstance where you're taking damage and can't deal any back. Iggy will fall to that primary fire from Cage and Clairvoyant, trying to no, the immortality field. Oh my goodness, even Clairvoyant thought they had that elimination, but if the cart sneaks out underneath Mizzou, they know it's a now or never moment. They need to get in, because they lose this fight, they lose the map, and they go down to a match point against them on the series.
And with that being said, no one can contest.
Well,
Irvine Valley will walk the payload in. That's one of those times where it is inevitable that the victory comes through. I mean, Irvine Valley played that intelligently. Don't overcommit to a fight. Don't overstep their boundaries. And Cats will get a highlight here, and well, they should. They were on fire this map.
Yeah. It's genuinely so. Cats was just dominant through and through. You've got to wonder if they're going to be able to carry that into the next map. We know the map type will be push coming up next, so that is a whopping 3 choices: Coliseo, New Queen Street, and Esperanza. I had to guess probably Coliseo. I feel like we see that a lot, but New Queen Street wouldn't be a surprise either. Esperanza's the one I'd be shocked to see. Either way, Mizzou coming out here, they've got to change something, LaFon, because map 1 really did feel strong, really did feel dominant in their favor, but maps 2, and I mean map 2 a little closer, map 3, that felt like Irvine all day long.
I mean, Cats a huge part of that, right? Having the hit scan wake up and kind of be a damage difference maker is a huge part of this current game state we find ourselves in. That being said, I want to caution against being too cocky if you're Irvine Valley, despite having such a dominant performance.
True.
Because push does mirror control in style, and now from here on out, we're going to see push, and if we get to a map 5, also control, where Mizzou was performant on. So while Irvine Valley looked good on hybrid and escort, that may not be a foregone conclusion heading into map number 4. And for Mizzou, they're going to Esperanza here. This is map, because they'll have an opportunity here, I think, to elevate the pace of the game that is being played.
Yes.
It's no longer going to be slowed down by virtue of the compositions that are being run. You can run dive here to great effect. And while Irvine Valley looked good at certain points. They weren't able to close out the fights in the head-to-head dive composition setup. So if Irvine Valley can get those closeouts and they do the dive head-to-head, it's still winnable for them. This is not a case of Irvine Valley being down and out or anything like that. I'm not counting against them. However, there is still a path to victory for Mizzou. It is not a foregone conclusion that either team is going to win this one.
Yeah, undoubtedly so. Either team could go on to win Esperanza, and if we see Irvine win it, hey, that's a 3-1 in their favor, but Mizzou has a very real chance of winning this. I think you highlight some incredible points that I agree with. Control, very similar to Push in a lot of ways, where it's kind of that perfect mirror in the literal map geometry itself, and then you constantly clash in the middle, fighting for, instead of a point this time, a bot that continues to move. Irvine, they've really got to continue kind of pushing Mizzou down. It feels like Mizzou wants to come out of their shell a little bit, lead to the dominance, be the deciding team, proactive instead of reactive, but it continues to damage against them each time we see a successful push from Irvine. They see the overaggression, they see the overextension, and they say, okay, that's a no-brainer. Just slow it down, let them burn themselves out, and we'll walk away victorious again.
It's interesting you bring up that concept of overaggression from the perspective of Mizzou, because the style they're playing is to have Clairvoyant play a one-player angle while the other four kind of set up behind them. And it's play a sort of a 1-1-3 look. If you kind of highlight that on the rolls for Irvine Valley, what they did so well on the other two maps, or the two maps that they won, they were able to isolate Clairvoyant from the rest of the squad.
Yes.
Now we are going into what looks to be a brawl from Mizzou with the Reinhardt, and then a near brawl from Irvine Valley. They're not going to have as easy a time sectioning off Clairvoyant from the rest of the roster.
Yeah, certainly not. They're not going to find that free elimination onto the tank like they may be looking for. But I think Clairvoyant going to learn quickly that that shield is probably going to be non-existent. We've got a lot of damage against it, including the Kiriko, of course, the Genji and Sojourn spam as well. Might make it difficult for Clairvoyant to play Rhine, but as of now, the positioning, very intelligent. Unfortunately, a kunai catches Iggy in the brain, and that's going to be 3 times the damage, so it's going to take them offline early. Makes it harder for Mizzou to push in. That's a lot of their damage removed. Maybe Tommy Salami can hit a lucky wall and equalize a 4-4. Iggy, though, swapping out of the cast instead.
I like the swap to the cast, but this is a lot of space being maintained by Mizzou, despite being a 4v5 ostensibly.
Yeah.
Nagy's going to be back in the fray in a moment, any moment, in fact.
Iggy trying to get back into the fight. It's going to be a 5-5, but Ping does get hit by that Bio Nade, and Kid Maniac gets that first blood. Lion traded out, a DPS falling, notably less important than losing one of your primary healers like Mizzou already has. You've got to play it careful. A lot of patience is the name of the game. And Tommy Salami on the Mei, I think isolating the Ana here would have been the intelligent play, looking for a wall, but instead getting demolished by that supportal combat. The Bio Nade into the double kunai makes it near impossible for Mizzou to answer back. Mei gone, Ryan gone. Mizzou probably going to have to hold S and try to return to spawn.
Of course, the Suzu, okay, with Cabby going down a well-timed railgun from Cats. Mizzou is going to have to retreat. Ooh. A bit scary there. This is going to slow down the game. Actually, Irvine Valley going into a dive. I like this a lot because they're going to have the Nano Blade here in a moment. In fact, I would actually argue you nano the Winston here and let the blade go and dry on this approach.
I agree wholeheartedly. Nanoed Winston, one of the highest damage thresholds in the entire game. I'd love to see that happen here, but instead, they're going to be slowing it down. The Nano Winston comes out, finds a double kill out the gate, and hey, there's a great example of how much damage this funny monkey can really do. Clairvoyant, Tommy Salami deleted. No Blade used, just the Nano to boot. Irvine feeling strong going into this next fight. I'm going to be looking for a Kitsune out the gate. I think they know that Mizzou doesn't have one, and Irvine looking for the opportunity to take this team down quickly. Hey, Kitsune helps you do just that.
With how slow these fights are, though, this fight's is going to occur before the checkpoint comes in, and there's an opportunity for Clairvoyant to shut it down with a well-timed shatter.
I knew it instead coming out from Iggy. That Deadeye takes Lion out of the equation. Maybe that shatter will happen, but I think they know they don't need it yet. Rizrup taken out for Iggy. A one-player advantage for the side of Mizzou, but his Cats is just farming damage on the high ground. You've got to dislocate that Sojourn like Cabby just did. Agent deep up and over, looking for the damage onto the Curie through the tank, into the support, popping up Primal even here, LaFon. Not something I expected to see. 1-1 DPS trade forces the beat from Cabby, and Mizzou using a lot of ultimates to, I would say, hardly win that engagement.
Yeah, that Primal Rage actually is okay, because there's still going to be case for this to be turned around.
Oh,
no, they're going to take it
never
away.
mind.
But what is critical is that they force the Earth Shatter there on top of it all. So Mizzou 3 ults used to just 2 from Irvine Valley. And I mean, Mizzou is not clear, is not in free and clear either. You can see a recall already forced from Tommy Salami and now Lion. the one to kind of expect to walk in here with a Dragon Ball.
Lion has that Dragon Blade online, but Clairvoyant taking Kid Maniac out of the equation. I think they are playing a patient game, waiting to intentionally get back to a Nano Blade scenario that, if Kid Maniac hadn't gone down there, would probably be at already. Unfortunately, it's not going to be the timeline we live in today for Irvine College. Ooh, Lion making it out just barely as well, but Mizzou getting ready to take a lead and put themselves close to first point. I think we're going to see another combat before forward spawn is activated, but maybe even before a lead is taken. Wow, a bold claim coming out from Pig with that Kitsune, but Lion's Blade finds that first blood onto Iggy. A 1v1 in the backline. Poor Cats dominated by Cabby and Tommy Salami on the Tracer. Mizzou, they're able to keep things equal with the 2-2 trade. The next elimination will probably dictate which team can come out on top of this fight. As Cabby moonwalks into Cajun, that should be another fight win for Irvine. However, another trade makes it so poor Cajun is out here on his lonesome.
That is that's Tommy Salami coming in and taking over the game, straight up.
Seriously.
Without that Tracer play coming through, there was a very real chance that Irvine Valley walked this ball all the way back. Instead, we find Mizzou taking control of the checkpoint first. Irvine Valley have not been able to take a fight that they actually feel that they have an advantage in. There has just been consistent trades over and over. And, I mean, I dare say we're going to see something similar here.
I think you're wholeheartedly correct here, LaFon. Shatter comes out. I don't think it's able to find much other than Cajun, who is currently rocking with a Nano online. Dives onto Iggy deep in the back line. Cannot slide away fast enough. Maybe you can. Wow. Just barely gets out of the fray with some great help from that Kiriko, keeping you up and running. One Angry Monkey into the back line, forcing Mizzou to face their opponent. The beat drop cancels all the Bionade, and all 5 members of Mizzou still up and running. They've taken a lead that continues to grow as Irvine just can't find an elimination until it's too little too late. Sojourn traded out for both DPS and possibly the Winston to boot on the side of Irvine Valley. That's going to be a really long fight where Mizzou never stopped gaining progress. And just like the control map, the fight draws out long enough for Mizzou to really feel good about their chances of victory.
And the other thing that kind of highlights there is the fact that Mizzou is doing a great job of kiting the resources that Irvine Valley are attempting to use, right? That was a perfect setup for Irvine Valley, and yet Mizzou keeps their Sojourn alive through the focus fire of Cajun, who is Nano, right? That is just a case of excellent spacing here from Mizzou.
We've seen Cajun consider the Doomfist a couple times today, but finally bringing it out is going to be really fascinating because you're in a bit of a now or never moment, truly, on whether or not you're going to be able to win this matchup. I'm not sure we're going to be seeing the lineup here as Cats takes Iggy out, Cabby falls as well, and perhaps that Doom speed is exactly what this team needed to find success. Kiriko down, Irvine Valley gets the cart back once again, stopping Mizzou just shy of those triple digits.
The bot will get to the center and undo the forward spawn, but that's all it does, and there will be a close reset from Mizzou here. Question is, can you deny the ton of resources that Mizzou has at their beck and call?
Resources online for Mizzou might be answered out by this overclock online. This is the first shot on a Clairvoyant. Barely finds the second disruptor field, farming some additional damage, forcing the overclock out from Iggy as well. Irvine Valley using a Kitsune rush. They're going to be firing even faster. That overclock, a terrifying thing to go up against, but I don't even know where Iggy is right now. Completely silent with 2 ultimates to help. Cajun will be the first to fall. Iggy gives their life for the cause, and now things are traded once again. Iggy, unfortunately, just not having the best run on this Sojourn right now.
Still, Mizzou continue to work their way forward because without a tank, can't really contest the bot that easily.
Yeah.
And even approaching it's such a risk because Clairvoyant has an Earth Shatter waiting in the wings.
Cajun might be able to find some value, like you said, an Earth Shatter just around the corner, a beat and a Pulse Bomb to boot. Pulse goes quick into the back line, not able to find anything, and the Shatter, a bit of Null and Void itself, catches Cajun, the beat there to save him, has their Meteor Strike locked and loaded, goes up, I presume they're going to come down pretty quickly here onto the team, finds no purchase, booped away, and no value out of either tank ultimate going into this fight. However, a 2K from Irvine really gives them an opportunity to strike once again. The rest of this fight should just be cleanup, but Mizzou's 2K equalizes us for the 3rd time in this equation. Iggy on the Reaper must have heard my criticisms about that Sojourn, because holy cow, does that Reaper come in making waves.
One of the other things to highlight too is that with these fights being such long skirmishes, the team in the natural lead has advantage because all you do is sort of keep it in no man's land, keep the bot in neutral ground. That has to be made up by Irvine Valley instead. This is all free time for Mizzou. This is now going to be the last 2 minutes of the map.
Yeah, you don't need to win the map in completion. You need to just have a bigger number than your opponent at the end of the day. And right now, Mizzou trying to make that number at least triple digits going into the rest of this matchup. A lot of great value here. Lion has the pulse bomb. I'm expecting a double blink in, trying to find one of the supports, at least forcing out a Kitsune, or even the beat could be critical. But Mizzou, they've got a Kitsune of their own. Both DPS ults right around the corner. Cajun falls in low. I'm looking at these Reinhardts who can come out on top of the Kitsune clash. They both have that additional swing damage, and it looks like Cajun has completely lost their opponent, losing their head in the same breath, falling, making it even harder for Mizzou. Pulse bomb goes up. No one goes down. With Cajun missing, Mizzou does break that triple-digit barrier. Okay, wow. I'm not sure who that was for.
The recall from Lion. Well, at least you could say that the Earthshatter forced recall.
Yeah, sure.
Terrible interpretation of that resource use. Nonetheless, that's another player going down for Irvine Valley, and stack another one on the counter, and Mizzou continues to make the bot roll forward.
Mizzou, 60 seconds left. I'd like to see them hold on to any ultimates they have from here, unless they're trying to win this in completion. But I believe one of them was taken down. I don't believe they're at a full 5 right now. So going into this engagement, you don't want to overextend ults. You want to bait someone out like this. The overclock gets used. Nobody's in the LOS, and Irvine Valley has only a beat left to their name. And Kid Maniac's going to drop that. A beat from both sides. Iggy. A little early for my liking, but hey, A for effort. Iggy goes down, Clairvoyant will fall, and Cajun gets taken out in that same breath. If Tommy Salami could be the hero they were earlier on this map, they could win the map in fruition, but Lion finds that left click, and Irvine gets bot control once again. LaFon, they've got to win approximately 5 or 6 fights in a row without leaving the bot to win this map, so the odds definitely stacked against them. Game 5 just on the horizon.
To add one further thing to that marker, they cannot lose a single player in those fights. The respawns are going to be so long in overtime. Mizzou, only 1 fight required.
Ugh.
I mean, at this stage, you just get to the center mark. Actually, they will take the forward spawn away. At least there's one bright spot. Mizzou just needs to force ultimates out from this fight. They don't expect to win this fight.
Yep. Oh, like that. And they're able to block that shatter as well, I believe. Iggy is going to find Cajun, and even without using an ultimate, their odds of winning are doubling. Iggy playing mystery heroes here, just swapping DPS for DPS, but the Cassidy clearly worthwhile. Tommy Salami takes Cats out. Kitsune from Ping is just kind of an insult to injury at this moment, but Mizzou will win map number 4 here. That's taking us all the way to map number 5. A very close matchup here, LaFon, and it's just the week of map 5s for Mizzou. They went to map 5 in Rocket League yesterday. They're going to map 5 in Overwatch here today, and it's going to be Control. They won that. They just won this. They're coming in hot here.
Yeah, and I mean, we highlighted this at the end of map number 4, right? Or sorry, the end of Circuit Royale, specifically, that this was not a foregone conclusion, that this was going to be Irvine Valley walking away with a victory, because, as we said, stylistically, Mizzou has preferred to play these fast and loose game styles, and even though Irvine Valley looked strong at the start of Esperanza, we're not able to continue that all the way through, in large part due to, again, Clairvoyant being able to take over the game. Isolated perhaps on Hybrid and on Escort, that aggression just came to play when the rest of the team was there. We're able to shut down any attempt at Cajun taking space on the map, and Mizzou ride that and some excellent mechanics from Tommy Salami all the way to a victory on map 4 as they head into Control for our final map of this game.
And anybody that knows me knows that I'm pretty critical of the push map type. I mean, I'm not super fond of it. It's not my personal favorite, but I do have to say the interesting thing about it that we don't see in any other map type is that war of attrition. Yeah. It is a full 10-minute battle. That is the entirety of push. So you, like you said, you do well in the first 5 minutes, that's great. But if you flounder in the second 5 minutes, the first never mattered to begin with. And I think that's very fascinating. That does transfer, again, to Control. Those maps have a lot of similarity between them. And going to Control, I don't know if there is a rule against playing the same one again, but I've got a good hunch there is. So I assume we're going to be seeing Busan, Ilios, Lijiang, or Nepal. If I had to guess, not seeing Lijiang earlier, it'd be shocking to not see it now.
Yeah, that would be my expectation. To talk back actually to your war of attrition, though, your comment from moments ago, is that as we get into Control, the concept of war of attrition gets or continues here on map 5 with that Control pick. But what changes is that you can, unlike push, where you are okay taking skirmishes and losing players, but still back here, on Control, you do not have that freedom. We're gonna have to Busan for map number 5, so blessed be no Lijiang Tower here in this match. We cannot see teams allow themselves to stay in these fights for too long. You know, try to back away from an engagement. You need to die. If your team is losing, you need to die quick and get out. There's no trying to save yourself for the next fight. So that's going to have to be something fixed. And seeing as we saw it on the last map, and even every map so far, I think that the team that does it the least likely going to be the team that walks away with a victory here.
Yeah, and it's funny because we've talked about that a lot, just constantly kind of that battle of okay, stop overextending. We've said it so many times. It's like, okay, when somebody dies, when you lose 2 people, you get out of there as fast as possible because the odds of winning a 3v5 are insanely low, especially on a control map. It makes it a lot harder to succeed in the next fight, and it encourages your team to continue kind of feeding in one at a time. Never a spot you want to be in Lafon. Hopefully on map 5 here, these teams have learned that lesson and they're ready to come out a little more coordinated.
Well, find ourselves in the calm before the final storm of this first match of our day.
I got 3 more.
We got 3 more after this, indeed. But before that, we start off on Sanctuary here on Busan in picturesque South Korea.
As much as I enjoy the aesthetics of this stage in particular, this is my least favorite of the 3.
Okay, good. I was about to. gonna say, if you're about to say that you don't like Busan, the map.
No.
I was gonna be like,
I love the map, but of the 3, this is the one I load into and groan because again, Junkrat player, so Mecha Base is my home. I get a lot of value there. I think downtown is just a lot of fun, allows me to do a lot of quirky things. But here on this one, I always struggle to take point because I feel like most of it is just that giant drum, and it makes it really difficult to take a fight because you've got to pick one side or the other, and whatever side you pick, that team's supports just kind of have a natural advantage of seeing their team better than the other supports, who then have to overextend and become more likely to get picked off. So I want to be looking at that a lot.
Irvine Valley with a very, speaking of sports, very greedy backline pick.
Seriously.
Zen break. It's good with the wrecking ball, but man, there's not a lot of healing here.
Not a lot of healing at all. Possibly the lowest healing comp in the game. Lion will be falling in that Tracer 1v1 to Tommy Salami, and Irvine does not have the healing to keep that Tracer up and running. I feel like it's great against a Wrecking Ball. Yes, it works with Ball, but against a D.Va, I feel like there's really not going to be a lot of healing to keep your team up and running, especially if D.Va just eats a majority of the damage that Riz is going to try to put out to get him out of mech.
There's a big flank going on. Cabby actually taking a ton of damage here. See, this is going to slow down the game a lot. They're waiting for Cajun to get back in the thick of things, trying to disrupt Mizzou's backline. Oh no!
You're certainly not
there on that
on
the tech to get in the window.
You hate to see it, and of course we caught it on screen because that's how we do it here at NA Star League. Cajun goes deep into the back line. We hear the sleep dart going to be whipped to the side. Mizzou looking for an opportunity to strike. Cajun goes up, and it looks like nobody goes down. Iggy first blood onto Lion once again. Second fight in a row that Lion is removed from the fray before Irvine can really find their value. Vaughn, if I'm being critical here right out the gate, I don't think I want this Wrecking Ball anymore. Not able to find the eliminations, not able to make the space necessary for the team to succeed, and currently really struggling to stay on top of the game. I think we need to see something a little more frontline.
I want to give a lot of credit to Iggy and Tommy Salami, though. They're marking Lion 2 for 1, and they're not letting any follow-up damage come through when Cajun engages. That has been, I mean, just a tremendous setup from Mizzou's DPS to completely invalidate one of the players in Irvine Valley.
Invalidation is the name of the game, making it impossible for Lion to play this. I mean, Tommy Salami dropped the pulse bomb maybe 10 seconds ago, and Lion just now reaching there. So even though this has been a really tough matchup, staying very close in forms of ult charge, Cajun has to run out of the fight, makes it difficult. A great eat from Clairvoyant makes it even harder for Lion to play that Tracer. Going into the equation here is going to be Mizzou, looking at 75%. We are already in last fight territory, and at no point in this stage so far have I felt Irvine had a chance of winning the stage.
Well, this is a good start, though. Lion has finally escaped that mark from Tommy Salami, picks up Iggy, so it's a player advantage for Irvine Valley.
Player advantage is exactly what this team needs right now. Cats finds the railgun onto Ping. The support taken offline. Rally from Kid Maniac as well. Overclock not going to be used, but Irvine going into this next combat with a lot of ultimates. Mizzou, not the same to be said. So Lafon, if you're Mizzou, you need less than one full fight to win. What's your approach going into this?
Well, this one here, I think this first fight, you try and make this expensive for Irvine Valley. You know that Irvine Valley, because they haven't used anything to this point, has their war chest full. So it's a case of sort of extending this one to, you know, to that 30% marker in terms of percentage, and try and get ults away from Irvine Valley. Then you walk back in a fight from now and just try to brute force through the back line of Irvine.
Hey, you've got the space to work with, and you better believe that Mizzou is going to try to utilize it. I don't want to see a bomb or a pulse or a rally. I want to see a high and dry fight. You do your darndest to win it, and there's already Clairvoyant working against my wishes. Now, it was a free limb. They do take Cajun offline, so maybe they are going to be able to turn this around a little bit faster. They got rid of the minefield. They're popping a rally in answer to the overclock from Cats. If they can take Sojourn offline, this will all truly be worthwhile, and Clairvoyant's Diva pick is working wonders. Transcendence Force as well, nobody able to stay alive in time as a Bionade puts down Lion. Minefield, a move of desperation as Cajun is the only member left standing on the side of Irvine Valley. It would need a miracle for Mizzou to lose this. This is their matchup to lose.
It is just Cajun, and Cajun will exit stage left. I mean, this is a bare recontest. This is tragic for Irvine Valley.
Tragic indeed. Each time one of them returns, two more get taken out. It's like a reverse Hydra. The Sojourn slides up, catches the outside of the point, and that is 100 to 56 in favor of Mizzou. Like I mentioned earlier, way closer than they've wanted it to be, but hey, they're still looking for that victory, and now they're one stage away from being able to say they've did it.
I mean, we've talked about the supports all game long, and once again, we have to do so here. A big break, to be fair, that the Wrecking Ball rolls into line of sight of the supports and takes them out, but in this case, you know, when you identify a window of opportunity, executing on it, even if it may not be the quote-unquote best read of the game, is tremendous. And, you know, when we talk about using ultimates or not using resources, it belies a fight where an advantage naturally presents itself. Mizzou take full control of the map after that, and now are one round away from preventing this one from heading into Irvine Valley's hands.
One round away, and it's one of my personal favorites here in Busan downtown, coming out early, and I feel like Clairvoyant on the Diva has really been making waves, but this time it's Rizzer up, the headshot takes out Ping, Iggy doesn't even get to breathe as that double hit scan comp works against them, and Mizzou probably lost this fight. And LaFon, what did I say right at the beginning? When you lose two, you need to get out of there. They are doing the exact opposite on the side of Mizzou. At least they're dying quickly. There's our silver lining.
Yeah, they will get back in right as, or rather, the point just gets unlocked and we get back in here as 5 fairly swiftly. Rizzer up on an adventurous flank here, but of course the Kiriko has the teleport, and so not much of an issue there to get back to their squad. With that fight ending so quickly, it's going to be a neutral fight here, part 2, with the exception of maybe Lion.
Not able to find the Wrecking Ball either. Uses every ability they have, but he gets the Mega, and hey, right back to the momentum here. Space Hamster in the fray. Pulse Bomb onto Iggy, giving Irvine an incredible opportunity to win this. Clairvoyant, no mech. All right, time to respawn. You're going to lose 30%, but it's not the end of the world. Very similar to how Garden felt just a moment ago. And Irvine, they were on the other side of this, so they fully flipped the script. They popped the ults early, and they send Mizzou packing, already almost halfway done with stage number 2.
What a cheap fight for Irvine Valley, right? Just the Pulse Bomb.
Seriously.
Still, this is in fairly low resource of a round at this phase of the game. In fact, just the Pulse Bomb has been used, and only one at that.
Yeah, a little slower than we normally anticipate. Cajun does get slept, but Clairvoyant on the high ground, negating not 1 but 2 characters here. Rizzer up using all of that healing Suzu to get there. The Afuda not able to keep Sojourn up and running. With an overclock online, no one to eat it. Cat's hungry for an elim, just can't find it. The pressure stacking against them. I don't think that Pulse Bomb should have killed, but hey, whatever, it is what it is. The trade comes through. Cats for Clairvoyant, Beat Drop, and Kitsune coming up from Irvine. They know this could be the last fight if they win it slow enough, and they're using every ultimate. Almost guarantee that happens. A minefield locked and loaded. Lion's Pulse Bomb, null and void. That might find the Ana, but Pin makes it out. We've got a raid boss here, Rally and Nano online. Clairvoyant's bomb here to clear it up, but LaFon, even if Mizzou does win this, they've thrown everything they had at the wall.
Oh man, it's not a flawless win either. Don't get the flip over.
If it's a win at all.
Woo! They do get the flip. They do get the flip, and they do win it outright. This is what they kind of have to do, though. Get these staggered eliminations and try and extend the fight, because Irvine Valley are 1 fight away.
Yep.
And yet, despite all of that, with how much it looked like Mizzou spent in that engagement, they're the one that walked away in the lead, resource-wise as well. So, while Irvine Valley, yes, has the advantage here, we saw what happened when they had the advantage in control in map number 1. They gifted it away. They went 99% and still lost the first round.
High Noon comes out early. The Deadeye is going to not put anybody down quite yet. So Mizzou popping one of the only 2 ultimates they have locked and loaded. An incredible pick onto Cajun does make things even easier for Mizzou to find the success. Irvine Valley losing their tank is going to be critical. Swapping out of the Zarya, perhaps too little, too late in this equation. Mizzou certainly getting better at not throwing all their ults out at once as well. We've seen it a couple times in these panic moments, but here I love that we've only seen the Deadeye.
Good start. I mean, now remember where Irvine Valley was on Oasis? Overwatch. I'm feeling deja vu once more. Irvine Valley, they're already at the 60% mark. They need to win this fight, otherwise we're in final fight.
Yep. This is going to be final fight. Cabby falls, though the bomb comes out from Clairvoyance. Wow, and both DPS are gone from Irvine Valley. Cajun finds one, Rizrup finds another, and now it's going to be a moment of strife here for Mizzou as they're keeping it close, but close is never going to cut it. Clairvoyant is going to find the rocket onto Rizrup. And there we go. Cajun is going to fall. I think they've done it, LaFon, with 20 seconds left. However, this next fight, they've got to do it high and dry, and losing your Ana is a tough spot to be in.
And they don't give it the points either in all of that chaos. So Irvine Valley find themselves in the final skirmish of the map. They will have ultimates. They do have resources, but they need to get to the point, and they need to get there now.
Here comes Cajun trying to farm this online. Kitsune comes out early. No ultimates in the pocket of Mizzou, but it might be a cap here in the final moments for Irvine. Cassidy might go down, and that would be critical against them. Yes, they've capped, but Mizzou cannot panic, or it's going to cost them just like this. They drop down to touch. They eat a pulse bomb. They lose Iggy. They lose Clairvoyant, and they're going to lose this stage, LaFon. Point cap flipped. Yes, you only had 7 seconds, but you should have used them a little wiser than that. A team kill against them takes us all the way. The last stage of the last map here in set number 1 tonight in a Star League. Map 5 going all the way.
Oh my, Irvine Valley. I was so worried that this would be a mirror of that first map. But instead, mirror curves a little bit and shows us a different future.
Best laid plans have backup plans.
One final round to decide it all. And we go to the map that has the most brawl set up here.
Yes.
And I mean, we have to highlight the fact that in the brawl maps where Mizzou has been allowed to chase them, this has been their best look.
Yes, absolutely. And Cajun tried to make this Doomfist work back on Esperanza into the Reinhardt. Did not work very well. They weren't able to win that map. We saw things at the 2-1 scenario, and now we're the 2-2 scenario, and that's how we've ended up here. So Cajun on the Doom does make me a little bit nervous. Misses the punch early with a Bastion on the side as well. The Maywall going to be jumped up and over, and a lot of damage threshold here from Mizzou as they try to burn down any member of Irvine. Bunch comes through once again. Immortality Field has to be popped, and Iggy goes into that tank formation. However, Bastion, he is a bullet magnet if you do not play him carefully.
They also lose their main healing here, so it's just the Lucio.
Got me saying Lucio, no. Iggy falls. Cajun not far behind. Clairvoyant goes for the left shift, hits their own Maywall, and barely keeps themselves up and running. But Riz from behind puts them down, and Cabby goes down as well. Irvine Valley winning this once again, and statistics recommend that each time Irvine is capped first, they won that map, so they are feeling good.
I really like what Irvine Valley did in that last fight, by the way. Dodge the damage of the tank form from the Bastion, and then coalesce on the backline once that has expired, right? There's not really a ton of damage to that, you know, when the Bastion is standing up and still. And Mizzou recognized the fact they weren't able to play around that cooldown. They're going to switch their composition wholesale.
Switching the composition, I think it's a pretty intelligent play. Mizzou loses the fight. They understand the Doom is getting a lot more value here. Meteor Strike goes up, and somebody might go down. Poor Iggy caught on the far end of their ping, also missing, and all of a sudden Mizzou losing another fight. This should buy Irvine about 40 to 50% before a full recontest can even find its way into the matchup.
And with all these fights being so one-sided, Mizzou has not been able to generate anything at all. Irvine Valley are going to have another fight where they realistically have the lead resource-wise. Mizzou makes another change here on their tank line.
Back to Rhyme. Decided we're going to go full circle. D.Va really can't do a lot against Doomfist. I think the swap was weird to begin with, and I think it makes a lot of sense to be jumping back the way they are now. The pressure stacking here as we see Amplification Matrix answered up by a Pulse Bomb and a Kitsune. A lot of freezing damage onto the side of Mizzou, but Tommy Salami has that Blizzard. Are they going to pop it? They got the Overclock offline with an alternate fire. An immediate clash comes there. We needed a lot more focus on Cajun. Lion missing the tank, still up and running. Irvine getting value this entire time, now up to 70%. They're going to need one good fight after this flip to put themselves in the winner's seat of matchup number 1 tonight.
Yeah, that being said, at least they give up the point here in Mizzou. You know, from their perspective, they're looking at this as if this is a situation where they can't overspend here, right? Just the Blizzard, realistically, is what they're looking for here. Try and trap as much. Even the sound barrier, not really a counter to the Blizzard with the focus fire. Can't dodge at all, obviously, when you're frozen.
The problem with Blizzard here, LaFon, is going to be the fact that all of these characters are incredibly sneaky. They're very fast. Doomfist can jump away. Sojourn can slide. Tracer can blink. Lucio can wall riding. Curie can TP. So as we see, the Blizzard finds almost nothing. Cabby gets punched off the map in exchange for Cass. The Deadeye gets them dead and sends them back to the spawn room. Cajun's 2K turns to a 3, turns to a 5 with the help of Kid Maniac. And Irvine Valley, I believe, have bought themselves a victory here on this series. 3-2. I don't think Mizzou's going to be able to touch.
And the big difference maker there is that they were able to steal the point away from Mizzou on the reset. They will get the overtime attach. Not much more than that. Mizzou have nothing to close this fight out.
Mizzou, Nada in the bag to work with. Not a comfortable position to be in, but one they find themselves in, and unfortunately for them, that's going to be the way the cookie crumbles. Tommy Salami goes down. Clairvoyant on the point here, has a shatter in his hand, but does not have the time to use it. Nobody to swing off of those last couple percent. Eats a railgun, cannot look all directions at once. Ping is gone, no support standing for Mizzou, and like dominoes, they will begin to fall. Another Kitsune from Riz, insult to injury on the matchup, and Mizzou brings it close, but close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. Not here on Busan Mecha Base. Iggy, Tabby, Tommy Salami fall, and Irvine has done it. 3-2 victory here in Day Starleague.
Mizzou, the attempt at the completion there as they walk into victory. Irvine Valley, what a contest here. Very, very close to the match, but in the end, the team that walks in, the underdog, exits the victor. And a tremendous showcase here from Irvine Valley, an understanding of their compositional strengths, and a recognition of the flaws that Mizzou was showcasing and being able to punish them afterwards are the biggest reasons why Irvine Valley stand aloft as their champion in this match.
Without a doubt, Irvine Valley continued to adapt, they continued to change, and they continued to work stronger and stronger as a team. As the maps carried on, they dominate stages 2 and 3 of Busan, and they emerge victorious on the other side. I believe we're going to go ahead and throw it to a super short break here, and then we're going to hopefully have an interview with somebody from Irvine. So we'll see you right back here at Day Starleague in just a minute. Well, hey there, everybody. Welcome back to the Star League. Now, I may have accidentally told a little white lie. There is not going to be an interview. We're jumping right into series number 2, Auburn versus Iowa State. And LaFon, I'm excited because we're starting things all over again, back in control.
And I mean, we have a flawless team in the lobby at that Iowa State University, right? I believe this is the first time both these squads have been on stream here at the Star League. So a case of a team that could be challenging for that playoff position, right? Keep in mind, we're at that stage now in league play of week number 7 here, where we're trending towards the final days of gameplay. And if history serves, right, if we look at the past iterations of the Star League as any indicator whatsoever, being flawless in the run up to playoffs is an excellent indicator of performance in the playoffs.
Undoubtedly so. Yeah, absolutely. The performance in the playoffs usually comes off the back of your success before the playoffs, and hopefully we're going to see that success happening once again. Like you said, an undefeated squadron, and I'd love to say, oh, first time I've seen them, but obviously I'm here as a Phil this week. So Auburn University versus Iowa State. Going to be going head-to-head here. Like we talked about, Lijiang Tower, the face of collegiate Overwatch, right behind Kings Row, if we're being honest, but a very, very popular control map that calls for some pretty traditional comps, I think, LaFon. No matter what the meta shifts and kind of continues to be, I feel like a couple of these stages tend to be somewhat solved.
Yeah, we should highlight what we mean by solved here in the grand scheme of things, because it's a term I use a lot, but it is one that needs a little bit of description. When we say solved, what we mean is we know what to expect and when to expect it. This is not to say that certain compositions always win all the time, but we know where fights are going to happen, right? For example, if we look at Esperanza as sort of an the antithesis of that, fights can happen anywhere on the map. There are no correct or incorrect places. However, on Lijiang Tower, for example, we don't see fights happen outside the spawn doors unless a team is absolutely steamrolling. Instead, we see certain setups at chokes and engagements that happen around them. We know when fights happen approximately, and we kind of draw markers of that. So that's usually what we mean by solved. And obviously, Lijiang Tower, a map that has been played tremendously frequently in collegiate, Overwatch. We have more game tape on that, so we have more expectations. The weight of history forces us to play in certain areas. And in that respect, I think performance here can be extrapolated to performance later in the series.
Without a doubt.
Because, unlike other control maps, because it is so expected, right? So your basic gameplay gets to speak for itself rather than quirks of the map.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it really does come down to fundamentals, because everybody is used to playing this map, everybody knows this map, and everybody's ready for whatever you're trying to throw at them in this map. It can be devastating and difficult, and already I'm seeing no surprises here. The Reinhardt on both sides, the Symmetra from Iowa State makes a lot of sense. I'm expecting to see a Sim TP up into the window and a team set up on point. Auburn going for Bastion May, going for a little more close quarters in your face composition, one that can work well if you get point possession. But the problem is you're not going to get there fast enough because Iowa State's going to teleport in.
Does the teleport happen? Yes, it has. There they go. We're trying to burn down the shield of the Reinhardt here, and then put a May wall as sort of the entry. There's that first half of the equation.
Yeah, the Maywall actually gets a lot of space there. Ryan has to go out and around, get back with the team, and already Iowa, I mean, they teleport into point just to immediately give it up.
But they wasted
strategy, but
they wasted the form, the transformation. The Bastion does not have the damage throughput here.
Great patience. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough quite yet. Lift key does go down. That Symmetra falls, and I think the Reinhardt not going to be far behind. Spike, he gets spiked into the wall. Immortality Field keeps him up and running, but now Immortality Field down on both sides. Not going to work well enough. Spike gets taken out by Auburn, and they play with a high damage composition that makes it very difficult to run around into.
Little reset coming in now from Iowa State. One thing to highlight, though, is that if you can dodge the transformation of the Bastion, the damage that Iowa State has is actually greater and more consistent. It's just that the window of opportunity that you have to work through is so tremendously small. In fact, it is 8 seconds, which is when the Bastion is on cooldown before transforming once more.
Yeah, you've got to thrive with those 8 seconds so they can cost you. And for Auburn right now, even when it went down, they were able to find a fast enough composition to work away. An Amp Matrix now being like a pseudo Bastion where Iowa has to try and wait it out. The Maywall comes up, makes it even harder for this team to get out of the way, and Iowa getting stomped out by Auburn here in the blink of an eye. MLG not gets taken offline. Spike, critical condition, but Obese caught on a Architect there, caught on a tree. Map geometry takes them out with the Bastion gone. Will Iowa take the 4v4?
They're going to go for it with this Photon Barrier, I guarantee it. You see the Symmetra already trying to consider the angle they want to work through. Actually, is this a teleport play? Oh, the Shatter's not online yet.
No Shatter online. Photon Barrier comes out, but Kobe, a Shatter of their own. A Blizzard from the Brad, a fascinating play. And Dragons answered from Buckethead, takes the Lucio offline, gets the beat out of the equation. You give your life for it, but I think it's a pretty reasonable trade. Immortality Field 10 remove. Here comes Artillery Strike. Shatter not able to find it. A Shatter of his own gives his life for the cause. MLG not will fall, and Auburn looking for another fight win, just barely.
That was an ambitious sound barrier from Charles.
Seriously.
This fight is realistically over.
Now, okay. I was gonna say they could take out the Rhine.
No, you trade sound barrier for 3% extra points on the objective. That severely hinders Auburn unless they're changing their backline. Oh, this is gonna be such a risk. I mean, Iowa State had natural advantage here because of that expansion from Auburn.
Now they trade out burst damage for more consistent damage, which can work well down the line here, I think, for the side of Auburn. The Cassidy hitting the shots is a little easier. You deal a lot more damage, and you can technically deal more damage per second because you don't have to wait for that critical cooldown against you. However, Iowa State's Amp Matrix burns more time off the clock for them. They're going to buy themselves probably around 50% if they lose this, obviously more if they continue to win it. Lifkey gets around that Maywall early, and Amp Matrix comes out from 10, and it's an interesting one that really relies on the natural cover of the point. Auburn backs out, pretty much hands point over to Auburn once again.
All this time, Odysseus is looking at the wrong angle.
It's clunky, it's weird, it's a tank trade, and Iowa somehow doesn't lose the point in that entire lineup there. They've got a Photon Barrier to work with. Dragons just around the corner as well, so maybe Auburn will be able to recontest as a full squadron. A Blizzard is coming up soon, and this is a pretty easy squadron to hit a Blizzard on, but the Recon Bolt gives you enough info to get the Brad out of the equation. Takes that Blizzard down, delays its approach, and even Kobe, deep in the back line, does not let go of the charge, so goes down with their ship on that one.
This has been the weirdest fight I have.
Easily.
Oh man, I'm trying to think of the last time I saw. This might go all the way back to like 2018 and watching like Chinese Overwatch before teams came into the fold there.
Yeah, there has been some very creative choices from both of these teams. And it's funny because they've got incredible win-loss ratios. One undefeated, one only a single loss. And these unconventional playstyles are really coming to a head in this matchup. 99% for Iowa. Amp Matrix goes up. I know that Blizzard's coming out, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to make it away in time. Immortality Field, that is absolutely absurd. Double kill from Kobe. Both Shatters do literally nothing, but I think the fight has been won by Auburn. Amp Matrix goes up. 15 seconds left in Iowa State. I don't believe they can recontest as a full team.
Well, the question is who's going to get there first. I don't know that anyone can contest at this stage because of how late
I don't think so.
Came in. And they're walking into a sound barrier and a Deadeye, so that's almost certainly a no-go either.
No-go turning into an uh-oh here for the side of Iowa State. They lose their Lucio. Dragons from Buckethead clear out the Deadeye, and Auburn, I mean, it's a win, right? It's not completely sure how they got it, but it's a win.
Entertaining at the very least. I think that is one thing we can absolutely agree on. Cohesive, collective, coherent? No, absolutely not. Entertaining? I'll give you that.
You got me there. Cohesive, definitely not, but entertaining. I had a good time, so maybe we're going to get a little bit more of that. Iowa State falling to a much more conventional team comp here. The Winston, Sojourn, Tracer, Kiri, Lucio. No surprise there. Auburn sticking to another kind of conventional composition. Lucio, 100% pick rate in Overwatch playoffs in the most previous year, and I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon, right? Lucio is an incredibly valuable character, so maybe Auburn wants to work with that.
Check out the DPS on Auburn, though. This is going to be really difficult for Lifkey to kind of handle here. Torbjorn, obviously a natural crossfire with himself as the Brad switches over to that player.
Brad onto the Torb. This is a bit of an unconventional Torb point, but like you said, an incredible crossfire makes it really difficult to play Tracer. They didn't know Lifkey was gonna play Tracer, but you know, it's definitely a luck of the draw as you pick a character that's gonna be able to counter one, maybe even two of your opposing characters. Spike gonna have a really tough time on the Winston. I think this is gonna be a jump in and get absolutely deleted kind of scenario. Like that, actually. 21 HP, barely able to live, and you don't. Wow, see ya! The Brad finds that Elim. Iowa State losing their tank, and now, all right, one of their DP has definitely a fight win in favor of Auburn.
Surely Iowa State switches here. Already half of their, or at least one change has come in. Get any more? Is Lifkey gonna stay on the Tracer? Looks like they are. They have, at this stage here, it's not that Lifkey can't perform on the Tracer against this composition. It's just that it is significantly more difficult to do so. See if they're able to live up to the challenge here. Spike going to be able to deny a lot more range damage here with the Matrix.
Ranged damage with the defense matrix might be helpful to take out both the Torbjorn and the Bastion. Iowa State, though, just not able to find their footing here like they did back on Day Market. Bastion goes up behind that shield, almost impossible to hit. Takes Spike almost out of the mech, but not quite, so they can fully re-engage as a 5 here at Iowa State. 40% and counting for Auburn, just farming this additional damage. Every ult under the sun could come out in this matchup here, LaFon, and I'm curious which one is going to break the drought first. 10 brings out that AM Matrix. Sam falls in the blink of an eye. Spike can't make it out of the way either, and Auburn finds themselves feeling good about that fight, using only 1 ult to win it.
This puts now the situation in dire territory for Iowa State, because Auburn, Auburn are going to be able to use everything here. In fact, I dare say they will use everything here.
Sure.
Because Iowa State are going to be forced to commit to a couple of resources, and that means that we're going to be in final fight territory with Auburn in control of the map, and Iowa State with nothing. Keep in mind, Auburn already 1 round up. Iowa State must win out here.
Iowa State has to win something here, and I'm not sure if we're going to be seeing that lineup quite yet. Iowa State finds an opportunity to strike coming in, and the Brad is going to be able to get Molten Core. Kitsune, I think it's a really strong answer to Kitsune to beat from Itsam. Answered out by an Overclock, and I mean, LaFon, you nailed it, man. Iowa State throws every single ultimate they have out of this equation, and they're still losing it. Spike is gone, Liftkey is gone, 10 seconds left. I think this is just going to be a 100-0 in favor of Auburn.
Even the hammer kill to add insult to injury. That'll do it. Map number 1, dominant performance from Auburn.
Dominant indeed, feeling very close in that initial matchup, but Auburn finds themselves in Iowa State. Not in position there. They are going to be able to win 1-0 easily. The most dominant performance we've seen so far today. That Lijiang Gardens. Kobe with that play of the game. Guaranteed it's that double pin off stage on that first point, and it certainly is. Blocks a shatter as well, but oh, his own block shatter. That's embarrassing. Anyway, Auburn, they win it. They're feeling good. And our second map, I believe, is Hybrid, right?
Yep. Hybrid will be our next map type. And as there are only 3 maps in this pool of Hybrid, I dare say we're going to buck tradition and go to Kings Row.
Kings Row, I feel like yes, right? Earlier we were like, okay, Oasis, it's not Lijiang Tower. We can really get some exciting and new maps. And then it's like, okay, you did choose Lijiang this time. We are expecting you to give us the most boring default stages. But I'll be honest, it's the first time we're seeing Kings, so it's exciting. Right? If we see Kings 2 more times today, it's a lot less entertaining. But, okay, yep, no surprises here. Kings Row makes an appearance, and it is going to be fascinating here, LaFon, because like I referenced this earlier, I call this the face of collegiate Overwatch, because every single team at every single rank in every single league has played this map hundreds, possibly thousands of times. Yeah. And everybody, again, this is a solved situation.
To give some insight into what scrims look like, you load in, you're like, all right, what's the warm-up map? What's the first map we're going to do? It's Lijiang Tower. All right, where are we going next? Kings Row.
Always.
So,
always.
You know, game day, you play what you practice, right? And in this case, most teams, they practice in that order, so you go there in that order. I mean, what is there to say about Kings Row that hasn't been said ad nauseum? Like, at this stage of the game, it's for Kings Row setup. I mean, we touched on it in map number 1, but for Kings Row setup, it's so predictable what's going to happen. It then becomes about execution when it happens. And barring, I mean, even the tricks are, I don't want to say played out, because that implies that they're not successful. The tricks are, when they come through, you have a path to defend against them, right? The quote-unquote cheese tactics, which are supposed to be used once and then never again, have been used forever, right? We know what they're going to be. So there are no surprises here on Kings Row. And if we draw a sort of a mirror to map number 1, it becomes, as I said, all about execution. And frankly, I mean, Auburn's execution on map number 1 was effectively flawless. And so now it's a question, can Iowa State respond and elevate their performance here on map number 2?
Elevation is the name of the game right now, LaFon, and I'm not sure we're going to be seeing, like you said, those cheese comps that we always talk about, like, yeah, one and done, right? But for whatever reason, that has just not been the name of the game. I do see we have side swapped as well, so Iowa State starting on the defense and Auburn coming over to that offense here, but Yeah, cheese, name of the game. There's a Widow, there's a Bastion, there's a Mei, there's a Pharah, really going for just kind of the cheesy DPS that you hate to run into.
Yeah, well, I will say in the current iteration of this patch, Bastion is quietly really good, especially against a mirror Reinhardt. Right, you can sort of something that's underrepresented about this character pick is the grenade that he has. It deals damage, but also does displacement, so it plays a twofer and can really, I think, force cooldowns out on its own essentially.
Forcing cooldowns out is definitely going to be a valuable pick here, and it looks like we're actually getting a complete mirror matchup. So no more Widow, no more Pharah. Wow, that was super jarring for me. I had no idea where we were for a second, but inside the statue, Spike does bring themselves back out, and with this Bastion alive on both sides, I think it's going to be really who puts the Mei wall up first. And as we jump into tiny Overwatch, one of the Bastions gets walled up. Immortality Field barely keeping him alive, but you have to force Immo to use it. Bastion's still critical condition, and Buckethead brings themselves back into the equation as well. Bomb goes deeper into the back line. They wall up, and Spike on the wrong side of it. Auburn should have a numbers advantage if they can get rid of the Immo in time. Falls just a little bit short. Buckethead, a great crossfire there. The angle does not work well enough, and Obese Chicken wins the Bastion 1v1, takes down ZitSam as well. And here's another great opportunity. Kobe deep into the back line, looks for a 2K, and poor Ryan caught in there all by himself. Oh, the staggers, they hurt. In Auburn, they win that first point in fashion, in style.
That is a phenomenal start by Auburn on King's Row. There's those windows of opportunity we talk about, right? Buckethead not able to find value out of the transformation. Obese Chicken does. Maywall cooldown just more effective for Auburn as well. And Iowa State forced to go back to the drawing board. They just have not been able to punch through with this Bastion. They have not been able to build off of this rotation. This has been costing them quite a bit in this fight.
Artillery strike from Obese Chicken is going to be the first ultimate here to break the blood, and it's going to be a really strongly placed one. Tries to take down the Baptiste, but brings out the third a little too quick, so it does not hit in the time that Immortality Field is gone. However, a shatter. I don't know if that blocked, but I don't think it did. Kobe thought out by that fire strike. ZitSam is going to fall. No supports online for Iowa State, and that kind of indicates a little bit of an S-key hold, or at least a die on cart. I don't think Spike knows that nobody's there to heal him. Falls and lift key not far behind. Auburn bringing the heat once again and steamrolling through King's Row.
I mean, make no mistake about that, though. That Bastion, the artillery strike, was a key difference. It forces the Immortality Field out early, right? So you know that there's a quick window for you to work with if you are Auburn, and they make full use of it. Oh, I don't know that anyone's going to see this blizzard coming in.
I certainly would, and I can tell you that. I mean, that's not a place you see very often. Check the forecast, because a blizzard is on its way. Iowa State, 3 ultimates in the lock here. Auburn, only 2, and it's not their blizzard that breaks the curse. It's going to be a bit of a Venn diagram here as Brad Cross, there's him. The Reinhardts get to hide out as they're both sent back to the spawn room and into the great beyond. Spike and MLG fall. Buckethead goes into the fight, gets Obese Chicken out of the equation, but is it enough? I don't think it is, with your tank long gone, your Mei caught in the back line, and Brad separating the team with a phenomenal wall. The second lift key goes down. I think it's a hold ass back to spawn.
Ooh. See the Brad flirting with disaster there. Will work out though, and this is going to be another. What? Okay, if they don't win this, they need to win this.
Yeah, that, you know, that is one of the ultimates of all time. I'm sure of that much. That is definitely an ultimate used in the game called Overwatch 2, but it looks like it is going to be enough to stave off Auburn in that equation. They're not going to be dominating through. They're not going to be rushing down Iowa. It's a beat used to buy yourself 20-ish seconds, but now when you need that beat against a shatter or against an artillery strike, you're going to be in hot water.
So if they win this fight, if Iowa State win this fight, it is a gamble that pays off tremendously. That's the thing about gambles. If they fail, man, that's a risk you wish you hadn't taken.
That's the thing about gambles. You're lucky if it's a 50-50 at the end of it, and right now I don't think we're going to be seeing one. Artillery strike takes ZitSam off. Dang, wish he had a beat to use there. Auburn has a 5v4 advantage state over Iowa, and the shatter locked and loaded. Amp Matrix melting any and everything in its way. The problem, nothing's in its way, so Amp Matrix doesn't get much. Lift key is going to be taken down. Immo cannot keep Spike up long enough, and the shatter null and void against Auburn. Over a minute burned off that long fight from Iowa, but clearly worthwhile at the end of the day.
Now a case of heading into the third phase, as all of Iowa State die on cart, so they'll extend the contest to the very end moments of that fight. For Iowa State now, this is a tragic place to be. They only have the artillery strike, but I mean, listen, the kind of way you play this out, you know the Brad has Blizzard here, right? This is going to be a win condition for Auburn no matter what. It's about making sure that you force them to overcommit to this fight.
Yeah, without a doubt. I think Brad is probably holding Blizzard until the last fight because it's a guaranteed point count. Never mind, I'm wrong. Brad goes Blizzard out the gate in the blink of an eye here, and it looks like it's going to be a triple freeze. Unfortunately, nobody goes down quite yet. Spike off the map. Sam is gone, and a double man shatter sends all the remaining members of Iowa back to spawn. They use a little bit there, the shatter and the Blizzard. Both going to be huge ults to cap this final point, but now that you've thrown them out, what do you do against Iowa in this next engagement? This is one of those
cases where I think Iowa State played that fight flawlessly, actually, despite losing it out handedly. They're going to walk back in with the Blizzard.
Yep, they're going to have Blizzard online. That's going to be a great stall potential. The wall goes up. That's not where I would have put that, but you found Kobe, and you do find the elimination. Iowa State puts themselves up on the numbers. Charles taken out of the equation as well, and Auburn is going to have to hold ass into that spawn room. Oh, wait, you live? I'm amazed that Brad survives that.
Let's talk a bit about why I say that's
wait.
Well, they have to reset to get back on their team.
Oh, right. Okay, wow. I got super
confused. Let me talk for a minute about why that was a flawless fight for Iowa State.
Yes,
sure. 2 fights ago. Keep in mind, you know that you have no chance of winning that first engagement. So it's all about getting to a fight where you can win. That artillery strike was placed so well to separate the front from backline that Auburn had to commit to keep everyone in play. And that forced the Blizzard and the Earth Shatter out, which allows you to walk back in with just the Blizzard.
Yeah, Matrix into a Maywall here. It's going to be burning through it, and I think Buckethead should be able to find this Ryan with the help of a little bit of team, but nobody looks at him fast enough. So Kobe gets fully healed back up. The bomb goes deeper into the back line, and an artillery strike from Obese Chicken could spell disaster here. Even half a pick, just the damage done could seal it, but a spike on spike brings that body bouncing up off the ground. Oh, double fire strike, devastating blow against Iowa State, and poor Lift Key, the last one standing. I suspect an artillery from Spawn, maybe a beat to boot, but even Sam can't stall long enough. The Blizzard from Brad, artillery strike comes out, but I think it's for the bragging rights, as that is a point cap for Auburn. 94 seconds, not as many as you'd think, with the way Auburn almost always felt in charge.
Yeah, I mean, Auburn played that attack round extremely well, right? But 2 critical fights cost them a ton of time. One was that on that third point, right? That fight actually where the Earth Shatter and Blizzard were both used was a bit of a tactical error to use the Shatter as well, a bit of miscommunication because they were ahead so much. But that's a fight where you analyze it further, just to sort of see the minutia of competitive Overwatch, right? Because that had everything. Excellent setup by the defense, even though they lost it because they had nothing to work with, and the offense kind of responding in kind. So I think this is actually a setup where both teams are looking at this as a bit of a success.
Sure,
you're not. Neither side is upset by their performance on that.
Definitely. I think 90 seconds on the clock is great if you're the attacking side. And like you said, on the defense, I think third point in particular really did start to thrive a little bit, and they were able to stabilize. They lose a couple of fights, but hey, we stalled down to 90. They had I think 3.5 around the time they capped. So you burned down that timer quite a bit. Cap third, rather. Auburn is going to be looking for an opportunity to full hold here on the first point. Much easier said than done, but if they can completely shut down Iowa here and send us to map 3, this could be a 3-0 tonight.
What an upset that would be. I mean, Auburn, of course, sitting at 5-1. It's not like they're out of things, but this also makes it an interesting conversation for that top half of the bracket, right? All of a sudden, multiple teams in a similar situation in this division.
Coming up and around Motel here, Iowa State wants to find a little bit of value. The walls go up, tiny Overwatch, both Reinhardt's caught inside, and the Immortality Field falls. Spike not far behind. A very quick fight win for Auburn here. The rest of the team staggered out. Liftkey down, Buckethead down. And I'm glad back in Series 1, we were so critical about how the teams didn't know when it was time to get out. And at least we've seen that a lot here in this series, as the teams know exactly, all right, we lost it, get out of there, reset.
Yeah, indeed. Quick aside, speaking of tiny Overwatch, I haven't seen that game mode in the...
Oh, LaFon, I play it every time I'm in queue.
I haven't seen it in my custom games.
I have the code. I don't know if it's one they're promoting. I have the code, and every time I'm group lead, my friends hate it, but I'm obsessed. I can't help myself.
Auburn already forced to use the transformation here for the Bastion, but that's a lot of damage that Iowa State now has to heal up.
Has to heal up a heck of a lot of damage here, and I'm not sure they're going to be able to. Buckethead barely making it into that equation or into the motel once again, keeping the fight up and running. The May wall goes up, blocks out the Bastion, buys a little bit of time. And I think the Amp Matrix from MLG is an ultimate I'm going to be looking at. Will Iowa use it as a commitment to get first point, or are they going to hold it to try and win without it? Auburn getting ready to pop quite a few ults of their own, and maybe an Amp Matrix comes out. They know they don't need it. They're up in the numbers. Half the time bank is gone, LaFon, and still Iowa State not even breaking a tick.
Iowa State scared to commit in that fight.
Yes,
It's just unnecessarily passive. Sometimes you just have to brute force. You have the lead in the Ant Matrix. You know you do. You've taken more damage than your opponent has. And now you've allowed them to equalize. This has been a bit of a tragic situation here for Iowa State. And now they're going to be able to be responded to with anything that is brought forward.
Maywall goes up to block out an amplification matrix, and the blizzard from the Brad could be huge, but it looks like most of Iowa's on the outside of it. Buys you some time, yes, but certainly doesn't get the value you wanted. Buckethead's artillery strike comes in, the wall goes up. Nobody goes down as 10 was in the air and uses the immortality field to keep the rest of the team up and running. Kobe fully overextends, but the healers are pretty darn good. Let me say, artillery strike from Obese Chicken now trying to buy some time. A little out in the open, luckily enough, not going to fall for it, and Buckethead might give their life for the cause instead. MLG not is the one to not survive that artillery. And the Overwatch ends in favor of Auburn all over again, and holy cow, they are having a field day right now. Touch the spawn door challenge.
We're now down to 90 seconds, by the way, in this time bank here. Iowa State are now going to be forced by the clock to be active in this next fight. They just have to use resources, otherwise the map is over. Sometimes pressure makes the best of us all. I've been in college before. I mean, there's not a lot of hit scan pressure aside from the Bastion.
Yeah, I mean, if you can survive his tank for him, maybe you've got something going for you, but all things considered, not the greatest call. IMO, the beat comes out from Charles there, but the shatter from Spike could be colossal. Instead, it finds nothing. Application Matrix does take Spike out of the equation. Buckethead not far behind. I don't think running far into Bastion was the greatest call, but I think it was about returning to the fight as fast as possible. Auburn have the numbers. There's one more true engagement for Iowa, but with the playstyle we've seen from Auburn, I'm surprised that wasn't a longer stagger.
And now they have nothing. They've exited into Mystery Heroes section. They're playing for the neutral game. The Blizzard was their win condition. It goes well wide. There was no follow-up damage. And now, I mean, it doesn't matter how mobile your composition is to get it when you're forced to touch the objective. That's where the Blizzard is going to be. And in the last 20 seconds here, Auburn has all the tools to close this map out.
Oh, Wrecking Ball almost goes down. Nope, scratch that. Does go down. Two already missing for the side of Iowa State, and I think that's got to be the beginning of the end here, LaFon. Unless Buckethead drops a 5K, and with the Mercy no longer in pocket, it feels less likely. I think this is going to be ready to wrap things up here. Map number 2 in favor of Auburn. One map away from winning it all and ending in a 3-0. And
what a performance here by Auburn. Statement game against a team that has, to this point, been flawless. And now for that 7-0 scoreline to exist, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep. Iowa State has been nowhere to be found, and Auburn in full control of this map as they take match point.
Yeah, Auburn completely locked and loaded. Match point just over the horizon, and they are feeling very strong about their chances of winning. Coming up next, I believe, am I crazy? Is it Push or no?
Escort is up next for
Escort,
our
okay.
map type. But, I mean, with how quickly it's been, you know, it could just as easily be over. It's still remains to be seen, but Iowa State needs to show up fast.
Yeah, at least they've got a couple of minutes here in this upcoming break to talk about it, make some changes. I feel like, you know, Hybrid and Escort aren't that different at the end of the day. When it comes down to the first point, that's the only difference. And then the cart starts moving, and you've got to make sure you get it as far as possible. They're going to use this break to talk about it. I'm going to use this break to get some water. We'll see you right back here at Nate Star League in just a couple of minutes. What is going on, everybody? Welcome back to Star League, jumping into map number 3 of what is currently a 2-0 series in favor of Auburn. Coming into this map is one that I'm surprised to see, if I'm being honest. Lijiang, Kings Row, and then Junkertown. A bit of a wrench in the works.
Yeah, if this was going according to plan, we'd be going to Circuit Royale next. But Junkertown it is. That being said, Junkertown is the Circuit Royale of the old Overwatch 1 maps.
Yeah, that's valid. I hear that. I hear that. I don't think I complain with. I don't think I can argue with that.
I like how you had to take a moment to think about it, though. I want
yeah.
See, here's the thing. That description was put out there just to make everyone kind of be like, huh? Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
And of course, what I mean by that is that it is a long-range map that really favors snipers, especially on first and third point. That being said, with the evolution of Overwatch 2, this map has seen some transformation. I still think it is favored map for snipers, right? That long-range setup. But as of late, we've actually seen more dive look here. More than anything else, and a lot of that, of course, is because those angles, those long angles that you can take, are interspersed with just enough cover that if you're playing dive, you can stage layer by layer and keep yourself alive without expending too many resources to get into a position where you want to take the fight to mitigate what a sniper can do. So this map, again, I think is, while again, as I said, still favors sort of composition snipers, you can absolutely make other styles work.
Yeah, no doubt about it. This map is a really interesting one. Like you said, the architecture of the map, the natural kind of build of it, does allow a lot of things to find success or the lack thereof. And seeing an Auburn-Iowa Widowmaker duel is going to be fascinating, because I feel like when it came down to playing, you know, they were on May and Bastion respectively. They weren't in that matchup earlier, but now we've jumped over to these two on Widow. It's a bit of a surprise, and I'm curious if it's going to work well for them. I feel like we haven't really seen the Brad on a hit scan yet, but Buckethead really did dominate on that Bastion earlier, found a lot of great value for the team when they needed it, but did lose out to Obese Chicken at the end. So I'm curious how this Widow is going to go.
Auburn, of course, on the attack here. So they'll run with a double sniper, full setup. Near mirror, the only difference lift key here being on the Sojourn rather than a Hanzo. Sojourn, of course, more active than the Hanzo is due to the mobility and, of course, the railgun generation. Not as good as shield break, though.
Yeah, very true. The Brad takes Buckethead out of the equation, and Kobe trying to claim the high ground. I think this is the proper strategy to find success. Obese Chicken gets taken out, though. It's going to be a trade. Liftkey on the Sojourn. This, if I'm not mistaken, first Sojourn we've seen in this series so far. So Liftkey bringing it out here on Junkertown against a Widow, especially at a long range like that. A very tough duel to win.
Yeah, and keep in mind that the Sojourn is going to be staging against the Hanzo more than anything else. Right?
That's very true. That's very true.
It's kind of that setup. So keep in mind, for the thing, right now, Liftkey's trying to brawl and deal damage to the squishies, whereas Obese Chicken realistically should be trying to win the shield war.
Yeah, winning the shield war is going to be the matchup here, and if you get rid of the shield fast enough, your opponent really has nowhere to hide. 1-1 trade happens again. Each time a DPS falls, it feels like the opponent happens once again.
This has been a bit of a skirmish, and unfortunately, Spike, they saw the win, but instead overstepped the bounds, and literally on a knife's edge was Kobe's health, turns it around and eliminates the front line. So Iowa State, though they do get a couple more eliminations, are probably going to lose this fight because they don't have the tank to kind of contest the objective. They will try and touch, but this is a risky gambit indeed.
Risky Gambit is the name of the game right now. Another DPS duel turns into a 1-1 trade. Charles takes out MLG, and I feel like Charles has been a little bit silent earlier, just kind of doing the job of the support, but seeing the supportal combat come out is a little more exciting. Buckethead goes in for a highlight, but gets clipped instead. 10 puts him down, and Auburn 4:41 on the clock. Definitely feeling good.
I could have, you know what, I'm going to nitpick. Auburn could have won that cleaner.
Real.
And the reason I bring up that nitpick here is because there is a case for Auburn having played much more cleanly on their first two maps and are letting it get away from them here because they're trying to take pretty plays rather than just do the everyday work that you need to do to win games. And with that being said, now Iowa State have given themselves an opportunity to take the lead in this fight. This is the lead. Obviously is dead here.
Hello? No way! Oh, I hate when that happens to me. I don't know how mad Buckethead is, but I'm always furious when I kill someone and then a projectile kills me. But it is a job done indeed. Another DPS trade away back on the Mega is going to buy just a little bit of space for Auburn, and nobody's on the cart right now, so they're not getting any value like I just said they were. Amplification Matrix from 10 brings a little bit of value into that center, but as the entire enemy team's above you, I'm not sure who you're aiming at in that moment. Wow, this is literally every ult they have, LaFon. Back to that cleaner comment.
Also it was all their ults used, but like for nothing. It's not like they were in a position.
Exactly, yeah.
Like they gained some progress on the point, but they're not winning this fight now.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the goals were in that moment, but you used your ults. At least you've got 3 minutes and some odd seconds to farm some new ones, because those were worthless, if I'm being honest.
They're also still stuck here, which is very funny. Getting a sense of the reset now. I would say we're more than willing to allow Auburn to overspend in that fight. And now with the high ground being controlled by Auburn. Also, you can see Lifkey. Lifkey was setting up for an overclock and then takes a full 5-1 to the face.
Just stood still as if no one could see them, as if an invisibility cloak was being worn in that moment, but instead it costs you, oh my god, Obese Chicken going for a haymaker there, a random potshot arrow. I always call that a Hanzo moment, when you get hit by an arrow not meant for you, but Brad takes down Buckethead in a personal play. 4 minutes once again on the point here for Auburn. That was weird. Second point felt crazy clunky, but clearly it was fast enough to still net them 4 full minutes here on third.
I mean, in fairness, it was also Auburn kind of lulling Iowa State into a false sense of security off their adventurous gameplay. Also, Iowa State spend a bunch of resources, also to no effect.
A lot of resources being used, and like you said, continuously the effect is not in the favor of the Squadron. Melody comes out, and it's going to be an ugly tune. Nobody from Auburn falls quite yet. Immortality Field keeps them up and running, and with only a Flux to work with, an Amp Matrix now in their hand, what can Auburn do with it before Iowa State really starts to delay them? We've seen hundreds of carts stalled right at this spot, because once you lose momentum, it can be almost impossible to gain back.
Well, I mean, it's off to a good start for Auburn already, though.
Well...
And I mean, you still have the Gravitic Flux for Kobe. Oh,
Gravitic Flux goes up.
This is really good here that you don't bring the Zen into it. It forces him to get off the location that they were playing.
That's clever. That's clever for sure. You've got to wonder if Kobe's thinking that far ahead to make that Zenyatta jump off the high ground, fall into the fight, and Brad gonna get caught by a body shot by Buckethead. I think both of them are yet to find a headshot on someone else. If we're keeping track, we've got a couple of body shot bandits rocking the Widowmaker. Iowa State gonna be able to stabilize once again. We were at 4 minutes, LaFon. We're already almost down to 2.
Still, you force the Transcendence away, and now, I mean, you have a Dragon Strike for displacement on Auburn's side. Gaining map control is of critical importance here to get to that final quarter of the point. Also, wow, is
holy
Sam is way out on an island.
Dragons are giving us their impression of a hot air balloon, sending themselves straight up into the sky, no value off it. 1-1 trade. Sam will finally go down to 10 as one support dismisses another spike, finds the accretion kill onto Brad, and we now get to spectate our friend Widowmaker once again. Buckethead, not the strongest angle right now, needs a little bit of luck to find an elim, and unfortunately just cannot help the team fast enough. Gets every single member taken down. Buckethead has to run back into spawn. I wonder if it's to swap.
Oh, the Gravitic Flux, yeah, the Gravitic Flux is now going to be brought forth by Spike in this final phase. It's going to be mirrored by... Here's the thing. If you can survive long enough to get to land in the Immortality build, then you the Transcendence afterwards.
Sure.
That's a good setup here for Auburn. Also, ISU not getting nearly the value they need from this overclock.
No value in sight for this squadron yet. Gonna be able to find two is the Brad before our railgun puts him down. Kobe sends him up, and let's see who comes down like a bag of bricks. Spike disappears, lift key gone, and Auburn somehow barely able to scrape their way through a 15-player kill streak. Exactly 60 seconds on the clock.
Ooh, what a showcase there by Auburn, actually, in that final moment.
Yeah.
I mean, it's kind of true here in Overwatch that it's an ultimate based game, right? If you don't have ultimates kind of respond to your opponent, you're not going to find success. But it's how you do that, right? It's easy to say that this ult counters that ult, and kind of here's the rock paper scissors of it all. Right. And of course that does play into factor. But I think one thing too is how do you delay that response? The longer you can, or the more value you can extract when forced to use something, the better. And I want to highlight the Transcendence at the end because a lot of teams, when they're in the air, will use a Transcendence to protect against the Gravitic Flux, right? When truthfully, you need to be able to sustain it when they hit the ground. So the later you can delay means that after you hit the ground, you have some time where you are functionally immortal to actually find value. And that's a little highlight that Auburn was able to accomplish that allowed them to push the point all the way to its full completion.
To get to that third point with exactly 60 seconds on the clock. Now, I know when you're on the defending side, it often is kind of a set goal, get them below a minute, because then the most time they can get is a minute. But unfortunately, you just barely missed that threshold. They are stuck at 1 minute here, and you got to wonder, LaFon, if Iowa State can answer back loud and aggressive enough to take Auburn down, or can Auburn wrap this up in the next 4 minutes? Can we see a full Junkertown hold? Well, that does not ensue confidence in me. Buckethead gets completely wrecked by Obese Chicken, hiding on the high ground there, off Bastion for the first time in a while, bringing out that Hanzo once again, pulling all the focus in the world right now.
Pulling a lot of that's a lot of resources to try and keep the Hanzo alive when they were caught in just that neutral ground. Now you don't have an immortality field for this first skirmish.
Hanzo falling offline as well. It's completely up to the Brad to deal long-range damage here. Kobe has to be pretty close to get those gravity orbs to get the damage necessary to be in a proper win condition. Barrier appears on the high ground for Kobe, and they know exactly where a lot of Iowa State is going to be. They've got the read, they've got the shields. Impossible trick shot from Bucket. Gets trick shotted by the Brad. Falls off the high ground there. Widowmaker gone. 5-4 advantage. Already a minute off the clock. Auburn really feeling comfortable with their chances right now.
I like how they're slowing down the game too, right? The truth of the matter is that third point is so vastly difficult to assail, as we saw actually moments ago. Right? That by slowing the game down, you take more time off the clock here in the first two phases. It also has the benefit that if you win out, you can get that hold through. But it does, even looking to the future, if you can delay and have that third point time bank be ever so limited, you can give yourself a better opportunity to win.
Better opportunity is exactly what they're going to be looking for in this moment. Let's see if they're going to be able to find it. 2.5 minutes here on the clock. Auburn might be falling a wee bit short as that Sigma overextends, catches the Discord orb to the brain. No shield. Has to use that hand to develop some shields of his own. Able to just barely make it out. Every ultimate under the sun getting ready to pop out from Auburn, while Iowa State don't exactly get to say the same. They're going to be approaching on 3. I'm looking at Flux v Flux here. Immortality field used by 10. Does not keep them up and running with Baptiste missing. Does Auburn still commit ultimates to try and win this out?
Or is it Gravitic Flux in a tight corridor? I mean, they actually aren't getting those cleanup kills, though, despite the Flux happening inside that mega room.
Oh, finally, Charles able to take down MLG. Spike falls to the Brad, and a fight that Iowa, you really thought they were just going to be able to win in fruition. They actually lose pretty aggressively against them, falling into a critical moment now. 90 seconds left. You've got plenty of ults to work with. You've just got to make them count.
Ooh. I mean, he's going to take these very aggressive angles all game long. And even though they've been punished for them at times, has gotten enough value to keep doing them.
Yeah, has got enough value to continue trying these trick shots, and it's worked well enough at the end of the day. Let's see. Is Iowa State going to be going for another moment here of that hyper aggression? I mean, honestly, everybody pressing Q and just capping first point, not a terrible take. That was terrible for Spike, though, as they get caught out by the accretion. One ultimate already drained. It's going to be up to this overclock and amp matrix to try and keep the team alive. They have to pop Transcendence here. Even without their tank, I would really say this is going to be over where it stands. MLG falls. No amplification matrix. Overclock comes out really late into the equation. Takes 10 down, though. Critical play. And the Transcendence should be keeping everybody up for the rest of that ultimate. I'm really not sure what happens next year for Iowa. This might be over.
Oh, now Spike, though, has been unleashed with Kobe.
Oh!
Down. Yeah, just gonna run things over, run players over. Barely get their way through that checkpoint. Still, I mean, Auburn has accomplished their goal on first, right?
Yeah.
Drain the time bank, make things difficult. They'll try and do the same here on second, and keep in mind, you're not playing for... It's not the first point you're playing for. You're playing for the entire map.
Yeah, absolutely. You were trying to put the map in the best foot forward here. You got the first point down. You only have 2.5 minutes left to cap second. Absolutely achievable. Very rarely do we see a team get stalled out here on second point Junkertown. But the other side of that sword is when we do, they often lose here. So if this is going to be a fall apart for Iowa State, they may be able to lose this if they don't play their cards right. Coming in quick. I don't love that we're still on the Widowmaker, if I'm being honest. I feel like neither Widow has been consistent enough for me to be excited they're still here, but that's just the name of the game right now, is bringing these Widowmakers to life. Buckethead takes out the Brad. Flux brings them ups, and Transcendence will be forced by Sam. Finally has to use that ult, giving Auburn a chance to win this fight afterward.
So half of the team is not going to get the effect of it. That puts them in full view of the Amp Matrix, so that's going to be the reset coming in once more for Iowa State. As I don't believe anyone is even going to be able to escape with their... Oh, that's... You cannot wave goodbye on that one. That just looks silly. That just looks... You know, it's like cool guys don't look at explosions, but like the opposite of that, because nothing
Cool
happens.
guys wave at their own bad dragons. That's what it is. The own terrible dragons, not able to get that lineup quite yet. But hey, you popped the ult, you made some space, you bought your team just a little more time, and there's 80 seconds left on the clock. Auburn's got to win one more real fight, and then after that, they'll have what I always call a bit of a panic push, where they swap the fast characters, try to be the hero, and it rarely works out. But a very long rotation here, LaFon. Not what I want to see at this time, because you're putting yourself in a position where instead of those two fights, there's only going to be one, and it's going to be this one.
Oh, MLG not so very weak. And that's also the Amp Matrix used by MLG not. They buy a little bit of space, they clear the high ground. Listen, Obese Chicken is truly playing an unorthodox style of Overwatch here. He's introducing chaos that Iowa State seemingly doesn't quite know how to react to.
I was gonna say that exact same thing. It's the chaos factor of Obese Chicken right now. It's like the Hanzo always standing in spots you'd never expect him to be. The Widow duel ends with both of them running away, not able to find their opponent. Buckethead just can't hit that shot, and finally puts the Brad out of his misery. 20 seconds left. Is Iowa going to do it again, where they cap in overtime? I'm not sure. 3K in their favor. 2 members left standing. Obese Chicken and Kobe, the absolute lethal deadlift carriers for Auburn. Moments away from winning this in a 3-0. 10 seconds left. The Zen, the one expected to touch.
Well, I mean, well, they won't touch now.
Yikes. All right, that wraps up Junkertown. That wraps up the series, and that is a 3-0 in favor of Auburn here. Incredible performance from them on all 3 stages.
And an introduction to the loss for Iowa State as well, as that's going to drop a map away from them. So
that's right.
Auburn University will move to a 6-1 record on the season here in week 7 of play. And this division is now heating up to be a very interesting race, because there are a couple of teams with identical records at this stage of the game. So, you know, this could very well play in. And if we look at the scoreline there, across the entirety of the series, Iowa State only taking 1 point.
That's not awesome, unfortunately, but it's 0-0 either, so you've got a little bit of value to work with. You've got a lot to learn as Auburn is able to win that. You've got some great VODs to go back and watch, and we've hopefully got an interview with somebody from Auburn in just a couple of minutes. Either way, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break, so we'll be back with an interview or the next series in just a few. Hello, everybody. Star League once again. Auburn walking away with a 3-0 victory. I'm Sepulence. That's LaFon, and we are going to be joined by Kobe from the side of Auburn, a very strong player coming out in a lot of those matchups, and I believe playing mostly Sigma. We saw a couple of other things, but a lot of that tank play. So, Kobe, going into this series, you guys bring out a couple of unconventional picks right away. We see the Bastion, we see the Mei, and they're definitely rising in popularity, but still not as expected as like a Cassidy or maybe a Reaper. So, is that a composition you're expecting to run, or is that, hey, let's have some fun with it and see how it goes?
So actually, funny story. We ran against UTD a couple days ago, maybe a week, and we were like, okay, do we just mirror them? And we're like, nah, man, they got Petal. He's the GOAT. So I said, let's go Bastion. And we ran out Bastion, and we actually almost won. Bastion put in the work, and so we've been running him in scrims, and it's just been working out. I got this little Columbus State team that I coach, and hey, man, Bastion's good. They're running him in pro-ams. Might as well sling him out in these tourneys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, indeed. Actually, speaking of kind of the evolution of Overwatch in the last little bit, right? We've seen compositionally things kind of change up quite a bit. I think we have like three main sort of looks that step in as being the primary setups. For your team, do you have that comfortability of being flexible across all those different looks?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. I mean, honestly, Overwatch 2 has been crazy because it's like we've ran Orisa comps, we've had to run Ramatra comps, run comps. It's like been a little bit of everything, and all the guys know how to play what they're supposed to, so we're able to step into any role.
Yeah, stepping in, of course, in terms of the score line here, let's take a look at sort of the grand scheme of things. Walking into this, you guys had dropped one series prior, but have otherwise been pretty much undefeated. For you, as you guys move in towards the the postseason aspect, what do you feel your team still has to kind of work on to take you guys to the next level?
Honestly, just communicating a little bit. I mean, we all trust each other. We're all mechanically really good. I honestly think we're one of the best teams in collegiate. That one loss was a forfeit because the team wouldn't reschedule. So honestly, I expect us to, I wouldn't be surprised if we won the whole thing.
You hate to see it, but yeah, basically undefeated. You proved that here, a very dominant 3-0. So one more question for you, Kobe. We'll let you hit the road. Anybody you want to give a shout out or a thank you to just while you're here with us?
Shout out to my Columbus State team. I know they're probably rooting me on. Shout out to my team. They're the GOATs. We trust each other. We put in a lot of work every week.
Yeah, absolutely. You'll love to hear it. Hey, big congrats. Best of luck down the line.
Appreciate it.
And with that, folks, we are going to go ahead and throw it to a short break. We've got our third of 4 series coming up in just a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere. Star League's got plenty of content left for you. Yo, Nate Starling, we're still here. It's still time for Overwatch, and now we're jumping into Cornell University versus Columbia International University here for our third Overwatch 2 series of the day. And LaFon, last series, we had the opportunity to see one undefeated team. We're going to double that and give it to somebody else. Cornell University versus Columbia International University. Somebody gets their first season loss here today.
Indeed, indeed, as we get set to go in. Actually, shout out to the International in that
Real
university's name team. So there aren't two CUs at play.
Makes it a little easier on our end, that's for sure. We know these teams are going to be a little more boring, but it's okay. We definitely love Lijiang Tower. We're excited to see it. And going into this, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of the same compositions, at least in terms of tank. I think that's kind of the point I was trying to make earlier when I talk about it being solved. A lot of Reinhardt, maybe some Winston if we're lucky, but like primarily, I think Ryan kind of runs control center, or Lijiang as a whole, really. Yeah. So maybe that's what we're seeing. But hey, maybe we get some more off-kilter picks. Maybe we get another Bastion main.
Sure. I mean, Bastion, as we kind of highlighted, has been elevated in recent times. Again, that window of opportunity that is given is pretty tremendous, and we've seen a lot of pro teams start to run it as well in the last little while. So not really surprised that it's being consistently picked. Again, the strengths that Bastion provides is pretty high. I mean, Artillery Strike 2 has a interesting trick where you can almost guarantee certain damage with when you layer the 3 shots in a specific pattern. So definitely elements there that kind of come towards. Now, with that being said, I think obviously Symmetra has been underused in Lijiang Tower, at least in our first map. We saw it a little bit, but was quickly, I think, given up because they weren't able to kind of find value. The turrets are so good at bypassing chokes, or slowing down chokes, rather, the teleporter to bypass the chokes. And yeah, that gives an opportunity to also help with the shield battle because, you get the damage is basically guaranteed. In fact, you're rewarded for punishing the shield. So, that plays in a little bit. And so, yeah, I think overall, there's definitely elements of that Ryan head-to-head that are affected by the DPS picks that come forth.
Yeah, without a doubt, the DPS picks are definitely up in the air. I think in terms of support, we're most likely seeing Lucio Kiri. We saw a lot of that earlier. Maybe Baptiste as well. He's been very popular today, and I think that has a lot to do with his most recent buff, where they put him back to the BAP 1.0 immortality field that brings you to 25% of your HP instead of 10 like it used to be. It is a very, very strong buff, one that helps keep a lot of team members alive, and I think it's part of the reason BAP continues to make his way into the forefront. Kiri is great, Kitsune is very helpful, but immortality field is an ability unlike any other.
Yeah, no, and the other thing too that synchronizes this really well is that the amplification matrix all of a sudden has a lot more utility because you're playing in the same area with the rest of the team. It's not just I think the thing that people kind of forget about the support line when we talk about picks and so forth is that it's not just about how do they perform in a vacuum unless the support is so grossly overtuned that they work with everything. When they're in relative balance to each other, it then becomes how well does it synchronize with the team comp you're running. And I think right now, with the supports being as they are, Baptiste gets to elevate his gameplay a little bit because of the fact that he gets to play with Ryan a lot more.
Yeah, and I think it's really interesting. There's definitely the discussion of healer versus support, right? And it's like, yes, there's characters in the game that are built to primarily heal. You look at your Mercies, you see that there are characters that are built kind of on the healing in mindset, but they're called support for a reason because they do things outside of just healing. They put the team into a proper position. They make the team a little bit stronger, and they help the team thrive in circumstances that aren't just keeping them alive. And BAP has a lot of great utility for that, like the immortality field that guarantees they don't go down, like the amp matrix that allows them to deal double damage for a temporary amount of time. And I think that's why Baptiste can be so strong, because he can deal just as much damage as he can heal. And there's not a lot of other supports that can say that.
That's indeed the case. Well, we find ourselves on command center for that first round of ours. The teleports come through, and that's a lot of damage to be brought to the table.
Benji's wall just absolutely wins the fight there right out the gate. Catches one of the DPS and and the tank. That is gonna hurt. That is all 5 members down in the blink of an eye there, LaFon. 53% for Columbia's Reinhardt already.
Columbia International just run down Cornell. Absolutely no respect for life there. And Cornell are going to go back to the drawing board. They're going to just give up on the composition they started off with. The May comes right back out. We saw how useful the wall is. Instead of a Symmetra, though, they bring the Cassidy. And I have to say, this Metra actually provides similar damage values to the Cassidy, with a lot more playmaking between the teleporter and the turrets.
Absolutely, Symmetra is a lot flashier of a character in the game. How's your day? Gets headshot by Sealder, but not able to get that lineup yet. Trapped into the corner beneath the stairs, no healing in sight. Baptiste returns to the fight, and suddenly enough, I've got to say, Kill Switch is really racing in this ult charge differential. It's only 30% now, what used to be 50, so all of a sudden things are looking a little bit better for Columbia. The Shatter comes out, it's able to find 2, and nobody gets to follow up in time. AFN puts down that Reinhardt Photon Barrier. Not my favorite use of an ultimate, but I think that kind of screams, I'm going to swap when I die. RXP uses the Blizzard. A lot going to be used by Cornell, so maybe that Photon not as awful as I once thought.
That was just a heavy skirmish that unfortunately Columbia International technically wins, but because they got the pick off onto the support so much earlier, their players were so weak, and Cornell take full value out of that. Now dueling Ant Matrices. However, keep an eye on Kill Switch. Shatter could lock things down here.
Shatter might not even need to, but you might want to be utilizing it a little bit earlier. A great wall into that Deadeye. You can hold it very long, though, and people tend to forget that. Will somebody fall for it? Zax certainly will. Gets taken out by Sealder and makes Cornell feel a little more comfortable out their odds of success. Yes, they lost one of their supports early, but they should be back in just a moment here. Sealder goes up, tries to get that flashbang, 150 free damage, beat forced out from Hauser Day to keep the team up and running, and Sealder instead gets focused down by the very same Lucio that interrupts that flashbang play. Immortality field offline for Columbia International and Cornell, looking for a time to strike, but I don't know if they're going to be able to find it. Just full charge, the microwave has been fully plugged in, and Cornell finds themselves on the wrong side of that radioactive energy. A 3K for Zest gives Columbia that space once again.
A tremendous play by Segment as well, because that was a Shatter blocked. Framed perfectly, I might add. And Columbia International, with that tool being denied, are able to stabilize long enough. If that Shatter lands, absolutely no one stays alive.
Looking for anybody here, but it's going to be a 2K in favor of Cornell. Nothing from Columbia quite yet. The Shatter, no value. A charge, oh my goodness, all the way into the back line, and Columbia somehow going to make it work. 2K in their favor. Lucio is going to take Zest off the stage, and as we hear that left shift go into the equation, he's going to be able to find the pin. Kill Switch is knocked out of the equation, and it's going to be a fascinating matchup, but the grab of the Mega should win it for the Rhine of Columbia International. 20 seconds left. Farms a good chunk of a new Shatter off that opponent as well.
I mean, that is frankly a tank difference from Columbia International. That was played perfectly. Without the Reinhardt taking out the Mei, then isolating the Reinhardt, picking up the position where they were able to get the Mega Health Pack to equalize the health difference. This is a very different fight.
Photon Barrier from Zest trying to keep the team up and running. We've got a full-blown Mei Venn diagram. Both Blizzards happening on site as AFN goes down. RXP not far behind, and Columbia International 5v3 advantage in the final fight. Nobody's able to touch, and they win it 100-53. Only losing what was technically a single fight in the mix there, but somehow 53% gain by Cornell. Stage 2, going to be interesting to see if they stick to this same composition.
I mean, the player of note is still, without a doubt, the Reinhardt for
Easily.
Columbia International University there. I mean, straight up wins that round for them, right? First, the first fight where the aggression coupled with Benji's wall, you know, just run over your opponent. The second, we saw the fight where that blocking an Earth Shatter that was critical to extending the lead, and then again in that final moments on that dancing around the back line of Cornell. We now see Columbia International wholesale switch their composition.
Yeah.
And Cornell University,
little bit of far attack.
Yeah, Cornell University rather still has the tools to work with. Actually, this is not a compositional difference. The only thing is that Zest should have a little bit more free reign in the air because there are no hits.
Yeah. Absolutely. Zest has a bit of a run in free air. We see Sojourn is online, but she's really going to be able to struggle to find that far out elimination, especially from the spawn room. Zest takes Sojourn out. I expect we're going to be seeing a res cancellation. Several Storm Arrows go flying toward the Mercy, and Inej will fall. Benji, a double kill. Wrong Mercy goes down in time, and Columbia clean house there with that DPS finding all 5 eliminations. Sorry, 4 of them. D.Va just now losing Max Sealder, getting the trade onto Benji.
Here's where things get a little bit tough, though, for Cornell, or a little bit more difficult anyway, because Pharah excels at holding space rather than taking it. And of course, now, because you're walking through a choke point, there's that vertical cover that you're working against now. And RXP, even with a switch to a Cassidy, going to be punished.
Can't combat roll your way out of that. AFN melee out of spawn, and Columbia International definitely trying to help Nace get back on schedule here after that map 5 earlier. This is a very dominant performance, and LaFon, you actually said this back in the beginning of a different map. You said this is one of those maps where if they're touching the spawn door, it's simply because somebody is getting fully spawn held, and I mean, by golly, are we seeing that in troves here?
It also means that Cornell are not really generating much because of how much or how quickly they're losing these fights.
That is really high up to drop that, but I mean, A for effort for sure. You get a little bit of damage with it. You scare the opposing team, and you actually get the DMAC as well, so I can't be that critical if it's gonna work. Minefield is a weird time to use that, but I guess they're feeling so confident. They're so high up that they know things are gonna be looking good. 60% and counting. Okay, never mind. They're gonna have 3 ults going into this.
Does Inej switch to off the Mercy, or do they stay with the that in tow? Looks like they're trying to keep pocketing Sealder as a duel against the Pharah Mercy.
I swear I heard the headshot on that Tracer. Kill switch is going to be able to eat the pulse bomb from Benji, so one ultimate is going to be used in trade. Now Zest is gone as Sealder jumps all the way over to that classic hit scan, brings Cassidy to the fray, and that should be Cornell getting their first point cap. Most certainly so, as that Wrecking Ball falls as well.
Still, Columbia International investing this. How's your day? Setting out a Kitsune Rush delayed. But no one's around. They'll have to kind of retreat for the moment. One good thing that Cornell has done, by the way, is keep the Mercy for the Cassidy. Pharah Mercy is not a 1v1 versus hit scan. It's a 2v1.
Yes.
This has equalized
absolutely.
it to be a 2v2.
It's a very intelligent play to give that cast the damage boost necessary to take the Pharah out of the air, because like you said, truly not a 1v1, and it never will be. Cast cannot win that 2v1 without a little bit of help from the squadron. Jericho has to swift step in, and AFN barely able to stay alive. That's Suzu and swift step. They know Kiri is 1 HP and vulnerable. AFN the first to go down. A phenomenal E keeps Sealer up, but not long enough to make it worthwhile. Kill switch gonna get killed on a mech here once again. Hits the kill switch on that Diva mech, and a pulse bomb to boot. Benji, what are you doing, dog? Benji falls.
That was actually a really nice play by Kill Switch. I don't think it's gonna matter though.
Unfortunate. I don't think it's going to matter either, as Benji will get res. Kill switch goes down very dominantly, and another phenomenal performance. Lead strong for Columbia. Very similar to last time. They're looking to win 100-57 instead of 100-54.
Actually, the reason why that was a clever play by Kill Switch is the pulse bomb stuck to the mech. Kill Switch dashed into, or flew into the Tracer, and then used self-destruct at the right as it detonated, so they didn't get damaged by the pulse bomb on the remech.
Clever play.
But yeah, it ended up not really affecting the fight at all.
How's your day falling, though? That's a pretty critical elimination. Too bad it's going to be traded out for at least one more. The Kiri tries to swift step away, catches a rocket to the brain, and it's going to be 99-57 here. Minefield from this Wrecking Ball makes it almost impossible for any flyers from Cornell to make it in. Zest, 13 HP, has to go up, can't run from RXP fast enough. There's a pulse bomb to a stick, turns to a double kill as poor Benji, third pulse bomb death. Benji has experienced this game so far. RXP on the Tracer making waves of difference, and Columbia all of a sudden find themselves on the wrong side of the last fight.
Another really great play by Inej there as they fly into the minefield, but the control of the Mercy movement to dodge around every single one of those, and then that obviously keeps everyone alive enough to give RXP time to get that pulse bomb stick. Fortunately, this fight has already gotten off to a very poor start for Cornell.
Cornell find themselves in a pretty uncomfortable position. Kitsune not going to be enough to keep the team up and running. A Valkyrie not going to matter either, as AFN does find that elimination. Zest trying to run, but with no Mercy in their pocket. That damage fall off gets them, and Kill Switch boosts them away. Cornell all of a sudden has flipped this fight entirely on its head, and I've got to say, a lot of it off the back of RXP on this Tracer. Every fight, it feels like they are finding critical eliminations and making it near impossible for Columbia to win this. One boop off stage, but can they get back in time to prevent the overtime? It looks like they are going to be able to. Almost 1,000 HP from this Wrecking Ball right now. Columbia, skin of their teeth, looking to find the victory. Demolition there, not going to be able to do enough, and self-destruct cannot keep the Diva alive. Columbia International, that's one hell of a team fight win. I'm amazed they were able to turn that around.
That was, I mean, straight up just a case, a fight we don't see very frequently, where you're down 3 players and are able to bring it back. I mean, that's the power of the mobility of this composition, that they get onto the point very, very quickly. Able to dance in and out around that overtime marker and wait for the respawns to come back in. And again, some big plays by the tank for Columbia International, who has been a game changer in map number 1 and a huge part of that 2-0 that they take for the opening frame.
And I think it would have been an absolutely absurd thing to do, but I would have liked to see Zest on that Pharah a little less. I think bringing the Symmetra back out could have gone crazy. Now they won. I can't be too critical because, hey, it is what it is. But I think the Symmetra really does work well there. On day market, the Pharah pick worked great, but you made a great point. Better keeping space than making it. And once they lost it, I think swapping the Symmetra would have been unconventional and possibly could have caught them off guard a little more to avoid a 199.
Speaking of that, though, we likely are going to a more conventional map pick for our second phase of this. And I'm interested to see. Obviously, it is going to be Cornell University's pick for this one as they lost at Lijiang Tower. This does not really, I think, give me a lot of confidence, though, because as we saw in the opening round in that Rhine battle, CIU were just a little bit better in terms of understanding the tempo they had to work with. The Rhine play, Killswitch a little bit behind on that run. And then when we went to the dive, even though it wasn't a true mirror, when it was a mobility composition, Columbia International still looked very, very strong. So I think this is one of the few times where no matter what map you pick, the expectation is still favoring Columbia International coming into round
Absolutely. Absolutely. We are definitely looking at Columbia International going into map number 2 that if we had to guess, probably King's Row, but considering we don't have the lock-in yet, maybe it's not. Let's see. Nope, it will be. No surprises here. King's Row is going to be back on Nace Star League stream, and this is going to be fascinating because I feel like you can still play Pharah really well here, something a lot of people don't do, but I think Pharah gets a lot of really good value on this map. The architecture and the natural build of it allows her to use that natural cover 95% of the time, and then you don't really have to worry about a Mercy Pocket as much because Pharah sometimes can damage you without you even seeing her.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The other thing to highlight is that with the performance on round number 1, and the clear, I don't want to say gap because they were playing fairly closely to each other, but at least the lead that was taken by Columbia International means that no matter what they pick here on King's Row, they've already given notice to Cornell that they can beat them on it, right? So that adds a little bit of there's a lot of compromise that Cornell has to take coming into this map where perhaps they feel the strongest in the brawl composition, so they're going to a map that is heavily brawl. But again, you lost that round in map number 1. So how do you improve your performance on that composition to define it here on King's Row?
The Winston, I mean, that's the attacking team. Let's not even worry about them. Killswitch back on the Diva here, and I feel like Cornell not really making any critical changes. AFN and the Ana instead of the Kiriko is the one most of note to me, and I think this makes a lot of sense because like I mentioned back on Lijiang, our XP on this Tracer was tearing it up. I mean, really had a phenomenal performance several times throughout the series and got a couple of eliminations in critical moments that really helped Cornell get to that 99%. However, I don't love the Diva Lafon. I feel like she's getting better. She's more playable, but I feel like in the current circumstance and with the comp that Columbia International looks like they're going to try to run, I just don't know how well the Diva's really going to work.
Unorthodox pick it is, but now it comes down to performance. If you can exceed performance, well, then there's the answer. Right now, Columbia International absolutely in the favorable position with the composition they're running.
Wow. A 14-second elimination onto AFN. The only time you see something like that is with the Widowmaker headshot, but they get all the way into the back line, take the Ana out of the equation, and Ana, one of those supports with literally no mobility to her name, gonna struggle to take that same breath. Reinhardt falling, but it looks like Killswitch gonna lose their mech all the same, reinvigorating Columbia International to come through and try to win this fight. How's your day? Bodied by Seedler. RXP a kill of their own with no supports left standing. Cornell is gonna win that fight. Phenomenal performance from Benji. Makes it very easy for Columbia International to win the upcoming engagement.
It's Tracer and Ana, I believe, still alive at this stage of the game. And yeah, with that being the case, you can see Columbia International, they're willing to take their respawn advantage by just walking to the point, even though they're down a couple of players.
Killswitch going in, has a little bit of mercy healing, gets caught up on the wall, but it interrupts their own healer. Disruptor field. Columbia International has been on site. They're going to be able to cap the first and maybe even the second point. But the Killswitch has to dive back in. RXP finds Winter on the back line once again. This Tracer really doing numbers from the side of Cornell. Overclock from Sealer. A bit of an unconventional play. One that does not bid well for them. And they bid farewell to Columbia International as they jump back to the spawn room. 5:05 on the clock for Columbia.
That's the fact that there was just too many trades coming through on the first point. Or the first fight, rather, for Columbia, or for Cornell on the defense. just can't reset themselves as a 5-player unit, and Columbia just walk in. Now, Cornell keep the composition they're running, but Columbia seem to want to switch a little bit to change up. They don't feel the Reinhardt's getting a ton of value, and I think I agree with that. See that Columbia International have their tank sort of isolated. They're going to move over to Zarya, which has the added benefit of being able to go through the Matrix.
Yeah, Zarya definitely going to be a strong Winston and Diva counter, but kill switch now on the Winston is going to be a little easier to deal with, I think, on the Zarya as well. A high charge Zarya is one of the most terrifying characters in the entire game, but kill switch not having used that leap yet can go right up and over the Mei wall. RXB's Genji finds Benji in the backline. The Blizzard from Zest comes out a little earlier than I would like, but it makes the space to possibly gain on this first corner. Only a minute has passed. They're approaching the second corner of King's Row, and Zest gives their life for the Blizzard. Unfortunately, not going to work out well. The Amp Matrix, I don't like that was used at all. This fight's been over for a while.
Question is, does Winter change to a different player now? I think they might. Oh yeah, it's going to be wholesale switches. As Columbia International are going to effectively mirror what Cornell is running. Keep in mind that now with Zest on the Reaper, this forces the duel to be a little bit less, or a little bit more passive from Killswitch. Can't dive in as aggressively as you'd like.
Benji caught firing at his own Winston, but he is a little confused. He's got the right idea, just the wrong Winston. We're going to see a little bit of an engagement from Killswitch once again, jumping up onto the high ground. Possibly a leap into the equation here, but Zest on the Reaper makes this really difficult to get value with. Might be able to find Killswitch, however, with double supports for Zest, just can't do enough damage in time. The support's really keeping that Winston up and running. Sealder's ultimate goes quietly into that good night, and How's Your Day's beat drop is an advantage. A Nano Blade in the back line. Is it going to find anybody here, LaFon? A pull, the really late, maybe gets Zest, but a completely silent ult. 3 ultimates used by Cornell, 0 eliminations in total.
And actually, they're going to be trading away even further.
Wow.
The International walk with that one. A really well-timed sound barrier from How's Your Day to nullify Sealder with the overclock, and then, as you saw, RXP trying to find the Nano Blade, but Winter dashes away and not able to catch up with the Swift Strike to follow through on the elimination. And so the Dragon Blade also becomes a liability.
Going around this first corner, Winston is going to find himself in a bit of a precarious position here for Columbia International. Pulse Pump comes out from Benji, not able to find much, but hey, they get kill switch, and that should be a kill switch on Cornell's defense here. Gonna have to find themselves back in the spawn, a double kill as RXP tries to mirror the Genji, or the Reaper, excuse me, and gets fully bodied for it. Benji giving us their best RXP impression as they find a 3K on that Tracer.
The other thing to highlight is kill switch was killed so quickly, they weren't even able to use the Primal Rage, and now, I mean, this is going to allow Columbia International to build up their own Primal Rage in time, setting Zest up for success into the Kitsune Rush with the Death Blossom.
The Zest way to find success is to use that Death Blossom early. God, I forgot how fast Reaper fires into Kitsune Rush. Absolutely absurd. Takes down one of the most critical characters, the Mercy Resurrection offline, and the Primal Rage from Kill Switch. All it does is delay the inevitable. Both DPS missing, a support gone as well, and this should be a point cap for Columbia International. I think they're going to have just shy of 3 minutes on the clock, LaFon. An incredible performance.
That was played to perfection by Columbia International there. I really like the change to the dive, by the way, to mirror out their opposition. And I mean, it's also a statement, right? It's the case that I touched on this at the start of this map, but it's very much saying to Cornell, whether intentionally or not, that whatever you're picking, we can mirror and play better than you. It's on the mental side of the game. There is also that element of like Cornell wondering, okay, what do we pull out next? What is going to break through to the damage that Columbia International is bringing? What is our win condition established? Because they're playing so aggressively, Columbia International are. They're playing so cohesively that there doesn't really seem to be a gap in their in their formation to take advantage of.
Right, no gaps to take advantage of is the worst possible spot you want to be in if you are going up against a team like that. And I think right now Cornell just needs to make a little bit of changes. They want to go for an early offense. I like the Genji. The Nano Blade was, I mean, if I'm just being honest, terrible, but I think it was just kind of a circumstantial Nano Blade where the lineup wasn't quite where they thought it was and they weren't able to find the advantage. Moving into the future though, and maybe a little bit more careful with those blades when we pull them out, because sending 2 ultimates into 0 elims is a terrible spot to be in.
And now we'll see if Cornell can bring it back because they have to complete the map with time remaining. Keep that in mind.
Right.
This is a very difficult situation to be in. Also, Zest unleashed fully. There's no one on Cornell's side that can effectively deal with the Echo at this point.
Yeah, and not even the tank can look upwards. Kill switch maybe fires a 5 or 6 HP at him, but all things considered, Zest, like you said, unchained in this moment. Sealder falls to that focus beam, one of the strongest abilities in the game, in my opinion. And Columbia International looking for another 4-minute hold. Sealder gets res, but bright side, you got res out of the way, so that next elimination is permanent.
Oh, and it looks like RXP is next on the chopping block.
And there it is.
And this now slows the game down, right? This just slows the game down. Which plays into the hands of Columbia International, even if they don't end up swapping point A completely. This is time that's taken away from a Gambit at third, for example.
Kill switch here at 650 HP, ready to completely lock and load into this engagement, but I'm just not sure we're going to be seeing an equation like that quite yet, as the stack up against Columbia International is not coming to fruition like Cornell wants it to. What? That's... I'm sorry, did that just stick and then unstick? Did you see that, or am I crazy?
I think that was onto the shield, perhaps, and then it got dropped into the wall, something similar to that.
Oh my goodness, insane.
That is a lot of damage to an nano boost.
Yeah,
both
for real,
divas,
a lot
of
damage. Both divas gonna have that nano online. Or sorry, both divas gonna take a lot of damage. Benji takes RXP down in the back line, and it's gonna be up to Kill Switch to make it out of here with that mech intact. Oh, jump into the air. What a call out from Zest to go fully toe-to-toe with Kill Switch, forcing the team back and around the line. Forced out of that transformation, though. Focusing beam not eaten by Defense Matrix. The supports keeping RXP barely alive. A very valuable moment here for Columbia International. It's only 2 minutes remain here on map number 2.
The D-Mech onto the Kill Switch, though, so this is going to have to be just a slowdown from Cornell. Oh, they're forced all the way back. RXP dies to the magnetic grenade. His own magnetic grenade, in fact.
This is
Zest using the hello keybind the same way I do.
This is definitely one of the matches of Overwatch of all time, I think. I'm definitely seeing a lot of Columbia International just kind of playing with their food a little bit. They're very comfortable with their chance of winning this. They know they've got a lot of ultimates to work with, and they know they've burnt down enough time that there's no way. Wowza. See you out of here. AFN will be down. Resurrection comes through for the life of 2. The law of equivalent exchange comes to play once again, and Columbia International, there's 70 seconds left. A couple of ultimates in the bank, but their odds of winning have skyrocketed here on this defense.
Yeah. I mean, Benji with a phenomenal stick to fade away there. This is a must-win for Cornell. They're dumping the overclock in, but it's being full held by a Matrix.
Oh! Sealder goes down, but you give your mech for it. If you can get either a remech or just a little bit more value, you can definitely make it worthwhile. Zest finally goes down to RXP on this cast. They finally get the chance to fire some bullets in the air, and they get rid of one of the most valuable players for it. Only one missing. They pop the rally, trying to recontest in these final 40 seconds. Deadeye finds Hauser Day, who had absolutely no shield to counter that out, and Cornell, the Overwatch factor at its finest, winning in the final fight to do so.
It's going to cost everything for it, though. There's this self-destruct from Kill Switch just to get back in the mech. Even with this point being taken, it's not going to be flawless.
Not at all. If the point's taken, I feel like it's still going to be, especially as Benji has gone down. Resurrection was used. Zest gets 1, but I just don't think it's going to be enough. 2.5 minutes on the clock now for the side of Cornell. Big shoes to fill, LaFon, and we're going to need some miracle plays from them to make it happen.
So here's the current situation. A minute and a half gets added if you complete the second point.
Right.
That means that at the best case scenario, meaning Cornell does not lose the fight from here on out, they can only actually they can't even equalize the time bank that Columbia International has set at this stage of the game. Right?
Yeah, I mean, 250 on the clock is a very strong performance. Like you said, no matter what happens, Cornell just naturally, due to the movement of the cart, even with 3 people on, aren't going to be able to count fast enough. Winning every single fight just can't do it, but they want to get as high a time bank as possible. Kill Switch forced out of Meg. Zest swapping onto that Diva as well, and it's going to be an immediate elimination onto Kill Switch. Another call-out play as they steal your character and then kill you with them. The double Diva dive goes absolutely crazy against Cornell's offense and forces them all the way back into that spawn room.
Oh, they're playing directly in the initial spawn that they're fighting at this point. And you know, there is spawn camping, and then there's spawn camping at your first spawn when you're not there anymore.
Definitely a notable difference between the two. That's gonna be why is the Transcendence symbol there? Whatever, I have no clue what's going on, but it was a pulse bomb eat and a good one from Killswitch to keep the team up and running. Winter is gonna find the turret onto RXP and Columbia International, looking for an opportunity to strike once again. Railgun just barely catches that. D.Va has to use bomb. I doubt she's gonna find, wow, never mind. One elim in her favor, and a remake gives Columbia International a very real chance of a spawn hold after first point cap. Oh, goodbye Mercy, right? No, the cavalry is here.
Yeah, but this is time that is spent chasing a Tracer that is not time affected on the objective. And Cornell, I mean, that is something they don't have. They don't have time.
Yeah.
30 seconds left. And, I mean, RXP getting hunted out of his own spawn.
Oh! RXP barely alive. The Suzu used Transcendence used to keep the rest of Columbia International alive. Kitsune and Overclock from Cornell, and the Transcendence going to cancel out essentially both of them there, as two members have already fallen on the side of Cornell. A very difficult fight to turn around, even with the spawn advantage that we know they have. Desperation Molten Core from RXP just to open up the cart once again. Not going to be enough. It allows you a touch, but if the rally comes out from Columbia International, it's going to be even harder for Cornell to get into this. And even if they do the damage necessary to get the eliminations, I think this is a delay of the inevitable Lafon, and Cornell will have to hand over King's Row, a possible 2-0 for Columbia International just over the horizon.
Well, at least get the DMAC. They're going to get a bunch of players in the Gravitic Flux, but still no kills. That is cessation of activities indeed from Cornell at this stage of the game.
Gonna be a long final fight. Benji finding that Mercy, though, has to be the end of it. The team holds S for one frame too many. They lose control of the cart, and Columbia International going to win out King's Row. A very strong performance there on map number 2, and they've put themselves just one map shy of a second 3-0 here tonight.
With that being said, it's an interesting little self-destruct there. I mean, the tempo that Columbia International played at on this second map was utterly unresponsible. Like the case of the truth is here that Benji just opened up so much space for the rest of the team on this particular map, right? And map number one,
and over and over and over.
We can draw attention to that second point, right, where Benji is in the back line, literally 1v3. It doesn't matter that they're not getting eliminations. The fact that being enough of a threat that people have to turn around to come back and support just means that the cart is backing up. That gives so much more space for the rest of the team to affect change on the outcome. And it's a tough place to be if you're Cornell, but yeah, Benji and company end up with effectively a full hold, despite the cart being unlocked for phase 2.
Yeah, the cart being unlocked for phase 2 and then barely moving an inch afterwards is not what you want to see. But going into this break here, Cornell's going to have a little bit of time to talk about which map they'd like to choose as we jump into it, and of course, what they want to change going into map 3. We'll see you right back here with some Overwatch 2 in just a couple of minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Nace Starly. We are jumping into map number 3. Cornell going up in their 0-2 map series right now against their opponents, Columbia International University. Columbia International trying to wrap up a nice little bow here and end it in 3. I'm still Sepulence, joined by LaFon, and LaFon jumping into this map. We need some big changes from Cornell. They want to find success.
And the big swing that they can attempt here is trying to pull Columbia International off their comfort, right? We don't know that they're able to play a poke composition, so it makes full sense that we go to Circuit Royale. Keep in mind that in that head-to-head matchup so far, Cornell, or Columbia International rather, has called Cornell's bluff time and again and just shown that they have been better at whatever composition that they chose to run. So this is going to be an interesting opportunity here now that we head to a poke style, or at least the intuition that we do, if Cornell can reply in kind.
The compositions bring absolutely no surprise. Double sniper from Columbia International, double pseudo sniper from the side of Cornell, with Zielder playing that Sojourn once again. Zen Curie versus Zen Bap, and of course that is subject to change on the attacking side. So Cornell bringing out a lot of traditional expectation here. I don't think we've seen RXP on the Hanzo yet, so I'm eager to see if it can be as impressive and as playmaking as that Tracer was earlier.
One little surprise, actually, is that AFN's on the Kiriko rather than the Baptiste. I mean, we've already talked about why synchronicity is so important, like in compositional setup. And AFN does have more poke damage, and of course the Suzu is imperative. But the ultimate does not get nearly as much value in this composition as perhaps the Baptiste does.
Sure, I think that's a very strong point. And right now, as we see Benji go down, you'd think Columbia International would hold S instead of W, but here they go, doubling down on the equation, looking for a trade of their own, and not being able to find it. Both DPS removed from this mortal coil as the team desperately tries to make it back into spawn, and there's a very little chance they are going to, not by their own volition. Technical team kill there in favor of Cornell, already a minute off the clock, so a very strong start.
Yeah, excellent opening frame here from Cornell, and of course, a lot of that comes down to the fact that Cornell has a better skirmish composition than they do a poke one, right? No Widow means that you're kind of allowing the payload to move closer to you so you can generate those rails and then take the fight. Benji also giving up on the experiment that is Widowmaker. And it's going to be a near mirror once more.
Yeah, near mirror, except for that Kiriko, like you mentioned earlier, a bit of an odd pick, but one they're clearly sticking to. Value not working in their favor for the time being, as Zest will go down to a disruptor field once again. It no longer slows, but it does all the same damage that it used to, so it is one heck of an ability, all things considered. Kill switch boxed into the corner, nobody there to keep him alive, and mortality field non-existent for the side of Cornell. Accretion onto one, primary fire onto another. Let's make it 2, maybe a 4K to wrap things up here for this Sigma on the side of Columbia International. Stolen by How's Your Day, but I'm sure everybody's day just got a little bit better from Columbia, as they're getting ready to cap this first point.
Yeah, and I mean, now at this stage of the game, too, you're going to be walking into a gravitic flux. So and there's nothing to really defend against it. And perhaps a well-timed Suzu can mitigate some of the damage. I still think that CIU are going to try and take this fight.
Oh, well, they better be if they're going to be committing things like that. The Sigma brings out that flux early on, and then we see Zest spamming a lot of arrows, just trying to make a little bit of space for the team. Big dragons from RXP, though. Unfortunately, no elimination follows through. Sigma v Sigma, Kitsune comes out for Cornell, and I love this angle that Sealdor is utilizing. I utilize it all the time myself, and unfortunately just can't find a lineup. Zest falls, Cornell gets ready to stall once again, and only 90 seconds remain. That cap not found.
They're still fighting, though. If you're Columbia International, you've invested too much. You can't give it up here.
Yeah. Finally a breakthrough. There goes that Sigma. Flux puts him up, forces out immortality, and his RXP gets traded out. Now Cornell has an opportunity to shine. Looking for a point here could be critical. They could really begin to stall Columbia International, at least take us to push that 4th map. Benji, though, railgun headshot onto Sealder, and continuously Columbia International refuses to quit. And now we're learning why. As it's going to be a Benji 3K with the help of Zest in the back line to cap that first point. 3.5 minutes on the clock.
And at a certain point, just never giving up, if you have the mechanics to do so, can be so effective.
Yep.
It does cost a ton of time, it must be said, but it's made up for by the fact that they actually complete the objective. And now Cornell, we're hoping to still have control of this high ground or force to take a fight at full advantage. As they move over to, I also highlight, Sealer moves back to the a Widow here, or to the Widow for the first time.
Yeah, Sealer is on the Widowmaker for the first time, like you mentioned. No more Sojourn, and it hasn't really been able to get the value maybe they wanted the Soj, but the Widowmaker using Scythe makes some space, and clearly Sealer feels comfortable enough to bring it out in an intense setting like this one. Takes Winter off the equation there, and the Sigma not going to be gone for much longer. Sealer, probably the cleanest Widow we've seen today, and that's already just off the back of 2 headshot eliminations back-to-back like that. Cornell has 3 ultimates, 4 nearly going into this fight. Columbia International lucky if they walk into it with 2. So Cornell really excited about their chances of success for this upcoming
critically, they also regain control of this higher ground, this sort of angle that they want to fight in here, because it also unlocks Sealer to get natural value. I mean, look how difficult it is for Benji to even get a glimpse of the Widowmaker.
Possibly, Benji might be able to find it. Great Dragons into the main site there. Sealer catches a bullet to the body, but not to the brain, so they can come back into the fight once again. Inej falls on the side of Cornell, and the Gridic Flux puts them all up. Benji finding a little bit of action onto AFN. That is a critical condition. Widow staring them in the face, and Benji somehow able to win it. Sealer falls. RXP not far behind with a team kill on the board. Columbia International drastically increasing their odds of a 2nd-point cap. I'm not sure a recontest is even in the cards.
It's tragic, too, because Cornell has all the tools to work with. They will be able to slow down this 3rd point as a result. Keep in mind, Columbia International walk in with effectively nothing here. It's a good accretion to slow things down. Kill switch has to be a little bit more passive. Give up a little bit more ground, allow the payload to move around this first corner. But they can't be too passive. They need to actually take a fight here and not allow Columbia International to regain presence. Benji once more taking over the game.
Benji able to take down Sealer, wins that 1v1, calling the bluff of Cornell. Kitsune trying to make up for that missing player. The increased movement speed, fire rate, and reduced cooldowns is going to be critical to keep a team up and running. But as Benji finds another one with this Widowmaker, they are truly waking up in their most primal form. Sigma kill switch barely makes it out. The Dragons go down, and that's almost insult to injury to keep that team away. They've kept 3 on cart for so long that they're already rearing the final corner.
Yeah, and this is tragic for Cornell, because they realistically should have been taking a fight earlier to take advantage of the fact that they have the Gravitic Flux, they have the Transcendence, and more. And instead, it's actually Columbia International who walk forward in the lead.
Columbia International getting an insane amount of space off the back of what was almost a full hold. Transcendence goes up, Sealer goes down, and Columbia International increases their chances once again. A huge Gravitic Flux canceled out by a Transcendence from Inej. That Zenyatta finally coming in handy, and as RXP has these Dragons behind their back, can they use them to scare Columbia International off in these final 100 seconds?
It's like nothing doing, though. Get the tank down at the very least. Can anyone touch the point?
Double kill to boot, and that's just going to be a clean house from Columbia International. Nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Columbia International going for a ride here on Circuit Royale. All 3 points capped, 86 seconds left on the clock.
I draw attention to 2 points ago where it looked like perhaps a near full hold. That constant skirmish that Columbia International opted into ended up being the correct choice as they roll through all the way. And the fights at Cornell University looked like they were at full control of. They just give up because, again, Benji. I mean, what more can we say about this player? You know, a huge part of the King's Row setup for Columbia International here again pops off on not just the Sojourn, but continues to showcase the Widowmaker. The 1st and 3rd point were effectively Benji taking control of the lobby. And then, additionally, Cornell University operating a little bit scared, right? Showing a little bit too much respect to their opponents. They use the Kitsune Rush on the 3rd phase, but have the Gravitic Flux in their back pocket. They don't use it until the very end of the map when it's too late. And it just kind of snowballed away from them. So, Cornell University, you gotta highlight that this maybe needs to be a case of them just setting caution to the winds and taking fights.
No, I'm right there with you. I think we're seeing a lot of respect for their opponents, and you really can't blame them for it when you get 3-0'd, when you're down 2-0 on a series. You definitely understand that mechanically your opponents may be a little stronger, but I think that's when you really need to play into your own rights. Maybe we go beyond playing in a meta. Maybe you just play what you're comfortable with, because your odds really may increase. But for now, they've definitely shown comfortability on these characters, just maybe not to the caliber that Columbia International brings to the table already. Sealer goes down, and Columbia International looking for an early attack. RXP in the back line uses the deflect, goes down to a Gravitic Orb, and that is 2 eliminations already in favor of Columbia.
So deny the gravitic, the kinetic grasp rather, with the accretion, so you don't even get the benefit of that. No added shielding. This has just been Columbia International playing a poke composition in close quarters as a team.
Oh, I mean, it's a Havana hold at its finest, right? That's what I always call it, because that's where we saw it most popularized, was playing a hyper-aggressive composition where you hold somebody at their spawn door. It was popular on Havana, and then it slowly made its way through into the rest of these maps, and it's working numbers here for Columbia International.
All right, a little greedy from How's Your Day there.
A little bit.
Cornell is still a very good team, right? You don't get
Absolutely.
You don't get to 6-0 without being a really good team, and can't overstay your welcome, even when you're winning as handily as you are here.
Out of the high ground, Zest goes for a shot onto RXP. Gotta wonder how they even got up there, but it works numbers as RXP will get a trade, takes the Widowmaker offline, and gives Cornell the space they need to just try and find something here on Circuit Royale, because the threat of a full hold is always around the corner unless you can answer back in the moments that matter most.
Now, the one thing to highlight, though, is the fact that because that payload was held so close to the spawn doors, Columbia International are going to get a second fight. And it's not going to be a scattered fight, right? They're going to get a true, real fight here with their entire team alive on the payload.
I mean, this team to life is going to be unbelievably important if they're able to pull it off. Benji falls before the fight can happen, so they're forced into a 5v4 scenario. Not the spot you want to be in, but the spot you find yourself in. Immortality field gone. Amplification matrix comes up and a Dragons to boot. There's the Flux, the reverse synergy. Terrible for the side of Columbia International, but it looks like they have made it work as the Flux takes out Kill Switch. That poor Hanzo doing everything he can, but I'm sure everything isn't even going to be enough yet.
So they continue to invest to Cornell. They want to take this one down. Oh, nice little flick there on the accretion. That's going to spell defeat for Cornell here. Columbia International, they withstand the pressure that Cornell applies, as they're forced to retreat here for the moment. I mean, if you're looking, here's the thing, right? With the game slowing down now, this is Cornell given an opportunity to re-enter into the fray, right? Obviously, Steelberg got that pick off. Big gravitic flux here.
The Colossal Flux does not break the curse, at least not fast enough to put them in the winner's seat of the combat there. Sights online, no secrets for Cornell, and with only a Transcendence to their name, I'm not sure the value is going to be working out well enough in their favor, especially as RXP goes down in a critical moment. Less than 60 seconds left on the clock, and Columbia International just looking to farm up those ultimates for the final combat, but it looks like instead the final combat is going to be Columbia International working against it. I don't know why Zest would bring out those Dragons there.
Does kind of force everyone into the sightlines of the DPS, though. So there's that element of it. Try and just burn them down.
30 seconds.
Cornell, I mean, you have to just kind of brute force your way here with the Transcendence. You know, you may not even have to wait for the Gravitic Flux, frankly.
Might not have to wait for the Flux if you don't need it. You found the opening elimination every fight so far. Can you do it just one more time? Benji takes it high and can't put anybody down low. A headshot is going to be traded out. Both Widowmakers critical, but Seedler, they're a little stronger here with those sights coming online. It makes Columbia International difficult to get into the combat without giving themselves away. Benji has fallen, and the Overwatch factor at its finest. The team waiting until the very last possible moment to overperform is exactly what's going to be happening for this squad. And that is Cornell finally breaking through. Only 2.5 minutes on the clock, though, LaFon. This next fight, unbelievably important for their success.
I do believe they get a trapped player in this forward spawn, and actually they know they're there, too.
The worst person to turn the corner when you're on a Widow is the tank of the enemy team, and he catches you out in a very uncomfortable moment, but you get reset. An accretion takes RXP low, not low enough to kill, and the equation continues finding itself here. Is the matchup going to end in favor of Cornell once again? Because if it does, they can probably cap second point without a full recontest.
I mean, the delay, another big pickup.
Oh.
Benji has not played the game for multiple lives here. You're going to use the Gravitic Flux if you're Kill Switch, I think, here in a moment, especially now that the accretion is used. Trap the Hanzo on the left side here to the Dragons. Okay, still able to escape. I mean, Cornell need to invest in this fight. They can't allow Columbia to reset.
Good shot.
And then, unfortunately, they've already reset. This is going to be a delayed Gravitic Flux, but it's too little too late. It misses everyone, and Benji's back in the driver's seat.
Benji is large and in charge, utilizing that rage of getting killed 3 lives in a row without even firing the gun, putting it into purchase here and taking a double kill out the gate. Sights back online, looks for a trick shot to clean things up, and with the information on the Sigma still being alive, I think if Columbia finds that, they can wrap this map up right here.
Big fight needed here from Cornell. They have none of the tools needed. That raw brute force, and they'll find it.
Will the brute force be enough? And it looks like it certainly will. A double kill turns into a team kill. Poor Zen, the last member left standing, catches every body shot in the world and goes down without much of a fight. 41 seconds left here. Is Columbia International going to be ready to wrap things up here? Will this be a 3-0 victory for them?
Actually, that's a really big pick for Cornell. The setup there onto the Widow, rather.
Time is of the essence.
Both Widows dancing on the corner. Both of them have the full information.
Oh, Benji, 67 HP, just barely able to make it out by the skin of their teeth there. 71 now. Benji has been the target prio every single fight so far and desperately wants to retell that story. Sick of being the person to get taken down before a fight can even begin. Pressure stacks though. Benji into RXP, misses the headshot, finds a secondary one, and wow, sealed her. Barely sees it coming. The Zenyatta gone, Transcendence offline, and Kitsune just for bragging rights. Columbia International has done it. A 3-0 victory in their favor, LaFon. Phenomenal performance from them there on that final hole.
And I mean, what a statement game from Columbia International as well, right? Not just their, not just that final fight, but all the way through the series.
Yeah.
As I mean, these are 2 undefeated teams coming to this game, right?
Right.
6-0 both, and yet Columbia International still get that 3-0 on their opposition. So it's an element of, you know, this is a big difference maker between the 2 teams, right? You're both 6-0, and we still put you down in this fashion. I think if you're Columbia International, you've really cemented your position at the top end of this division.
Yeah, to go on and 3-0 a team that was also undefeated is something we don't see very often, but you've gone on, you've done that, you've proven your worth's weight in gold there, and you've definitely made a statement going into the rest of this season, however little left there may be. Now, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a break. We'll be back either with an interview from Columbia International or the last series of the night. Either way, see you right back here at Nace in just a couple minutes. Hello, everybody. Nay Star League once again. I'm Septulence, that's LaFon, and we are joined this time by Benji, DPS extraordinaire from Columbia International. So, Benji, I'm going to hit you with a question here, just out of my own curiosity. There, toward the end of Circuit Royale, there were 3 full fights in a row where you entered the fight and then immediately died. And then in that 4th fight, you come back, you drop a 3K. Was there a little bit of frustration there on the Widow of just like getting timing diffed 3 separate times in a row? Or was it just kind of like, whatever, my team's got this, I'll be right back?
Well, honestly, man, it's happened so many times over thousands and thousands of hours. Eventually, you just grow numb to the pain. You get used to it. My SIG, I knew everyone on my team was very, very good. So, and it happens. Sometimes you lose the Widow duel. You know, just got to keep calm. not let it affect you.
Yeah.
Now let's dial in on your team actually for the moment then, because you guys showed a lot of flexibility over the compositions today, right? Starting off with sort of a brawl-based composition on Lijiang Tower, moving to dive, etc., etc. Has that been, and I should add, also look phenomenal across all three looks. Has that been sort of a strength of your team just in general as you guys have been undefeated this season?
Absolutely. So we actually haven't dropped a single map. I'm pretty sure we haven't even dropped a single map in NACE. Our strongest, I'm not going to say our strongest comp, actually, but
Good
we
call.
We are very diverse. I have a very wide pool personally. Mostly hitscan player, but can play anything. Our tank can play anything. Our supports can play anything as well. We're very diverse and not afraid to swap, to counter the other teams. So it has definitely benefited us.
Yeah, we saw that on King's Row especially, where you opened
seriously.
up with the Reinhardt moved over to a more aggressive composition once it had slowed down a little bit. Seeing as you guys are undefeated here at this stage of the game, you're obviously looking towards playoffs to a certain extent, even as you kind of focus on your upcoming games. Is there anything that you're kind of preparing for or worried about heading into that postseason?
Not really. We're just trying to be the best we can. Don't really have anything to be worried about. As long as we play to our peak performance, I believe we'll win. Confident in that.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, your peak performance, I'm not even sure we saw peak today, but what we saw was all very, very good. So you've got a lot to work with, Benji. Just one more, opportunity for you before we let you go. If there's anybody you want to give a thank you or a shout out to while you're with us.
Absolutely. Shout out to our team. Shout out to my team. Suckman5. How's your day? Zest. Mr. Winter. Well, it's just a Winter. He changed it. Shout out to everyone. Shout out to our substitute, Sabbatical. Shout out to the director of our program, Scotty Grigsby. We call him Scotty G, Scotty Goat. He's the GOAT. We love Scotty. He makes everything possible. Our staff supports us so much. We're so thankful to have an arena and great computers to play with. I love the camaraderie of our team. Very thankful for our staff. Shout out to the school. And we are actually a Christian school, so God bless all of you. Shout out to God. Thank you, God.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Benji, huge congrats on the win, man. A great performance from all of you, and best of luck in the rest of the season.
Thank you. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you as well. And with that, folks, we're going to go ahead and throw it to a shorter break here. We're going to get our fourth and final series of the night ready for you. We'll be right back with some more NACE Star League in just a couple minutes. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Star League. Just one more time here. Tonight, we've got another series coming at you, and it is going to be what we hope an absolute banger. University of Oregon 5-0 versus University of Arizona 4-1. So, not exactly where you want to be if you're Arizona, but one loss ain't terrible. Got to try real hard to not make it two.
This, we've talked about it all night long in general, but this is really just solidifying your position more than anything else. But both these teams very much in the hunt for that postseason berth, right? This is not a foregone conclusion as of yet. We'll see how that leads to play. No surprises for map number 1. In fact, we get to just head directly into it, Lijiang Tower. It's been so long since we've seen this map.
Oh, I know. It's been ages, Levant. Truly, it feels like I've never been here before, but this is going to be a really fascinating matchup because composition-wise, I think we're going to be seeing a lot of the same. It's going to be on these players to not only perform well as individuals, but to outplay the person who's most likely bringing the same character to the forefront. That's one of my favorite things about mirror matchups is in a circumstance where we are going to be seeing a mirror matchup is you're no longer just, okay, two teams trying your best. All of a sudden, you're one person trying to outplay the person on the same character. And right now, we're going to be seeing something like that between Nope and Piyukumiku. So wow, I'm not going to say that very often. So there's your one, Oregon. You get one, and there it is. But the Rhine is going to be tough. I'm only a little sure I'm right because I'm pretty sure that's a Pokemon.
Piyukumuku?
Piyukumuku?
I think so.
Piyukumuku. I feel like I'm right, but I have no clue.
All right, gates unlocked. We get to see Oregon are going to be there first, right?
Definitely.
And yet they're not because they didn't speed with the teleporter.
They're first by like a whopping 2 seconds if they're lucky.
No, they get the high ground control, right? University of Arizona, or University of Oregon rather, control this white room because of that. And now, with the amount of damage they're able to rain down, this Maywall ends up being fairly ineffective, besides allowing the rotate to come through.
Yeah, a bit of a funnel there on the Maywall, so you get a little bit of extra ult charge if you are Nope, but you're already losing the ult game against the opposing Reinhardt. Really gonna step up the game just like that. Magician created out for Sia, and then Ryan is gonna be able to find not one, but 2 eliminations. All of a sudden, it is the Ryan v. Ryan, and Oregon certainly coming out on top here. The damage has been done, the value has been found, and the University of Arizona sent packing to that spawn room.
Yeah, what a showcase there. And I also have to highlight the fact that alt-wise, right, your University of Arizona don't get much. Oregon generate, despite that looking like a fairly close fight, Oregon actually comes ahead by a wide margin.
Winner Prince, though.
Well, I mean, when you take a ton of damage, right, your support should be on the backline. What's even more impressive is that Itchroll, despite winning the fight, is right there with Winner Prince. I'm so excited. I love Junkrat. Okay, the triple to Riptire comes through. The Tire TP combo, something I have not seen in ages, but that is exactly why I love it, because who the heck does that? University of Arizona on the wrong side of the play of the game, but Oregon definitely feeling fun and feeling flashy here in this matchup. Let's see which ultimate comes out next. It also doesn't get any easier because you have to walk through this choke point taking free damage. Look, I mean, Drizzle gets half their HP expired as they go through the doorway, and then they just fall over with that Matrix.
Come on, just the TP ults. They're so flashy, and they're so unnecessary, but they work so well, and I think you bring up an incredible point there. Wow, Nether literally gets 2 from spawn. Junkrat moment, but University of Arizona, they can't get behind the shield because it's simply non-existent. So much damage comes out from Oregon in that moment that Arizona desperately needed to get an Elim to walk through onto point, and they finally found it. Nether gets taken out, though. A phenomenal combo by Putter there. Junkrat nerfs didn't stop any of us. Junkrat still coming out strong in a matchup like this one. Can Arizona turn things around in a 4v5, or is it going to cost him the beat from Sia? Deadeye comes down as well, forcing the beat from Flatline. Everybody going to be avoiding a Flatline here. I love the shielding of the Deadeye. Unfortunately, the LOS just not on lock.
Oh, that's a big pin, actually. Onto Nope. That Shatter completely ineffective. That's it.
Well, that's it for sure, LaFon, unless we get a miracle run here, and Drizzle is going to be able to find a 2K, gets Putter out of the air, turns 2-3, and as long as the supports are left standing, Arizona does win that fight. 99% for Oregon, but as I always say, better late than never. They've got a Tire, they've got a Shatter, and they've got a whole lot of hope that they can at least make this a little bit closer of a stage 1.
Oregon also getting off of the Symmetra at the stage. They're going for the consistent damage of the Cassidy in that mid-range. Others got in here onto the high ground. I don't think Oregon is going to be following up on it.
Here comes that tire from Nether. Is anybody going to be there to answer it out? It's a patient tire, and these are often the most effective. You bid out earlier materials, like an immortality field, like a beat drop. You sneak into the back line, and hey, you put down one, but it's much better than none. The wave afterward, a Junkrat classic, and as they lose putter, Oregon might have to slow down a little bit. They can't go in with the 9-iron because they're missing their putter, and Oregon has to wait just a little bit longer before Arizona might feel their wrath.
Still, that buys time. Oregon has not been waiting idly by. They generate a ton of resources as well. Remember, it's only one fight that Oregon needs to win, so they're waiting as long as they can. And catches an errant grenade through the Ant Matrix, instantly goes down. It's another waiting game here. Thing is, the longer this goes, there's a window where waiting is a good thing, where it ends up being just doing nothing. Right now, I think they're gotten closer to the opportunity of just doing nothing rather than playing their time.
Absolutely. It started off as farming a couple of ultimates, but now that you have them, and the Black Shatter, I forgot how to say it, I'm not even going to try. A great Shatter comes in from that Reinhardt, though, and Oregon finds themselves in a strong position to win this out. It was going to be close. Arizona gets crumpled, unfortunately, and double ultimates, neither going to be used. Oregon coming out loud and proud. They're in the final fight of Control Center. God, what a stupid ability is that Magnetic Nade. Oregon 100-84, and now Control Center ends in their favor, one stage to go.
Pyukumuku also gets the block on the Shatter, so it's not just one advantage, it's two, as they shut down. They get the Shatter of their own, they block one, they deny the Deadeye. Just a tremendous performance there by Pyukumuku. University of Oregon will get round of one. That being said, Arizona not out of this yet, not a team to just kind of lay down and die. Remember, Oregon spawn camped them. And even still, University of Arizona provided an account for themselves that was quite well executed. Now we head to Garden. Putter going to get off the Junkrat for the first time. There is still, we expect to see the Tracer, I think, again from Putter.
I think so, yeah.
It looks like they're already hovering for the teleporter. Yeah. So
yes, they're gonna go for the teleporter out of spawn, not to window. That indicates a Tracer swap. University of Arizona swapping both their DPS. No more Cassidy. We're gonna be seeing a May Reaper instead. A lot of close quarters damage if they can wall off Pyukumuku, and they're not able to get that wall down in time. The Lucio speed boost from flatline gets the tank back into the fray and keeps all 5 members of Oregon still standing here on Gardens. The first elimination is often the most impactful. The question is, which team does it come from? An incredible fire strike gets Pyukumuku up to 50% on that Earth Shatter. Putter finds Nope, and Arizona losing that tank. As usually kind of the red light for this team. It's a die or get out moment.
Ooh, this is, it's a little bit awkward, but Putter, nice little dance there with the edge. Here's the difference between the composition University of Arizona and Oregon are running. It looks very similar. However, University of Arizona have both their damage dealers dealing damage from the same angle, right? They're playing next to each other. So you can block all of it with the shield. However, Putter, being the Tracer, is able to go on a flank and shoot from an off angle, creating a natural crossfire that cannot be defended against with the shield, meaning you're forced to heal it up. Of course, that's resources that you don't have for the actual engagement, and all of a sudden, Oregon gets more value out of their DPS line.
Pulse Bomb. Oh, wow. I can't believe that was a whiff, but bright side, you forced out Immortality Field, and that's the fastest charging ultimate in the game, so you're definitely not beating yourself up too bad after the end of that one. Grizzle is going to be able to force recall from Putter. We see that Amplification Matrix online, completely null and void. The spacing of Arizona has been very valuable. Pyukumuku drops the Shatter, gets rid of Nope, and as Nether Panic drops that Blizzard. Maybe they should have used it another time, but Flatline will get taken out. It's rolled not far behind, and Arizona, I mean, there's a world where they clutch this. I'm just not sure it's the world we're living in, as Pyukumuku is still very confident in this Reinhardt swinging hammer.
We'll see if Nether ends up changing their character here to a different hero, or if they stick with the May. Nonetheless, University of Arizona, there was, I did see the vision, shall we say, on that Blizzard play. Does not get afforded to them. Now Nope holds the game in their hands with this Earth Shatter. One that lands puts Arizona on the map. If it whiffs, Oregon ends in last fight territory.
This last fight territory just around the corner here. Essentially last fight already staring us in the face. The High Noon comes out. Magician wants to put somebody down with a Deadeye, but no value on it quite yet. Nothing out of it. They bait it out. There's the pull. Nobody falls. And as Putter gets taken out, that is the green light Arizona needed to keep this momentum stacked. A lot of ultimates in their bank, and Oregon can't quite say the same. There's a TP into the back line. Is Drizzle going to pop the ult? Doesn't even need to. I'd love to see a little patience on this Death Blossom, and it looks like that's exactly what we're going to be getting.
Yeah, the big thing here, though, is that because University of Arizona lost their tank player, Oregon is going to get right back into the fight.
Oh, Winter Prince down, Putter falls, and I think this could be the beginning of the end. That Death Blossom might actually even be seen as Drizzle will fall. The fight can come to a close before they return. Nether has no abilities to stay alive, or Nope runs right through the point, and Oregon has only their name to tell back to them. Arizona has only a Death Blossom to work with, if they're even able to touch.
20%, so they should be able to get at least a contest. And you can see, though, Flatline playing Gatekeeper on the window. No one's going to come through here.
Right.
It's going to have to be a good old-fashioned rotation. Again, Nope. I mean, Nope now actually holds the game in their hands.
Oh! Big pick.
That's
a lot
straight,
of value
that's a straight
offline.
shot cross map.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, that's a cross map headshot. An incredible shatter into Death Blossom. Only going to be able to find its roll, but it looks like it's kind of a when it rains, it pours scenario. Biyukumiku and Magician both go down as well. Gonna be that nade that takes out Drizzle. An unfortunate end, but a winnable position. And Arizona knows they can't win even one more fight, or this map will be over against them.
Biyukumiku now holds the Earth Shatter as well. You've got the Sound Barrier for sustain, which means that University of Arizona, they need to farm up to this Blizzard. They need to farm up to it fast, and it has to freeze 2 that you can eliminate. It cannot be a whiff ultimate.
Speaking of whiffed ultimates, Biyukumiku does not get anything off the back of that shatter. Unfortunately, the May wall goes up, and a Fire Strike will find Drizzle, so that is going to hurt a little bit more. Winter Prince gone. Even Nope can't get out of the way in time, and Oregon loses one fight, but they restabilize a little closer than they'd won here, but that seems to be the story of Oregon here tonight, is close, but never close enough to lose. They're going to be able to win Lijiang Tower in a 2-0 fashion.
Ooh,
oh, wow!
Well
done by Magician there.
A little theatrics for the end of map number 1 from Oregon. I mean, what a performance there by them. And you know, let's take control apart for a second, right? Let's talk about percentages. Control is one of those map types where the score line does not tell the name of the game. 174 can be a very one-sided look, just due to how the nature of the fights kind of go. And I think that's an element of it here, right? A fight that takes a little too long when the point gets stolen away from you, that can be a fight that ends in 74%, right? Look at the way the Deadeye kind of brought space for University of Arizona to take control of the objective. They won one fight realistically on that situation, and it looked like final fight territory. So, University of Oregon, despite having moments where they perhaps gave up a little bit more space than they should have, still won that one quite handily.
And as we jump into King's Row, yep, there it is. We're going to be seeing it once again for the third and final time tonight in this 4th series at NACE Star League. We saw a lot of Reinhardt in that matchup. I feel like the Ryans were pretty close, neck and neck. It was the DPS that created the difference for Oregon to be able to win that circumstance. So I think we're seeing a Ryan duel, and you've got to wonder if we continue with things like the Reaper. I feel like he got a big play, but unfortunately, other than that big play, wasn't exactly loud in the moment. So maybe swapping to something a little more comfortable would be valuable.
Certainly. I mean, it also comes down to how well do you punish the front line, right? This is in Biyukumiku has been able to kind of take control of a lot of the head-to-head battle. There's been some bold charges that have worked is the bigger thing, right? It's not just been
very true.
Aggressive. A lot of times you see Ryan's press shift and they head over to who knows where, and then end up kind of feeding. Not the case here for University of Oregon. They actually get a ton of value off of it, and you need to be able to kind of punish when the tank tries to take those extremely aggressive setups. But a lot of credit to that map 1 going over to the tank. Like now, as we head to King's Row, that doesn't really change the flavor of the game whatsoever.
Right.
You still expect to see a ton of brawl, and at least for the moment, you have to wonder: does University of Oregon just get elevated even further compositionally because of the fact that we're going to this map type?
Yeah, you've got to wonder if this is going to be kind of their thriving moment. No team in the world, I think, could pick King's Row because they say, oh, we're definitely better at it than our opponent because everybody scrims this map, everybody plays this map, and Arizona going to it is probably a little bit of a comfort pick, a default choice that hopefully for them can end well in their favor, because if it doesn't, they're on series point.
Must win if ever there was one. I mean, even beyond the fact that match point shows up, it's your map selection taken away from you.
Right.
It kind of goes from there.
Ready for battle.
Looks like University of Arizona will be on the attack first. I believe
Arizona's attack is going to make me a little... No, I think Oregon is on the attack, actually, because that'd be the blue squad. So Wait, defense, I mean. Oregon on defense, Arizona on attack. I got mixed up. Ignore me. And you're about to say, I think you believe a sub on the side of Arizona.
Yes.
And there's actually two of
Yes.
them, the May and the Lucio, Shmurda and Dragnavar. Is that sounds like a Skyrim name. I don't know what that is. But University of Arizona is going to be going for a May Hanzo and Lucio. So nothing that expected. Nothing. Oh my goodness. Nothing that unexpected from the squad here so far.
2, 1.
I'm gonna throw you a tongue twister in a moment here. See what happens.
Oh boy, I can't wait.
Speaking of being thrown something that you're not really expecting, University of Arizona, the Hanzo coming into play. This is not a pick that has a ton of utility outside of like double poke compositions.
Yeah, Hanzo's got a lot of good shield break, I think, and if you don't want to play Junkrat, that Storm Arrow really can melt the shield pretty effectively, so that might be kind of the mindset as to why you're bringing Hanzo to the equation, but I'm not always confident that's what they're aiming for. It could always just be a comfort pick at the end of the day as well. We see those every game, so maybe Nether just wants to feel more comfortable. I do think it's odd to see Nether off the May, and then they bring in a different May player. Very unusual, but it's definitely, if they want to be a little more comfortable, maybe that's going to work well. Pyukamiku drops to 73 HP and somehow lives to tell the tale. The team going to win the fight, and Arizona losing a full minute off of that engagement as well.
That was a tremendous healing showcase by Itral on the that tease, right? That is,
yeah.
By rights, Pyukamiku should have done.
Yeah, 100%.
Caught in a corner where with nowhere to back away from, with your shield basically evaporated. I mean, give Itral all credit for that one.
Yeah, Itral really dumping every single ounce of healing into that Rhine just to keep them alive, and it works well at the end of the day. Arizona, they lost that fight, but unlike Control, they really did farm a lot of ultimates through it, so these dragons could be colossal if they choose to use them. It's the Shatter that comes out instead. Pyukamiku and Itral both go down, Putter not far behind, and there's another good example of a Chaos left shift, as it was a pin from Drizzle that took Pyukamiku down. I also need to call out Drizzle is now on tank. I just realized why that's confusing, because I'm pretty sure Drizzle was on support back in Control.
Yeah, Nope steps off the playing field here as the kind of highlight there.
A lot of swaps.
Yeah. To note, though, Oregon had just as many ultimates as Arizona did, but elected not to use them aggressively. They allowed Arizona to walk into them with the amplification matrix. And keep in mind, they don't have a mace. They can't just wall it off.
Right.
Not
No
really an
walls
issue
inside.
Yeah, exactly. Arizona has that advantage. Still, they will have 5 ultimates coming into here. So this is about to
not
be
a great wall.
very, very explosive.
An early Deadeye gonna box them in one way. I think a Shatter looking for another, but it's an artillery strike. Oh, this could be a disaster! Shmurda goes down the immortality field. Such a boring ability, because that would have been a 5K, but it does not keep the team alive long enough. Only Dragnavar is the last one left standing. And Oregon, using both DPS ults, they didn't overextend their hand in the slightest here, LaFon. They've got so much to work with on this hold.
Yeah. I mean, that literally a zoning Deadeye from Magician there.
Yeah.
And the trick that was pulled was an artillery strike.
Pulls an artillery strike out of a hat, right? There's some kind of joke there, but right now I know that we are talking no jokes from Arizona. Nether finds Itral right out the gate. A Blizzard comes out, should be a decent one, but Dragnavar gives their life for it. Trades onto Putter, and the equation still ending in favor of Arizona as the 2K turns into 3, and looks like Arizona was able to make Oregon disappear.
That's a fight for Arizona, though. They used the Blizzard.
Yeah.
I believe they used the Sound Barrier as well. Meanwhile,
Yes.
Oregon elects to, because that pickoff came onto Itral so early, right? It was that wayward headshot from Nether on the Hanzo, off a Sonic Arrow at that. So basically just thrown at head height. Oregon just elect to lose the fight completely and walk back in here.
Can't say I blame them. You got to do what you got to do, and sometimes the cards don't work in your favor. You win it dry, you lose it, and then all of a sudden things are not working in your favor. Arizona going to lose 3 members of the squadron, and Oregon, with 3 minutes left on the clock, needed to stop that card right there before it was a 3rd-point cap, and they've done just that. They farmed a couple of ults in their pocket, but Arizona entering with a couple of their own. LaFon, in this fight, what ults are we looking at to give either team a level of success?
I mean, we're looking at Sound Barrier primarily. What discipline to not use in that last fight, despite being in the center of a dragon and very low, right? So, despite your University of Arizona having an Earth Shatter and the Matrix, you know, the damage throughput, you're looking at the fact that the support has to stay on your Oregon side.
The hammer goes down right into the shield of Drizzle, and he drops a 4-man Earth Shatter. Does not hit flatline, though, and the beat does not come to fruition early enough, or late enough, excuse me. Came out too early. No way that gets the pin. Luckily enough, the artillery strike already comes out, and 2 members go down. Drizzle joins them back in the spawn room. Pyukamiku's double kill cleans up the remaining members of Arizona. 2 minutes left. Oh my god, Pikumiku 80% to another shatter.
Yeah. Turns out when your shadow gets blocked and you're allowed to swing in the thick of a fight without having anyone eliminated by it, generate a lot of progress.
Pretty valuable, yeah. Pretty incredible there.
Yeah, damage is still going to be the name of the game for Oregon, right? They have the Ant Matrix and a Deadeye here. And you at University of Arizona, despite having a sound barrier here, you're looking at trying to get this Blizzard up quickly. Survive to get the Blizzard to try and collect on the backline and take the checkpoint. That's your play here. Oregon, brute force. That's what they're looking for here.
Brute Force is the name of the game here for Oregon, and with an Amplification Matrix online, they're already able to scare Arizona back around that opening corner.
I mean, it
lineup
buys
falls
time.
through.
Yeah,
no, absolutely.
It now means that you can use the sound barrier aggressively. You don't need to worry about trying to defend against an Ant Matrix.
Yeah, you don't need to worry about the Ant Matrix, and it looks like the Dragons are going to come out onto the high ground, going for a bit of a ride in the sky. Pikumiku drops the two-man Earth Shatter, gives their life for the cause, but right now the numbers are in favor of Oregon. Is it going to be worthwhile? Certainly so, as Shmurda and Drizzle are put 6 feet under by one angry Omnic. Arizona team wiped again. 60 seconds left standing here, LaFon, and I'm not sure if it's going to be enough with only a beat. Okay, never mind. They've got 4 ultimates. I'm a little more comfortable with Arizona's chances.
I mean, what a play, though, from Pikumiku. Oregon gets split by the Dragon Strike, and University of Arizona try to collapse on the Reinhardt, thinking that it's something that they chose to do, or that they forced, rather, with that Dragon Strike. Instead, they were caught in a bait play as the Shatter lands, and now, as you said, University of Arizona in final fight. Oregon had their work cut out for them. They don't have much to work with here.
Seriously. Amplification Matrix comes out, gets walled out by Dragnavar. Not something you see super often, but a mistake nonetheless. That is a stun out of an Earth Shatter. Drizzle isn't able to find much, but they are going to get the stuns they needed to take Pikumiku down, and the rest of the team falls lackluster. Its role is going to be the last member standing, taken down, and the Overwatch factor at its finest. In the final moment, this team comes back to life to strike once more.
I mean, it's a tough place to be. Oregon only have a Deadeye to
right.
kind of use. You really don't expect them to win there with the amount that Arizona bring to bear. But it is a bit of a frustration here for Oregon is that Dragnavar keeps the Blizzard. And with 1:30 left, the University of Arizona need all the fight wins they can get because they are unlikely to complete with time remaining here.
Right. You got to get every fight win you can. Like you said, pretty unlikely that you get anything on the clock, but it looks like Arizona isn't going to be able to get much more in this current fight. Oregon has that artillery strike. They're getting ready to farm a beat as well, and as Nether's Bastion has really begun to make a pretty critical difference here, that artillery strike could be answered as a counter to the one thrown out by Putter.
The base being taken. Oh, this is bad. This is really bad for Arizona.
Putter gets one, turns to 2, doubles to 4, and a triple kill. Cleans it up. Shmurda, the last one left standing. The University of Arizona down to only 30 seconds. Oregon, plenty in the tank here to stop this team one more time.
Oh, Pikumiku. I think they have showed their hand a little bit with the fact that they were sitting up in a corner, that the Shatter is online. But, I mean, University of Arizona, look how much damage they're taking on the approach.
The name of the game, and the Ant Matrix makes it a lot easier for Arizona to find it. Forces Oregon back. Grizzle getting rid of farm another Shatter. It rolls Immortality Field offline early. I think the artillery strike coming out would not be a bad call. Even a Blizzard deep into the back line, forcing the team forward. Could make numbers, and just like that, there's the Blizzard, there's the wall, and the beat from Flatline cancels it all. Oregon is going to have the opportunity to keep all 5 members up and standing. The artillery strike looks for an opportunity, but I'm not sure they're going to be able to find 1 or even 2. Magician finds Drizzle. Dragnavar goes down, and this Deadeye zones out the remaining members of Arizona. They're in overtime. LaFon, even though you don't cap all 3, you've got to be stoked about the progress you made, considering that was 20 seconds shy of a full cap at the beginning of this map.
Yeah, that's a really solid hold overall, but a good recovery as well from University of Arizona.
Definitely.
So on both sides of the coin, you're looking at that and you're pleased with the progress that was made by your squad. Now, for University of Oregon, it feels that in the fights where they hold no cards whatsoever, they're more than willing to bluff their way to causing Arizona to overspend. And defensively, that's already something that that's very difficult to do. On the offense, playing aggressively, you got to set the tempo of the game, right? A lot of the time, because you're affecting effort on an object or on an objective. That just becomes more and more easy to do. So University of Arizona, the question is, do they fall to that bait play of University of Oregon when push comes to shove? Because if they overplay their hand, this is going to be an easy map for Oregon to complete. University of Arizona absolutely have their work cut out for them here on the defense.
Yeah. Undoubtedly, the defense needs to be near flawless from this squad if they want to walk away in a winner seat position here, forcing a map 4. But Oregon, like you said, the work cut out for them here. Going to be a difficult journey to get all the way to that 3rd point. Arizona finding themselves in a hot seat as well. You know, if they lose this first point in the first fight, that spells disaster for the primary momentum for Oregon going into this. You got the King's Row Widow from Magician trying to make somebody from Arizona disappear, and as they wait out that Storm Arrow, it's already an insta swap, maybe to the Cassidy once again. I think this Bastion from Putter is going to make it really hard for Drizzle to do anything other than hold S.
Now, there's also not going to have nearly as much advantage on that shield pressure because the angles you have to take are so awkward. Actually, they've just rotated entirely around, and the map has been flipped.
Yeah, this is really fascinating that Arizona is willing to go all the way over to that statue. Putter falls, Immortality Field has been used, and already a tick and a half gained for Oregon. Flatline missing, though, and if the team can make it out, this definitely should be their time to try and do so. Flashbang onto the Cass, or the Rhine, not going to take him down. Ikimiku joins the team back in spawn, and hey, honestly, not bad. A minute you got to tick, that's better than most teams.
Well, not only is a minute you got to tick, it was a minute you got to tick after losing a player almost immediately.
True.
That was a lost fight from the word go, and Oregon still getting value. University of Arizona, now they cannot allow that rotation to happen again. They cannot give up that much space on the objective when they win fights.
Yeah, they've definitely learned here you cannot make that mistake twice, because Oregon also has a very mild spawn advantage. Not spawn advantage, sorry. Ultimate advantage. They've got a huge spawn advantage. Application Matrix comes out from Winter Prince from Arizona, boxing up that far right side, but it's not going to be enough to help Oregon break through yet. They just wait out the ultimate. It's all about that patience, and it works well because now they've farmed quite a few of their own. The wall up separates Ikimiku from the equation. Artillery strike comes out, forcing the team to hold S, and it's a triple spam. And does anybody fall? Yes, in the 2K with the help of Magician, and Oregon rips Arizona to shreds.
That was just a bold play from Oregon. Ikimiku gets caught on the wrong side of the May wall. Historically, Putter would have gone into the transformation and tried to burn down the wall. This time around, though, what we saw was Putter back up, use the artillery strike, and we've seen how lethal it can be when you layer it properly. Even with the Immortality Field unable to escape was the University of Arizona. And, I mean, what a read there by Putter to condition their opponent through the entirety of the game and then to flip it on its head here in a critical moment.
Yeah, a little bit of conditioning goes a really long way, honestly. The University of Arizona weren't ready for that, and now I'm not sure they're going to be ready for Putter's hyper-aggressive playstyle once again. Rips through the Rhine shield. I think they've got the read on the Shatter, and he decides he'll do it himself. Stops the Shatter wide on the corner. Takes University of Arizona back to spawn, and this is what I was talking about. The moment they cap first point, Oregon might be getting to feel a little bit more comfortable. 4 minutes, and they're already about to be halfway through second point.
Yeah, and I mean,
or 2 second point.
This is what I highlighted at the half of the map, right? This is Oregon just kind of baiting their opponent into making awkward plays. And University of Arizona get caught looking a little bit. Now, here is a fight that they must win. They must win it cheaply, and I would really hope that it's just a Blizzard they kind of find value with. They really shouldn't use anything else.
I agree. I think using anything but the Blizzard would be a bit of a mistake, and unfortunately, we're going to get a little more than the Blizzard, including a beat and a Shatter. Okay, certainly the choice has been made here. Itchwell is still going to be able to find Drizzle. The beat null and void for Arizona. Oregon, all 5 members still standing through an entire Blizzard, Levon. Just terrible for Arizona. That's going to be, what, 6 minutes? Okay, only 5 minutes on the clock here for Oregon as they are just steamrolling through Kings Row.
And they're not allowing the full reset to come through for University of Arizona either. Just an awkward read. That was that. It draws back to the fact that Oregon have played a little bit slowly on their defense, have upped the pace of play so tremendously here that University of Arizona has not been able to react in style.
Style's been the name of the game for Oregon. That might be a 2K, but it's actually going to be nothing on the board there. Gets it a little bit onto the high ground. I think that was a misclick, and it is going to cost you. Immortality Field keeps Drizzle alive enough to get rid of 2 members, but losing several of his own. I am amazed that does not pin. It ends up costing Drizzle their life. Not the spot you want to be in. A team kill meters away. I don't know if there's a recontest here, Levon. Kings Row might be over. No, Kings Row's definitely over.
Unlucky.
Yeah, there's no way someone's making it back there. Yeah,
unlucky. The switch is just it's the slowest player that respawns. And tragically for University of Arizona, no one able to exit to take care of the 3 remaining players. Only 3 players left alive, I should highlight, in that final fight, all on Oregon's side. And this is a tragic play. Like, you literally cannot escape this.
literally could not get away. It was perfect. Like you said, conditioning the Rhine wall the entire series, and then just like, haha, gotcha. You run away, you get caught by the artillery strike was devastating. And Arizona has this upcoming break to talk about A, what map they'd like to go to on Escort, and B, what they'd like to change to try to win it. Map 3 has been the closest map of almost every series we've seen so far today. Will that pattern continue going into this? We'll find out on the other side of the break. Hello everybody and welcome back to NA Star League for our third and possibly final map of our final series here tonight. Looks like the map chosen once again is going to be Junkertown, and right now Arizona looking for any way in, looking for a crack in the armor against their opponents Oregon, because Oregon has been dominant so far. This voice belongs to Septilence, and the one you're about to hear belongs to LaFon. LaFon jumping into this map, what do we want to see from Arizona to flip this on its head?
A little bit of tempo scaling, which I have to describe. There is the University of Oregon plays a very aggressive, fast style, meaning they're going to take a lot of fights. They're going to continue to put pressure on you all the time. They're not going to really give map control very easily unless forced to. For University of Arizona, they need to bring their gameplay speed up. That does not necessarily mean playing fast characters, mind you. It just means getting into position quicker, and not backing away when you lose any amount of control. You have to kind of go head to head with your opponent. And University of Arizona are going to make it a little bit easier for themselves by moving to a fast moving composition to kind of play that skirmish game once again. Nope, back in, by the way. And
yeah, no,
roll
back
swaps
in
kind
once
of
again.
around.
Drizzle on DPS as well. So we've got a full roster swap over here because Ragnavar is on support, Shmurda's still there, Drizzle on DPS, and Nope in on the tank. Oregon, same comp they've been running the whole time, same team rather. So no swaps over there. This is fascinating, Lafon. I feel like in moments like this, a team like Arizona, I think it's something that would help them improve just generally, and they've got a really good record, so I'm not going to knock them on anything, but I think finding a composition where people keep playing the same role is going to be more beneficial than this constant kind of swap around. Wow, amazing.
Nether gets headshot here. By the way, this has now been each DPS on Oregon taking out their opposing counterpart on Arizona, as Putter took the kill onto Drizzle out of spawn.
Wow. Discord orb sucks, dude. I full HP to 0, and I think literally 3 seconds because he had the Discord orb up. He needed enough people looking at him to get the kill. Absolutely insane, but it works and it gets him down. Oregon winning this first fight, already a minute off the clock, and Drizzle almost off the board, barely survives, and with Piyukamiku getting that body shot, they will also go down. 700 HP, adaptive shield's already up, and Nope can barely stay alive. He has to roll into the MO.
This is the other thing too about the Zenyatta. It's not just tanks who suffer from Discord orb. You see Putter there. That's assisted by the Zen. And Nether goes back to the spawn room. University of Arizona realizing that not really going to get a ton of value from this Wrecking Ball at this stage. There's not a lot of follow-up. And make a near mirror as they switch to a Sigma of their own. Also, this is actually really weird though. University of Arizona elected to Drizzle off of the Widow means that they're going to be uncontested here at range. Like, there's no one who can really follow up except maybe Nether trying to get him to backline.
Yeah, I was just thinking that exact same thing. To swap off the Widow, yes, we were losing, but now there's no one to even look at him or to look at Magician here on this Widowmaker. Itrol finds Nope, and right now it is a full-blown bloodbath in favor of Oregon. That is 3 full fights in a row. One that is 2 of 4 minutes off the clock, and we are seeing a small moment of desperation here as Arizona is running out of time.
Sojourn and Ash make 2 more switches for University of Arizona and make that rather than Nether over to the Hanzo. So I don't know that this really gets them any efficacy because it's not, you're not contesting Magician reliably with any of these picks. Maybe you can slow Putter down a little bit, but it feels a little awkward in general, and you can't really have awkward when you have a minute 20 left to try and take this map.
And when you're losing the supportal combat like that, when a Zenyatta takes you offline, it's not exactly where you want to be. Drizzle had fallen, but it looks like Itrol does get traded out in that same breath. Immortality Field taken online and possibly removed in a moment here from Arizona. Something they really may need going into this upcoming combat, as I am predicting an Amp Matrix from Itrol. Maybe lesser so as Nether does find the headshot on the Magician. Hanzo worthwhile, and now an Amp Matrix instead from Shmurda is the first one to make an appearance.
I mean, with Dragonvar taken down, you can see Putter still on the hunt. All of University of Arizona explode despite having the player advantage to start that engagement.
Yeah, lack of player advantage is not what you thought they'd be seeing, but Oregon still able to turn it around. I think that's a sign of a phenomenal team, if I'm being honest with Vaughn. It's a team that's able to do something like that. Losing one member of your team, assuming it's not the tank, does not dictate the fight being lost. It goes down to your team's accuracy, mechanical understanding, and priority focus. And it looks like Arizona just not able to do that in time. Oregon absolutely answers back strong and is looking for just one more strike against their opponents. In 10 seconds left, it comes down to this, Lafon. Can Arizona break the curse?
There's that Immortality Field used already. That means the Transcendence is going to need to be used here for this Flux, and early too.
Flux online, Immortality Field takes it down, and it's going to be Piyukamiku's 2K that I think wraps up a nice little bow on top of the University of Arizona here tonight. A 3K now in favor, looking for 4, just trying to farm that pot G, and Flatline snipes it away. Oregon full of holding, only 61 meters found.
Naivety.
An insanely large task ahead of our friends at the University of Arizona.
One feels almost expectant of a 3-0 at this stage.
Yes, yes.
I have not yet seen a full hold in Overwatch 2 in a competitive match at the doorways of this map, at the spawn doors. Perhaps back in the days of GOATs, you were able to do it. When Bunker was a thing, you could do it as well. Now, though, you're forced to give up space in the map, and any team wipe at all ends the game. Any uncontested pick, one could argue, ends the game here for University of Arizona. Flawless is what they'll have to be. Flawless they haven't been to this point. University of Arizona. I mean, I like this selection.
Yeah.
It counts on the
Yep.
fact that you have to kind of brawl together and you don't really have a lot of ground to give up, but keep that in mind. Oregon only needs to get really one uncontested pick for it to all fall apart.
And I think rushing to the high ground here with the composition Arizona's playing is going to be the name of the game. Whether it's kind of going up and around all the way to the stairwell on the far side, or if it's instead moving a little bit slower and bringing out a composition in regards to maybe a sim TP in could be really valuable. But if we watch Nope stand on the cart and not do anything for the rest of the game, this is a loss for Arizona. We need to see Nope play a little bit of a high ground, try to rush down towards the opposing side of Oregon, because if they just stand in the back and let their shield get melted and someone gets picked, Oregon wins this guaranteed. I like what we're seeing, though. It's the Havana hold. They know even if they lose this fight, they have one more chance to recontest, so they might as well go for it and stall as much time as possible.
Oregon don't overplay their hand, though. They're just kind of playing this one slow, looking for a first opportunity. Don't know if they forced out the Wraith form there. Actually, I think they did. Yeah, and that's Drizzle being forced all the way back. This is not a good start for University of Arizona, despite it looking, at least from the outset, like it's at least something.
They've got 30 seconds off the clock here. The statistics expected for Havana hold are 40 to 60 seconds. And right now, the card has barely moved an inch. So Arizona really able to make the good of a bad situation. And the odds definitely stacking against them. But as of right now, this team definitely feels comfortable with their chances of burning at least a minute off the clock before this fight comes to a close. Nope disappears. Smurda not far behind. And the card sneaks in enough here, LaFon, towards the goal during that fight that I'm not sure we're getting a full second fight.
We'll see what the selection changes here. Oh my god, this is it's the fast moving characters.
Really close.
No, they'll get a contest here because of the wrecking ball, but it's the fact that you have to change your composition wholesale. Oh,
Never
man,
a spot you want to be in.
Yeah.
In a spot they barely find themselves in. You pop the amplification matrix now. You get the support trade. You're able to make it a 4v4, but you got to get that Baptiste off the high ground if you are Oregon and you want to win this. A high noon from the back line coming out from Magician. Not able to find much at all with that Magnet Grenade. About to be online and poor bat on the wrong side of it. A 2K from Nope. A pulse bomb comes out and it actually doesn't get anything. Hunter will fall as well, and holy cow, Arizona does it. They get the cart to stop less than a meter, slightly over a meter, shy of a 3-0 loss.
Oregon, though, they forced everything from University of Arizona, and now it's not even a full fight win you need. You just kind of need to stay on the point. Butter is going to get there, force everyone to coalesce on it. And that's resources that is drawn away from trying to take out the rest of the team. So Oregon are unleashed to deal damage from the rest of the map.
And they've got the Gravitic Flux. I mean, they could go for a Sig 9 if they wanted to, but instead they're trying to take one of the supports offline. They miss the primary fires. They force out the lamp, and with the lamp being offline, that's the go button for the remaining members of Oregon to really start doing some damage. Magician takes Drizzle out of the equation early to beat force from Dragnavar to keep the remaining 4 members up and standing from Arizona. Still not going to be enough to keep Nope alive as he goes a little bit too far out of the radius and isn't able to get the lineup in time. Nether finds one. Nope gets taken down by Itroll, and Oregon has the numbers they needed to win this map. Nether, the last member standing, and it's not going to be enough. Oregon, 3-0 victory over Arizona. And I hate to say it, LaFon, I think some of the cleanest Arizona looked was in the final minute of that map.
University of Oregon rather controlling the tempo of the game, controlling the narrative of the game, and controlling their destiny as they take the victory here, a 3-0. Tremendous performance by them indeed here in week number 7. And it feels like this is a team moving ever upwards in the scheme of things. So tremendous showcase overall. And I mean, all credit to University of Arizona, who a pretty flawless performance overall.
Yeah. Arizona looking very good, doing their best, and Oregon comes through with a 3-0 victory. It wasn't as close as maybe Arizona wanted it to be, but Oregon still going undefeated moving forward. A very strong performance at that, and hopefully we'll get to talk to one of them in just a couple of minutes. We're going to throw it to a break, try to get an interview, and we'll see you right back here in just a few. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to NA Star League. Just one more time, I am Cyberlin, joined by LaFon, and we are joined by Itrol, the Baptiste mostly player from Oregon here tonight, and a 3-0 victory at that. So, Itrol, kind of jumping into this, you're clearly a support player. I've got to ask the BAP buff. How do you feel about it when you're not the one playing it? From an outside perspective, are you excited that it's so strong, or are you a little worried that maybe it's too strong?
I mean, for us, it's good because we like to play Rush a lot. But actually,
Right.
I'm not really a support player. Like kind of, but for the team, normally I play DPS. We just don't have our we don't have our main flex
Well,
player
you
because
fooled
it's like
me.
a test or something. So, yeah. But I
That
mean, it's
explains
kind
the
of
BAP
OP.
pick even more, though.
Yeah. I don't know. They just like made it from 10 to 25 for no reason instead of like 15% or something. So,
Right.
I mean, you guys are flawless at this stage of the game, right? Coming into this run, the improvement for your team, I think overall has been pretty effective. But you guys shut out your opposition here today. What has been kind of the growth profile of your team coming into or heading into the later stages of the season?
I mean, I think obviously we if you remember Putter, he's kind of just crazy. So we just use him to kind of play better people, and then that really helps us improve a lot. So I don't know. Yeah, we just get better by playing like Putter level players, and then eventually we start to get towards them.
Fair enough, right? Bang your head against a wall until the wall falls down is certainly one way of kind of improving. And it's worked out for you guys tremendously. Now, as we obviously head into the later stages, you guys are getting close to that playoff area of the season. Are there any kind of expectations for the postseason that you have or are kind of building towards?
I mean, I think it's kind of similar to last time. We think we're pretty good, right? We just don't want to play Redbird because they're a little bit better than us. I'll be honest, but yeah, we think we can definitely take because I don't remember who's actually in the team, but like I think Bellevue last time was like 3rd place, and I think we can like at least make a good game against them. So we really want to try and get good, play someone good, but like we don't want to just literally not Redbird.
I mean, fair enough. That squad is quite scary. Yeah. I mean, overall, I think your team has showcased a lot of general growth in that phase. From my own perspective, though, right? You guys had a lot of aggression here, tempered by forethought. It wasn't or foresight. It wasn't really just running it down a lot of the times. What has been the greatest change from your squad? Because that's really difficult to do, to have that level of aggression without overextending and feeding. How have you been able to balance that kind of sort of situation?
I mean, first of all, I'll say maybe part of it is we've been working with Night from Shikigami a bit, and I think he kind of helps our like mental, because I think a lot of us are good players, but like we haven't had a whole lot of team experience before this. So we're really working on like focusing on using cooldowns to be engaged and like not just turbo feed. Like we bash and form, we can't just pin in too, we just walk with it or something. So we're really working on just like making sure our coordination is really good, and that helps us be aggressive without hinting.
Yeah, fair enough, honestly. 'Cause I feel like that is kind of like what you said, an easy thing to do is accidentally turbo feed because you have a plan and it doesn't work and you kind of don't think about it. But the adaptation is very important to recognize, and I like that you say that a lot. So one more moment for you here, Itrol. Is there anybody you want to give just like a thank you or a shout out to while you're here with us?
Just everyone from the team, obviously. Good job, guys. THL wasn't here. Good job. Scrims, whatever. Thank you for JV. We had like a little warm up kind of thing with them.
Nice.
Night. Good job helping us get better as coaching. And Elliot Anderson, I love you.
Perfect. Well, hey, thank you so much for joining us. A big congrats on the win.
All right. Thank you. Bye, guys.
Thank you. And with that, folks, we are finally going to call it a night here at the NA Star League. Thank you all so much for hanging out with us. It's been a long night, but it's been a very fun one. A big shout out to all the teams we got to say today, all 8 of them. A big shout out to Ferme, our producer in the backline, and our observer, who I'm so sorry, I don't believe I know their name, but we appreciate you nonetheless. We love each and every one of you. Check your posture, drink some water. Don't forget to love each other. We'll see you next week.
You